The following is rated TV MALSV. It contains strong language, violence, and nudity. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Viewer discretion is advised.
Work it, make it, do it, make sense. Harder, better, faster, stronger. More than power, never. Ever after work is over. Work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, make sense, stronger. More than ever. Hour after hour, work is never over. Work it harder, make it better, do it faster, make sense, stronger. More than ever. After hour, work is never over. 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 Never over.
Welcome, everybody, to Joe Cronin, the Eternal Victim. I am your host, Devious Dave Rose, always harder, better, faster, stronger, and bigger than Joe Cronin. And today, we are going to expose him yet again for the liar and victim that he believes that he is. But I want to first start off by thanking all those that have joined us here today. It's about to get hot and heavy. Let's start off by recognizing, as I always do, all those that are spending their afternoon with me today. Let's start off with the one, the only, the Nine God, Nicky Nines himself, Chad, Ronald Booth, The Show, Eric James Alpha, and It's the Costanza, as well as, one of the biggest names in the community himself, Foulmouth Ken. And I appreciate all you guys for joining me today. There is a lot to talk about. In fact, I have a little surprise for you guys because I have not heard what Joe said last night. So we're going to be reviewing this, and I'm going to be reviewing it for the first time. And I've heard, people, the Sparrows came to me in flocks yesterday, telling me all different sorts of things. And I said, I'll get around to listening to it. But, and Chad says you forgot to mention you're smarter, but then again, some things don't need to be mentioned. Absolutely. Well, compared to Joe, I said that great line yesterday. Him calling me crazy is like a turd calling a rainbow ugly. So, and I think that's a really good analogy. But yeah, this is going to be great because I have not heard specifically what he said. Some people told me, he said this, or he was talking about you, blah, 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 blah. But I do know that, as always, the coward Joe Cronin requires an audience that's on his side to be able to discuss something with me. He can't do it one-on-one, clearly. So he needs to do it either on, say, YR show, although the other day when he called into YR, everyone was quiet. Everyone was letting him do his thing. He was hoping that, I guess, people would, jump in, I guess. And then on his show, obviously, he's got his whole, troop of yes men, and they're going to, believe whatever he tells them to believe. So it's clear from what I've been told is that he is a liar. But we've got to review a few things here first. Let's start off actually because he did say, I did watch like the first 30, 40 minutes of it. Just because I was told it was at the beginning. It's like 2.5 hours in where he starts to talk to me about me specifically. But let's start off and just, we're setting the case here because essentially after this video, there is going to be a grand tribunal on Joe Cronin where we're going to just pull out all the information that he's always choosing to ignore that was presented to him. It's all going to be in one big block, so he can't deny it. But what we're doing now is setting the stage for the argument he's going to try to pull, which is that I said that he's racist, which is not true. We all know that. My fucking challenge videos say it right in there. I might even play those so that it's clear what I've been asking for. But he's, whoops, I shouldn't have done that. Fuck. Give me a second here. I just pressed back on my keyboard, or on my mouse. Okay, so I'm setting the stage here for the anti-white rhetoric that he's always known for. And that's something that he totally ignores all the time. But essentially, this is going to be a vivisection. This is essentially going to be surgery without any anesthesia. And we're going to go through it and expose Jonan piece by piece. And we're going to analyze specifically where the lies are coming from and what he's trying to do with that narrative. So let's start off with establishing this aspect here of the anti-white narrative. He was playing a video of Logan Paul, I believe, one of those faggots there. He's doing a rap video. It's real shitty and shit. And it's all white people, and it's in it's being filmed in the streets and shit. So, it's just some shitty millennial thing. But let's hear what Joe says.
Rolex, and then met the Lambo too, and they're coming with the crew. This is Team 10, bitch. Who the hell up flipping you?
I mean, this song should have just been. Dave's gonna hate this, but this song should have been called "White People." So that really should have just been called "White People." But back to the football.
Hold on a second. So this video where they're all acting like a bunch of joggers, because it's typical fucking jogger style music video. He wants to say that, that's white people. That's like, it's a white people video. It's like, you ever watched perhaps the ballet? Perhaps a symphony? Maybe, I don't know, Bob Dylan strumming a guitar. Do you see him acting that way? Yeah. Okay, so we're already seeing an establishment of Joe's bias. It's exactly what it is. It's absolutely biased. So let me go back to the chat because a few people are popping up here. Shout out to Travis TLC, Bird, and let's see what's being said here. I'm doing okay. Thanks, Bird. And yeah, Eric James says, I knew Dave was the real Vigo. Yep, that's right, the Carpathian. And, okay, so let's get to the actual clip. There's other stuff that I can review, but let's just go straight to this point in the monetize this video from yesterday. And I was advised it starts at 2:28. So let's go to 2:27:59 and let's begin.
But on
You
top
don't
of
know
that,
what you're doing because you put Black Lab on the board twice, by the way.
Yeah, I'll fix it, you fucking big lip piece of shit fuck. I'll fucking kill you. All right, here's the Dave Rose clip. Here's the Dave Rose clip. Nobody cares. People are like, what's wow? I don't know.
Notice how he uses the music, the People's Court music. The guy can't even present a relevant argument online. Does he really think he can pull what I can and actually argue in court?
No, I was gonna ask about wine, but
Here you go. Let's all roll our eyes. You tell me if I'm crazy. Let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good time.
Well, I can tell you you're crazy for the amount of things that you've broken. Your possessions, your own fucking possessions, in a rage. You've broken. So that alone is indicating mental illness, and that is another word for crazy, but let's continue.
Time.
I can roll the one eye.
Still, I don't know. Still don't have
Someone
a
else out
solid
there's
answer
going,
on that one.
Hey.
Oh, I do have to preface with, and this was earlier. If someone can get me the sound clip, I'd really appreciate it. But it's like earlier in the show, like it's somewhere prior to the 30 minutes that I stopped watching, right? Or 40 minutes, whatever. But there's a point where Joe says, "Oh, I'm gonna play a clip later of the fight that I had with Dave. It wasn't really a fight, blah blah blah." And then he's like, "Yeah, he says that I'm." I favor blacks and Mexicans. The thing is, though, and it sounds like he's not playing it from the very beginning, so I'm going to have to go back to YR's video to play that. But at that point, earlier in Monetize This, he says the blacks and Mexicans. I never said Mexicans. I said brown people and Hispanic. But see, here's the thing. This is the mentality of East Coast liberals like Joe, is that if Dave's referring to someone who's brown, it must be a Mexican. He can't fucking figure out the difference. So that just goes to show that, yes, he has liberal bias, racist liberal bias, because we all know that the fucking liberals are the fucking racists. They're the ones who fucking support the Democrats and their fucking plantation policies. So... yeah, we already know that there is that lie there, but let's continue to see what he does. Oh, shout out to a few people that are in here right now. Sonic Boom, Jay Diz, Kalel Bama. Oh, Josh Lyons, how you doing? I'm glad I don't hear Drew talk anymore since I stopped watching anyone on here. That's funny. Jacob Sousa says, hey, Dave, what's up? Ed Gain says, hey, Ken, ban somebody from the chat, and great show, Dave. Thanks so much. So, yeah, let's go back and hear his fairy tales. Back to you, Wire. Oh, one more thing I forgot to mention is that when Joe called into YR's show the other day, it's YR who actually brought up the debate thing. He's like, so, Joe, are you going to debate Dave? And my response instantly is like, yeah, I'm more than willing to debate him on crime statistics and all this, but I just don't think Joe Cronin wants to debate me. So then, earlier in the fucking monetize this, he's like, Dave challenged me to debate on the show. Total fucking lie. So if someone can go back to the beginning and get me that clip so that I can play that as well, because I should have written it down. But it was just, it's so funny because he's already established the narrative that it's he just randomly decides to call into YR, and then Dave just instantly challenges him. I've challenged him a ton of times. There's been times that he called into YR's show, and I was like, I don't want to discuss that sort of thing. So, already established racial bias against whites. We already established that. And the fact that he's lied already about who was the one that began the conversation on the race debate. Let's continue.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. In America, I guess it's I don't know what the debate's about. I don't know where the
so this is when when he says he wants to debate me. Everybody, here we go. Let's be the judge.
I just read something that didn't matter. I hate when.
No, that's a lie. That's a lie. He was actually okay. You know what? Fuck this. I'm gonna go to YR's. Let's actually hear this as it is supposed to be, not the fucking bullshit that he starts at the clip off late. And if I can just fucking find this shit. Fucking. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing up now. There it is. Okay, so let's actually play the clip from YR show. Okay, let's play that first. So then we can hear how Joe has butchered what he's playing.
Easily, man.
We're almost there.
So you're
gonna say,
and they was.
Bear with me here. Is that him? No.
Thank you.
Thank you with that fucking keyboard. Like there's no actual semblance of language, and we're gonna be breaking down
because I'm good
to prove other.
I actually, dude, it started off.
I don't remember who. Jacob, ask me that question ever again. What the fuck was it? Calling me crazy? Oh, there we go. So we're getting closer. Genius, like there we go.
You were getting more joke about the weight rate.
I was like, oh, I'm
out.
Trying to do more. Okay, here we go. Dude with channel featuring. Okay, here he's calling in. YR. Okay, people, witness this. Witness his lies.
I'm back. I was gone for about an hour and a half, but now the Macho Man is back. Yeah. Well, let me tell you something, Macho Man, brother. Let me tell you, I've been thinking about taking the cocaine rectally. Powers, dude.
Dig it. I passed out in my chair, bro.
What, SmackDown boring you? Yo, is it true that Leah wants a pet snake or tarantula?
This is the same call. Where's Scott?
Scott, fell asleep, Mom. Yeah, he went to bed. We're on. This is my art channel on.
Scott here anymore. Yeah.
Joe, are you enjoying SmackDown tonight, Joe?
No, I ain't watching SmackDown.
Came back on SmackDown.
Notice how I'm staying quiet throughout this whole thing.
Joe, I sent you a DM, so I responded back to your question.
Can we talk about race?
Like 2 hours ago, Dildo.
Can we talk about race, Dave Rose?
Oh, well, that was YR. Let's hear that again.
Like 2 hours ago, Dildo.
Can we talk about race, Dave Rose?
Well,
I would love to talk race statistics and crime statistics with Joe Cronin, but I don't think he wants to do that with me. I'm not too sure why, though. Could be because of his audience, the pandering, the white guilt. I don't know. Still don't have a solid answer on that one. Back to you, Wire. Alrighty. So now, essentially, this is like the U.S. election. We've already got the evidence of corruption. We've already got the evidence of a lie creating confusion. So we already know now. Joe Cronin has established himself from the start of this conversation as being a liar. Because he's saying, I'm the one who initiated it. Okay, so I'm going to try to keep track of this. We are now dealing with, okay, so that's one lie. That's one lie already, confirmed. Because, he did reference it earlier, and he's basically saying, I'm the one that tried to start the debate. We already know that that's false. Okay. Let's continue with his version of what happened. Remember, you've heard, actually, let's continue with YR's, so you can hear where he starts to fucking play the clip.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Joe, what do you think? I think it'll be appropriate.
Hold on, I'm reading something.
Oh, how convenient. He was reading something. We already know it's difficult for him to read regardless, but the thing is, though, how convenient that he doesn't have to respond to what YR just asked him 3 times.
He's reading his memoirs.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear what you said, but I was reading something that I guess doesn't matter now. Oh, well. That was dumb. I just read something that didn't matter. I hate when you read something and you're like, wow, I got to find out. And then you read it and you find out it's nothing. It's like, didn't matter. It really blows.
Like what?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know what you'd be debating about race in America. I guess I don't know what the debate's about. I don't know.
This is where, again, he's lying because he's seen the videos where I've challenged him. He's heard me speak to him in person about the same thing. He knows. He's just playing the fool here.
I don't know where the parties stand and what the debate's about, really. I guess I don't get it.
Liar. That's 2 lies. 2 lies. Oops.
What are we debating about?
The cause of the disproportionate number of crimes that are committed by those that are considered people of color under the current U.S. system, and why
are we debating it though? Isn't there a clear number on the stats?
Well, no. Why? Because the culmination that resulted in the call for the debate and discussion was because you act in such a way that even an intelligent individual like me has to question whether or not you actually feel white guilt or you're just trying to pander to some very, very disgusting individuals in your... Okay, so remember, in all that, which again is just... It's me regurgitating the same thing I've been saying for fucking over a year. Okay? Mr. Consistent, the tune hasn't fucking changed. So, yeah, let's just rewind a little bit here. Trying to pander to... Yeah, so basically, his claim about me saying that he's a racist is false. So that's 3 now. 3 lies. Let's continue. Some very, very disgusting individuals in your audience who are, apart from being people of color, whatever the fuck you want to call them, absolutely racist and anti-white. I also never said Mexican. Now, I think we've gone a fair bit into YR's stream, that we've got a good establishment of where Joe is going to pull in the his clip. So let's go back to Joe's clip from Monetize This last night and start to listen on how he's skewed the clip.
When you read something and you're like, wow, I got to find out, and then you read it and you find out it's nothing.
I just woke up here, obviously.
It's like, didn't matter. It really blows.
Like what?
Back down.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know what you'd be debating about race in America. I guess I don't know what the debate's about. I don't know where the parties stand and what the debate's about.
How convenient that he literally started the clip right after it was Young who said that, who challenged about race. Right after. So he's totally aware of what he's doing. He is totally aware of what he's doing. There goes another fucking mark for lie. That's 4 lies now. And somebody's messaging me on... Yeah, so back to the Monetize This clip.
Really, I guess I don't get it.
There's a big crunch, baby.
I was hungry. I was eating at the time.
What are we debating about?
A lot of excuses here from Joe.
Rice cake.
Oh, I want some rice cake.
The cause of the disproportionate number of crimes that are committed by those that are considered people of color under the current U.S. system, and why
are we debating it though? Isn't there a clear number on the stats?
Well, no. Why? Because the culmination that resulted in the call for the debate and discussion was because you act in such a way that even an intelligent individual like me has to question whether or not you actually feel white guilt or you're just trying to pander to some very, very disgusting individuals in your audience who are, apart from being people of color, whatever the fuck you want to call them, absolutely racist and anti-white. And as such, your defense of them seems to be sort of like agreeing.
What example? What is my defense of them? What is the...
Okay, let's pause it there. So he says that I'm a racist to white people.
Is this guy fucking retarded? I guess he is. Did he not listen to what I just said? Did he not listen to what I just said? No, because he's got selective hearing. He can't. He'll literally play a clip that just totally counters his previous statements, and he moves on like nothing fucking happened. That's Orwellian mind doublethink, by the way. If you've read 1984, you totally understand what that is. That is a psychological condition. But nowhere did I say racist. Nowhere did I say racist. But this liar, Daniel Joseph Cronin, this liar can't get enough. He can't get enough of that sweet, sweet lie juice. Let's continue. Oh, no, hold on. Monetize this. There we go.
And I defend blacks and Mexicans in my audience.
Never said Mexicans. That's okay. That's another lie.
Against making fun of white people.
Didn't you agree with what?
There's a difference between making fun of white people and disparaging them and literally calling them the worst race in history, the worst race ever, and so on. And there's many examples of that. But let's continue with his clip. I'll monetize this.
What he started with, though?
I do. I agree.
The whole disproportion.
Yes, he gave me the stats, and I basically agreed with the stats, so I wasn't sure what he was getting at here.
What he doesn't seem to understand is he's agreeing with the stats just to get me to just leave that alone. The thing is, though, what he doesn't seem to correlate, and this is his problem, major problem in thinking, is that he doesn't seem to understand, okay, well, you've got disproportionate crime numbers. Okay, but then why is it that Joe is constantly defending blacks and browns and minorities when he knows the crime statistics indicates that there's problems in their fucking communities? There's problems in their cultures. Let's continue.
Well, here's what I'll say. At least this is the one thing I pulled from. Mm-hmm. Was at the very end when he said that a lot of people in your audience are anti-white. Is that true? I've never experienced that in your chat.
I don't know what he's talking about there. I mean,
Lie number 6. Lie number 6. Because he's actually on Twitter said that, like, that's racist, like, to some black guy saying something or, you know, whatever. So, and it's funny because he treats the blacks as his pets. You know, that's what it seems to be. And they seem to treat him as their pets. So, little two-way thing going on there. Let's continue with the clip.
AJ Adams does not represent the whole community. Okay, he does
Right.
hate
Yes.
white people, but that's one person.
Yeah, like let me give you, for instance, there's some people who joke about white people.
Yeah, but that AJ Adams actually says funny things, and he makes fun of black people too, and Asians and Spanish people. There's a difference. And plus, I've never heard him say white people are the worst race in history.
People that donate, there are some people that donate who joke about black people and Mexicans. We joke about everybody
Right.
here. So I've heard donators be savage against every race in this community. So I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about.
As Wandi said in the chat, we make fun of all races. I think that.
Hold on. That's another lie. I don't know exactly what he's talking about. He knows exactly what I'm talking about.
The vast majority of people here just don't give a fuck, and we all just fuck around and say fucked up shit.
Well, let me ask this. So there's 400 people watching right now. Besides Wandi, who here watching is anti-white?
Yeah,
in the chat if you're anti-white.
Nothing on that one.
I mean,
All right.
do we actually have? Do we really have a bunch of anti-white people watching?
That's what I'm getting at. That's my
5
question.
white
Like,
people.
Yes, you do. And their comments in the chat, their comments on the videos, and their comments in Twitter show this.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm
I've
anti-white.
never-
No, but I'm anti-white.
Yes, that's established already.
That's what he says, is that I'm anti-white.
Hold on. Now he's changing his narrative. Didn't he just say that I was calling him racist? Weird. It's bizarre.
Oh, I thought he said you.
No, he said no. Listen, no. He says I'm anti-white. No, listen. There's more of this. Listen.
What did I say to defend them against whites?
Well, you'll say white people are the worst ever. You'll say look, we've gone through this so many times. I don't have to continue to remind everyone of all these different things that you've said and how you've sort of defended certain viewers of yours that were against me because I said things that, incensed them because it was on race. Like that, what's that kid's name? Yeah, and this is another reminder, because Joe knows about this, is that, I'll state crime statistics, or I've stated crime statistics on Monetize This. And, then you've got these people who are, saying that what I'm saying is racist, that Joe is supporting a racist. It's just so comical how quick he can change his narrative tune in literally the matter of 15 seconds. Cameron Mitchell, that kid who literally looks like, what is it, Kid and Play? Or one of those, Kid. I guess it was Kid with the long hair, the big hair. That guy, he hates me and he's fucking anti-white. Yeah, that's true. There's been many times where you've addressed.
What does that have to do with the crime statistics?
See, he still doesn't want to fucking acknowledge the fact that he literally panders to the groups that are highest represented in these crime statistics, and he basically excuses them. He excuses their actions and says, well, it's because of systemic racism in America, or because, they grew up poor, and he totally ignores the statistics that disprove them, that have been out there for fucking ever. Look, the bottom line is that you give blacks and Hispanics a pass when it comes to all the disproportionate crime that they commit, and that's literally what I just said. You excuse it as the fault of white people, because white people talk about Mr. Consistent. People are so racist.
I don't know where that clip is, but I'll suck a dick if you can produce that clip.
We know you'll suck a dick even if I don't produce the clip, but like I said, the Grand Tribunal is coming. We're going to try you in absentia, Joe. And yeah, those clips, all of them. It's going to take some time because I've got to go through 300 episodes of fucking Monetize This, but we'll get them all. And we'll establish without a shadow of a doubt, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that I am correct yet again. Let's continue with the clip.
So, and I don't know, he may have a point, he may not, I don't know. but I don't think I've ever personally heard you come on here and like give blacks and Hispanics passes for being responsible.
I'll tell you. Well, I will say that he does that. Look at every time a black guy gets shot or a black person gets shot, Joe instantly jumps the gun immediately. Starts to think, oh, well, this is another case of racism, stupid cops, evil, blah, 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 blah. And then all the information comes out that, no, actually, this person was a criminal. They charged the cop with a gun or a knife. They weren't the innocent person that the media made them out to be. But Joe, time and time again, has done that. Has literally virtue signaled because some criminal got killed. And, I've got to now make a video and show my outrage. Get the fuck out of here. Let's continue with the clip.
Well, for the majority of the crime in the country.
I'll disagree a little bit, but I've taken it in the form of a joke. Like he's telling a joke or just trying to be funny.
Is it the joking, not joking stuff, or is it like...
No.
I don't do just kidding, not kidding. That's for faggots.
Oh, no, I mean, it's clearly one of those, like, Joe goes on a weird rant, and it's just you could tell it's just all for play.
Here's what I'm smelling from this whole thing, and you can call me out on it if you want, but here's the problem with Joe.
Speaking of racists, okay, so we've got Randy Viper in the chat, and he's like, "Is Dave even white? Isn't he Argentinian?" Okay, that's retarded. That is so absolutely retarded. These people don't understand what an Iberian is, a Castillo, a Mestizo, Octoroon. They have no knowledge of anthropology, no knowledge of genetics. Argentina, basically, they wiped out almost all of the indigenous culture there. Very few people are crossbred. With the indigenous culture, compared to, say, Mexico, where 70% of the population is, Amerindian or a mix with the Spanish that conquered the land and stuff. Argentina is predominantly Spanish, German, French, and English. Literally the whitest country in all of South America. So my mom's side of the family is Western Europe. My dad's side is Eastern Europe. Whiter than newly fallen snow. I can't even talk today. Fuck. So there's some evidence that he's ignoring about the racism, the anti-white racism in the chat.
Joe has to depend on his audience, and if he upsets any portion of that audience, it affects his bank account.
Yeah, but you know what? Some of us won't compromise our morals for money.
And this is his job. So whether it's, and listen, if it...
Yeah, so it's his job. So, because it's his job, let's just gloss over crime statistics, ignore them entirely, and then always, present this anti-white bias and make up excuses for people that, just didn't want to turn their life around.
For me, I mean, I can't really say, because I've never been in Joe's position where I have to depend on the opinions and feelings of other people on a chat on a daily basis to whether or not I make groceries at the end of the week. But right. If it were me, this is just me. I feel like I would be consistent with whatever I'm believing, because to me, it would be like disingenuous to do anything otherwise. But at the same time, Joe does have thousands and thousands of people that watch him each week. And if he starts pissing off the blacks, he's going to lose a portion of his audience.
Well, not really.
That is true, actually.
Because they're only Hispanics, which is the majority of his audience.
No, because they make up the black people make only 10% up of the.
See, he's still not listening, because that's what JB said.
Donations, it's 10%. It's like not even. So if anything, I would defend the whites.
10% of the donations and 50% of the crime.
No. See, the thing is, though, you don't defend whites because you're a liberal. You're a dyed in the wool liberal. So no, you would not be doing that because you pander. You virtue signal.
Right, so I would defend
Joe. If they had the reparations, it'd be 80%.
But by this theory, Jesus. I would defend the whites. I would defend the whites by this theory because
no, you wouldn't, because a virtue signaling leftist needs everybody to know that they are the champion of the downtrodden.
50% of the
Yeah,
donators
but what's the
are
fun
white.
in defending the whites now?
I know, but that's what I'm saying.
Western civilization, stability, prosperity.
And that's why I say, wow, we're probably the worst people of all. Like,
let's hear that again.
Whites now.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I say, wow, we're probably the worst people of all. Like,
so now he admits it. Okay, so now we've got to add another one to the list. Okay, another lie. So he's essentially acknowledging that he's now said this, which is in total conflict of what he's previously said multiple times, that he's never said that. Very interesting.
So
no,
that little,
I'm kidding. I always defend the whites.
That little cheeky thing is what he's mad at. But I'm pointing it.
Oh, now it's cheeky. Now it's cheeky. Try with the blacks. How about you say that with the blacks? Do that with the blacks.
Point is, there's no clip of me being like, let me defend all the.
Actually, Scott and I, during Drama Club, we reviewed one video because I just randomly said, okay, because again, Joe starts with this shit, and again. So I just randomly picked a video. It was a Monetize This where I was not there. Guess who was on there? Fucking Pedo Stacy and some other black caller. And that was fraught with fucking anti-white statements. And you could see that Joe was pandering to the black caller. It's so, I mean, that was one episode. And then what is he has the goal to say, oh, that was just one episode. I'm like, dude, I could do this on, like, it'll take time, but I can go through the 200-300 episodes that you have and find countless examples just in one episode. But how convenient that he's like, oh, well, yeah, that was just one episode. Can you show me another example? This is what's called moving the goalposts. They set up an argument and they say, you've got to meet these standards for the argument. Okay, well, I've met those standards. Here's my counter argument. Here's the evidence. No, that's not enough. Now you've got to do this as well as what you just did. That's moving the goalpost. Let's quickly go back to the chat. Hello, Carl Matz. Hello, was it Talk That Talk? I just skipped over somebody. Too Sweet. There we go. Thank you for joining us. Who else? And did I say Tiff? I think so. Carl Matz Tits. Yeah. Carl Matz Tits. Tiff. Let's see here. Sonic Boom says, it depends on how many people are watching. I don't think Joe will call, though he never calls Dave. No, he doesn't. He can't go one-on-one with me. He needs an audience. He needs, like, yes men and cheerleaders. Ken says, what's up? What's up? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Doubtful or maybe? Yeah, you're right about that. Sonic Boom says Bullfrog. And again, last night, told Joe he was going to be his loyal soldier. Someone sent me a clip of that. That's hilarious. All right, so let's go back to the clip here from Monetize This.
I've been calling out the BLM stuff and the fuck.
Bullshit. You've only been calling them out when it became so overwhelmingly abundant that A, they were exactly what I said from the fucking get-go, an organized Marxist group sponsored and supported by Soros and other globalists. And then when this shit first started, he tried to make it sound like, oh, well, Dave hates BLM, so he, must support the KKK, and, he won't, he doesn't think they're the same. They're not the same, though. But he's too stupid to understand this. So let's continue with the clip here.
Fucking SJW stuff.
Listen, whites.
Dude, he's even admitted that he was shitting on right-wing people for a long time and then finally started to wake up and see a little bit of the hypocrisy that was happening between between what the leftists were saying and what they were doing.
They've only been responsible for a couple of bad eggs throughout history. A little bit of slavery, a little bit of nuclear bombs and stuff. So what? Let's move on. It's 2020.
All the yellow people blew up a couple years ago.
We only ended slavery.
Joe conveniently ignores how Mao killed 90 million of his own people.
Right, we ended slavery, yeah.
We've done some good things.
And we listen... And listen, we got rid of like 50,000 yellow people like 80 years ago.
How great is it that white people can take credit not just for slavery but also ending it? We
I
started
know.
it and ended that.
Now this is anti-white rhetoric. I know that JB is joking around here, but Joe is the type of person to believe it. White people didn't start slavery, dummies. To even state that is not just disingenuous, it's radicalizing and grooming people in an anti-white belief. This is insane. Oh, white people started slavery. No, they didn't. In fact, slavery has existed since before history, essentially, since prehistory, since the time that we didn't have the ability to write languages. Slavery has always existed all throughout the world with all the people and all the cultures. Anyone saying anything other than that is an idiot. Yeah, Travis makes a good point. Slavery's been around for a long time. It's literally in the Old Testament. Yeah, no, I know, JB, you were joking and stuff, but like, it's the thing is, though, it's that Joe would actually take that as real, and he said things in the past that are sort of like actually believed it, sort of thing. I knew what you were doing, JB, and I know I recognize that you were trying to keep it chill for the night. After all, you are the protector of the Cronin household, ensuring that he doesn't break anything. But let's go back again and continue.
Shit.
Right.
Oh my god, that's fucked up.
How about, no, we didn't start slavery.
Listen,
okay? Slavery
listen,
existed forever.
See, at least Nerdy got that in.
That's true.
I'm creamy mayonnaise, brother. You're chocolate Hershey. I'm creamy mayonnaise. Let's get together and fuck. Let's.
What? What? What does that have anything to do with it? Like, why does he always have to devolve into this fucking stupidity? Into like, let's make a joke out of a serious topic. Because he, after all, brought it up as a serious topic.
Get together and
don't
fuck and
ever refer to your skin color as creamy mayonnaise ever again.
Creamy mayonnaise.
That's another thing, though, is that he looks at himself like he looks like he's using this comparison just so like creamy mayonnaise. It's like, is that because one of the supposed insults for white people is, oh, you mayonnaise cracker? It's like, I love mayonnaise, I love crackers, like not together, but what's the big deal?
Country is a s'more. Okay, we
how
got
about
brown.
transparent mayonnaise?
All right, let's go back. Let's listen to a little bit more. Let's hear a little bit more. It's great.
When have I
minorities are
We're breaking this down even more.
crimes.
When have I ever done that?
Oh my God, so many times, dude. I wouldn't make a big deal about this, dude. This has been going on for years. I wouldn't be making a big deal about it if there wasn't something to this. And dude, I'm not, and I really do believe that. And I mean, that's why it's this, and everyone sees it for what it is. Tiff makes a great point. And why does everything have to be so sexual to him? And Ken actually makes a good point. It's a nervous condition. It's like a twitch. Absolutely. And this is why many a times in a supposed serious situation, he feels the need to drop a joke or something, try to, again, alleviate his anxiety. Not the only one saying this, though. This has been agreed upon and seen by multiple people multiple times.
Crazy, brother. You sound crazy, brother.
Okay, now we've already had 3 times now. Okay, so remember what I discussed last time. Repetition is used specifically by people like this who are trying to gaslight others to try to convince them of something. It is a Marxist tactic. It's also what liberals use to shame each other to, again, support BLM or something like that. So they make a claim and they repeat it over and over and over again, hoping that it's going to hammer in, and then somebody's just going to say, well, I give up. I can't go up against this criticism against me. I might as well just swallow what they're telling me and be a good little boy and not make any waves. I'm a one-man army, Joe. You can continue to say that, but
are you eating?
Back in the drum.
What?
Are you eating?
I am eating. Yeah, I was starving. I woke up and started eating, and I'm talking to Dave about how I'm a racist to whites.
Oh, another lie. Because he admitted that wasn't what it was, so it's okay. Another lie. We're only 10 minutes in. 8. Oh my God, 8 minutes in, and quite a few lies. I'll count them when we're done.
He's having this super serious race discussion. You're just smowing down on some toast.
Dude, I'm like, no, you're crazy, brother. You're crazy,
defending
brother.
his racism.
Then he's like, oh, this guy. And then he starts naming people who'd have hated me for.
Hold on. No, see, now it's another lie. Now it's a fucking other lie. Naming people that hate Joe.
Years who agree with him. He's like, this guy agrees with me, that guy agrees with me. I'm like, yeah, well, all your friends agree with you? Of course they do.
He's assuming that some people I associate with are my friends. And again, that's another lie. We talked about that the other day. So another point to the list here. Let's save it just in case of anything and continue.
Talking about.
I'll be honest, JB. If I got cornered with something like this, I'd probably purposely fucking eat something too. Like, really, are we?
It was kind of funny. I
Mama
mean,
Club days. You had Mars, Davey, Scott, YR, me, even Jesse.
He names a bunch of horrible people right there, and then he names Jesse for some reason. Jesse, did you agree with
say,
this?
motherfucker.
Did you agree with this?
The worst of them.
Wait, say again. What?
You agreed that I was racist to white people with them?
No, like I said earlier, MTV sucks.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought he was
MTV hates white people.
He was listing off the Special Olympics starting track team, I thought at first.
Hey, look, all the scumbags that agree with me like hate you. Like, well, okay.
You sound crazy, brother.
You can consider people that have agreed to
Nobody
this. So,
agreed to it, bro.
but again,
Nobody
what's so difficult then to debate this? Do you want to explain maybe your take on? Listen, how he's being belligerent. He's asking for something, and I'm responding, and he's just being belligerent and just talking over me.
The best is in a few minutes he's going to start just reading stats over me.
Again, here's the thing though. I'm not reading stats. This guy's an idiot. We already know this. I have this stuff in my head. Okay, I can. Okay, you know what? That's a lie. That's another lie, and I'll tell you why. Because he knows that my memory retention shames his. He knows this stuff. He knows that I remember very well. In fact, almost photographically. And what's up, Yig? In the chat there. And it's just so sad that he does this. But let's go back quickly here. Your take on
the best is in a few minutes he's going to start just reading stats over me.
Yeah, so I'm not reading stats. I'm regurgitating them from my brain, something that he can't even do with fucking basic spelling.
Right? Like, so I like, and reading his opinions over me. So like, I agree with him, right? Already, like, we basically agree, like, on everything. So I don't know where we're arguing.
That's bullshit. That's another lie. Another lie. Oops. Okay.
About, and then he just starts reading stats over me as if he wins because of that. It's
no. See, that's another lie. I don't smash things, Dan. I don't break my own shit. Okay, I'm not a mentally ill, immature child like you are. Okay?
Everything, so I don't know what we're arguing about. And then he just starts reading stats over me as if he wins because of that. It's.
And what I'm trying to make the point of, because I wanted to play that again, is that he wins. No, see, this is what a child thinks. Like, oh, I got into an argument with somebody, and somebody they want to win the argument. It's like, look, if I show you stats, well, there's the evidence right there. Okay? So, this isn't winning. It's like the conversation's over because I've got the proof that proves what I said. It's not winning. But again, the childlike mentality, the victimhood mentality of Joe, he believes that any discussion must have a winner and a loser. Or that he's got this idea that, oh, everyone's opinion matters. And I've already explained this multiple times. Yeah, everyone has a right to the opinion, even if it's wrong, because opinions can be wrong. It's Bullfrog's opinion that he can continue to act like he wants and sexually harass people. Well, his opinion is wrong. Morally and legally.
Very strange.
Can I?
Very strange. It's so bizarre, isn't it, Joe?
Give maybe like a theory or an opinion on Rose.
Theory on this.
He's gonna get pissed when he hears this. But
not pissed.
Yeah, right. So, but yeah, he's gonna get mad. But here's what I think happens, and I could be wrong, but I think he sits around and watches a lot of political shit on YouTube all day. And I think he sees these debates that like Jordan Peterson has and Ben Shapiro and stuff, which I enjoy him too. I'm not hating. I
don't like either of those guys. And no, I don't sit around all day watching political debates.
I watch those.
I listen to talk radio sometimes. Sometimes I listen to police scanners. That's kind of funny. Sometimes I'll just catch up on what played the night before. So if like Ken had Insomniac or something, and it's like a 3-hour show, okay, put that on in the background, and I'll just continue doing my job search over the internet.
Dude, I love them. Yeah,
I've watched. Who's the guy Peterson debated like 4 times? The shit. The fuck is that guy's name? They did like 4 debates in Canada.
The fat guy?
No, he wasn't a fat guy. He was. Do you remember the Ben Affleck's Freak Out on
Yeah.
what's his name show? The
Is
guy
it Richard something? I think I know what you're talking about.
He was
Michael
on the show
Richards.
No, that would have been great. But no, he was on there and he was talking about how Islam is very violent and stuff. And Affleck had his freak out. That guy who was saying Islam is violent is the dude Peterson was debating. Regardless, I think Rose sits around and he watches these and he gets excited because he wants to be in something like that. And I think when he gets the opportunity with somebody like Joe, he wants to almost emulate that.
No.
And again, I could be wrong, but let's not pretend like Rose doesn't love a good debate. Go ahead.
But wait, are you saying that he wants to have a fair debate, or does he want to just?
Yeah, a fair debate. I like to have discussions, like a discussion, because the thing is, though, it only came to a debate because Joe wouldn't even discuss the topic with me. So then I gave him the opportunity to do a proper debate, as Jesse is now referring to. And this is in the other video that I made, and we'll play it later. But it's just like, and I even granted him the opportunity with that challenge to say, why don't we pick 2 moderators, one chosen by you and one chosen by me? I actually treated it like an actual proper sort of presidential debate where the questions would be, provided to both party, just like keeping it even sort of thing, having someone that wouldn't necessarily show bias or, having both, moderators would at least alleviate that sort of concern. I wanted to do it professionally because he just doesn't want to even discuss it. Just like Ken knows, anytime you want to have a serious discussion with Joe, it always goes back to becoming a joke.
Squash somebody.
No, I think he wants to have a fair debate. But I think the fact that Joe is resisting having some sort of real debate is what.
Justin Bailey, the new Dave Rose. He fucking called it right there. Boom. Hit the nail right on the head, JB.
Well, because he says, well,
let me scream statistics.
I got to explain it. I got to explain it. He goes, we need to have a debate about race. And I say, well, why would we have a debate about race? And then he goes, well, did you know this stat and that stat? And I go, yeah, I agree with you. And then
did you know ahead of time this was happening?
No, but here's the point. So
what show is this, by the way? Is this his show?
No, this was just we were on a Skype call. But he goes, this is the stats, and I'm like, okay. And I say, but Dave, I agree with you. And he goes, but no, you don't, because you're racist to your own race.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And it's like,
shout out to the chat, Sam Harris.
What are we talking?
Thank you. That's right. It's Sam Harris.
Sam Harris.
Thank you.
Yeah, that guy.
Sam Harris is really. He's one of my new favorite politicians, and
Hilarious.
He's a liberal, by the way.
Yeah, he's good. He's like, oh fuck, I can't think of
Favorite
the
politician's dead.
Yig makes a good point in the chat. It's been advertised as a debate for almost a year now. Foulmouth Ken says, no, he wants an unfair debate. LOL. Come on, Ken. Travis says, well, Joe just woke up and was eating, so he wasn't ready. But Dave was waiting on Wire Show all day with everything ready to go to Joe, ready to go for Joe to call in. So again, that's fucking great.
All of them.
But the point
if
is,
I could choose to be on some sort of side, like the way Sam thinks is genius. Sorry,
Really?
Joe. Go ahead.
no,
I do kind of I like some Sam Harris stuff. Not a lot of it, but some of his stuff. And still I respect people who can debate well. Like I'm not a fan of what's his name? Shapiro, the little one. Ben Shapiro. But the guy's a savage when it comes to debating, and he's really good at it. And he's very skilled, with the protocols of debate, and very good at remembering things and regurgitating that stuff. And Sam Harris is similar too. So
just don't.
Oh, he's brilliant.
I think it's that it's just so weird. I think he just wanted to sort of bulldoze and say he won, like you said. Like, oh, I'm just gonna say I win, and it's like.
Well, I never said he wanted to bulldoze and win.
No, he thinks you wanted to have a debate.
But don't you think that that's what he's like? Like, because I'm agreeing with him, right? Like, so me and him basically agree on everything. So I say, what's the...
No. See, he's not... He's misconstruing things here. It's... Well, if he wants to argue, what the FBI crime stats are, okay. But, I mean, it doesn't matter whether or not we both say these are crime statistics that we both believe on. We're talking about what comes with it. You know, why the disproportionate crime in certain communities and not others. Doesn't matter that because that's how you start a debate. It's like these are the agreed upon facts. They have it during presidential debates, during fucking other debates. Okay, well, what are we coming to the table with? Okay, it's very similar to, in the sense, think of it more like, well, not equivalently, but think Change My Mind. When Steven Crowder sets up the initial discussion, he's like, okay, well, this is the format and the standard. So we have to at least come with, facts that we both at least agree upon, so that from there we can go to the debate and actually start to discuss, the reasons and so forth.
The debate about, and he's going like Joe's a crazy liberal and Joe is a racist to whites. I'm not a crazy liberal and I'm not racist to whites. So like, what is
really?
What are you saying? Like,
Can I ask you a question? Why is he not here?
Hell?
I don't know. He doesn't.
He left.
Stopped coming on the shows.
Joe.
Yeah, I stopped going on the shows
after Trump lost. That was the day he left.
Trump lost and he just took off. It was weird.
That's gonna have to go as another lie. What happened was during the count, his political show, I was there in the chat. We already discussed this, but I was there in the chat and saw that there was a lot of people on the call. So I was just waiting around, listening to what they were saying, typing a few things, communicating with people in the chat, and just waiting for an opportunity where I might be able to call in and say a few things, because there'd be no chance, or no point in me staying on for for the entire show if he's gonna have 10 people or just cycle through, and I thought that would be better, just cycle through people. So I was in there, and then they're telling me, oh, you should call in and stuff, and I'm like, well, there's too many people, and no, I'll wait. And they took that as like this big affront and stuff, that they were rolling out the red carpet for me, and because I didn't go on, like, clearly I got offended. I was like, no, I'm not gonna put myself through that crap. Like, I don't want to yell over other people. Had nothing to do with Trump's election, or the presidential election, or the results that the media is telling you to believe. But I already knew there was going to be massive amount of fraud at this election, and I've provided the evidence for months now, really, to people. Documents have existed since 2019 that have outlined this, and I was calling this years ago, guys. So I knew that this was going to be another kerfuffle where you wouldn't get the immediate results on that night. I knew that. I knew that there wasn't going to be a selected winner. I called it even on Ken's show when he did the political thing the day before. I was like, well, here's the way it's going to play out, and chances are it's probably not even resolved until January. I called it. So, not too sure how I got onto that, because I do, I've been smoking weed, obviously. But give me a second here when I get back to the chat. Let's see here. A few people. They're still talking about this Harris guy. JB makes a good point. Someone's spiritual opinion doesn't negate their intelligence. I think Joe should be told that multiple times. Let's see here. Oh, we got Jeebus the God. Hello, Jeebus. Some weird account here who's being a troll, whatever. It's not point even reading. Okay, so not too sure exactly how I got on that tangent, but I'm sure it was related somehow. So let's just do a little 5-second rewind and reestablish where I was.
Trump lost. That was the day he left.
Oh yeah, it was the reason. Yeah, okay. So the lie that I left because Trump lost. Okay, so I already knew that there's going to be all these problems and stuff. So we weren't going to get a solid answer. But it had nothing to do with that. And because of the shit that Joe said on that show, which I later reviewed and broke down, I chose not to go on to monetize this the day after, or on Friday of that week. because I realized that this guy is just going to fucking lie and say all this shit, try to make me look like the villain and him look like the victim. And yeah, it's just the same shit over and over again. And I'm just thinking to myself, what's the point? What's the point? Especially because he's added more and more people to the shows and stuff like that. And I don't want to yell over 10 people. Plus, Discord sucks. It's very difficult to fucking be heard sometimes because the system sort of mutes others or lowers their volume while others get highlighted. I don't like staying up till 6 in the morning. It throws my day off. There's a lot of reasons why. But I mean, fact is that I didn't go back on because I just realized after the debate thing, the shit that he was saying on the debate night, it's just like, there's no point. There's no point to continue to do this. He's clearly not even honest about, you know, wanting to do Final Frontier News. So it's just like, why even return? So pulled up the anchor, set out those beautiful sails, get the canvas all untangled, and you know, left port. So yeah, that really is it. And quite honestly, guys, who wants to put themselves through a situation that is just not unenjoyable? You know, sitting around for hours listening to people say dumb things that, I don't know, aren't entertaining, when that was totally different years ago. And it really does rely on a good team of people. And unfortunately, Joe these days is not dealing with a very good team of people. All right. Talk says, title of the stream is Crazy Yo. It's like a book of and chapters. Indeed. All right, so back to the clip.
Yeah, Trump lost and he just took off. It was weird.
I'm just saying, if he wants to have
It's all weird, you know?
have a race debate, why doesn't he just come on here and why don't you just do a race debate?
But what's the...
Well, because we know that just like this situation, Joe needs a team of people to have a discussion with me. He can't do it one-on-one. He can't do it alone. He needs a team. Even when he calls into YR show to Junebug's show, while I'm there, he needs people there. Wow. Scared much or what? I don't understand why you wouldn't do that one-on-one.
Debate about, that's the point. Is like, what are we debating?
Well, what's the point in it all?
Right.
You're never gonna like. He's never gonna like. But
The whole
he's
point
never,
is entertainment.
Yeah, but have a debate with somebody. We agree.
Agree or anything.
But we basically agree. So why not have a debate with somebody else who doesn't agree?
It's like saying we both agree on water being wet. But how do let's debate on what, you know, produces water. How does water come into being? Okay, so yeah, we can agree about water being wet, but then, you know, we have to figure out who is correct, have a debate who is correct on where water forms. This is a basic fucking concept in logic and debate, and it just flies right over his head. And not just like in arm's reach, it's literally fucking in orbit.
Agree with him. I actually kind of agree on most of the things he says.
I feel like this thing skipped the whole reason he left in the first place.
Yeah,
like,
I don't even care about that. I'm just saying what is his fascination with? Just listen to some more of this. I'm confused. I don't know.
Well, for one, I do like to point out hypocrisy. I also don't like the anti-white rhetoric that I've witnessed, as well as the radicalization and grooming that I've seen of people in the chats, convincing them of things that are totally untrue, and thus affecting very malleable people into believing something that actually makes the world worse.
What the fight's about?
Because he loves politics, he wants to do a debate and stuff like that.
But go fight.
No, again, wrong. I wish I was wrong with all the stuff that I fucking predicted. I wish I was fucking wrong. I just pay attention. And again, children, pay attention to Professor Rose. This isn't a fucking game. There's no winners or losers. It's just so, he wants to win. Does a parent try to stop their kid from touching a candle because they want to win? They want to dominate over the kid? Or is it maybe that they want to keep them from hurting themselves?
They always fuck with me on my astrology.
Hold on, Jesse. Here's the thing.
He's the god of war, dude.
But it's like go fight a real fight. Like have a real debate with me on something we actually disagree on. Like don't debate me on something like, well, I agree with you.
You should craft something. Be like, I won't debate you on race per se, but what if I had a moderator come up with tons of questions and then moderated the debate between you
because
guys?
Oh, you mean the idea that I proposed over a year ago, JB, huh? That one? Now, the thing is, though, you don't have to know this stuff, okay? I'm not blaming you or even, like, speaking ill of you. I'm just highlighting here how convenient it is for Joe to basically exclude that little kernel of truth that would have illuminated you. Because I've challenged him, and I've made an actual video where I break down exactly what my thoughts are, what I think is required for debate, and even proposing that we have that we each get to choose one moderator, so that there's two in total, and there's more possibility that it'll be more balanced rather than just one moderator and such. So he's leaving that key piece of information out for JB so that he continues to look like the victim. Because under the mentality of somebody like Jesse or Leah and Joe, he wants to win. Well, if I proposed having not one, but two moderators, I'm not too sure that it's about winning anymore. I'm thinking it's about intellectual integrity and moral fortitude. I'm thinking that it actually is something more like that than he just wants to win. Let's continue.
I'm not, dude. No, I'm never. I mean, listen, dude. I'm not going to do anything.
Why wouldn't you
with
want to do that? Though the fans would fucking love that.
No,
put it on Patreon.
Joe, was he mad that you guys were
put it on Patreon? Sure.
Agreeing? Was he pissed you guys were agreeing? Like he wanted?
No, he started. This is what started it. He started with this.
Lies again, because we heard the YR clip. We know it was YR that started it. Lies again. Another one for the list here.
But why are you?
I know that. But he wasn't happy with it.
He just started.
He kept egging it. Sorry, JB.
I didn't want to debate. I even said so. I was like, but I don't think he wants to debate me. I actually kept quiet for it was close to a minute or something after he came on that I kept quiet until I spoke up. And it's only because it was YR that fucking brought me into it. Really, Joe?
Why are you reluctant to do it though? That's my question. Because it would be good entertainment.
What do you mean to do what? Because it's because
to do what? Literally the subject that you've now been speaking for the last, it was at 28, 15 minutes.
This is what you get.
When were you reluctant?
This is the debate.
What do you get? Fucking 5 people all being yes men to your fantasy of being a victim, Joe?
Debate. This is what's happening right here. This is the debate. Goes, let's have a debate right now. Okay, let's have.
There goes another tick for the lie. People who have been listening to me from the very start, did you hear anywhere in what I said at the beginning of that debate? Because that's what he's referring to on the YR, the original, and then compared to him. But did you hear anywhere where I said that? Let's rewind it again so you can hear the words that come out of Joe's mouth. And yes, I'm sorry, but the again thing is also annoying me. And yes, I realize that I'm saying it. I will try very hard to not do so.
You were reluctant?
Because because this is what you get.
When were you reluctant?
This is the debate. This is what's happening right here. This is the debate. Goes, let's have a debate right now. Okay, let's have it.
Okay, let's have a debate right now. Let me just write this down. Okay, let's have a debate right now. Okay, I'll just put that in the chat. Very nice, beautiful little written record of it. I never said anywhere. I never said anywhere that phrase. So let's play that once more. I find it comical.
Why are you reluctant to do it though? That's my question, because it would be good entertainment.
What do you mean to do what? Because
it's
because this is what you get.
When were you reluctant?
This is the debate. This is what's happening right here. This is the debate. Goes, let's have a debate right now. Okay, let's have it. And then this is what happens.
It wasn't a real debate.
This is the debate.
What if you had a moderator who actually said, "Hey, it's his time. Let him do this." So kind of like you guys did with the whole bullfrog thing.
Man.
Yeah, man. Listen,
hang on. You said that you didn't know this was coming, but someone just said you were reluctant. I think JB did.
I did, yeah.
So how was he reluctant if he didn't know this was coming? He wasn't even able to.
I'm talking about in this moment now when I asked, "Why don't you do the debate?" And he was just like, "No."
Well, because I feel like this is what would happen. This is what happens.
And I'm not trying to pile on or anything right now. I'm just
I'll have it, but I would do it on Patreon if you were the moderator. Yeah, JB, you can be the moderator. I'll do it on Patreon.
Everybody's fucking shows on.
JB, you do it. You be the moderator on Patreon.
And I'm just noticing here, Awandi in the chat of Joe Cronin's show is saying, I think Dave Rose wants Joe to hate whites. That's his excuse. I don't want that. I want the opposite. But, wow. Disappointed in you, Awandi. Very disappointed.
Patreon, let's go.
Yeah. Well, dude, was Dave drinking when this happened?
Listen.
Debate would be.
Listen to more.
I would need some time to get some good questions.
But this is what's going on. He said, "Let's have a debate on race," and I said, "Okay, what's the debate about?" And then it's about this. And okay, well, let's go. And this is what we got.
Let's discuss crime statistics and what are the causes of these crimes. Then you would be forced to confront. Okay, so now he's ignoring what I had said. Okay, he says, "Oh, we all agree on the same thing," but I have to break it down and explain it. Okay, the causes. That was the discussion. Hurts my head sometimes think on how dumb some people are. Very harsh truths that you don't want to admit. The fact is, whites are 27 times more likely to be attacked by a black than vice versa.
And it's like, so where have I ever said that that's not true or that I don't agree?
That's not what's that's not what's for debate, Joe. The debate is the reason behind those numbers. Is that so? Why, people? Why is this so difficult to understand? It's the discussion that he doesn't want to talk about. The causes to the problems. Yeah, we already know the fucking problems exist. Now we got to go to the causes why so that we can fix those problems. Yeah, I know, Joe, it's a tough topic, especially for you because you get feared to be labeled racist or whatever, bigot. You want to name me that? I'll put them on a badge and I'll wear them on a t-shirt or so. I don't give a fuck what you call me. I want to have a proper debate because beyond everything else, the most important thing is the truth. That's what guides my judgment, my actions. And I'm about getting to the truth, not about feelings or getting scared of, this and that. It's just like, let's just figure out what the fuck's going wrong so we can fix it and make it right. But it's this type of scared, coward-like mentality that prevents him from being willing to discuss it and using all these excuses that he's putting up, all these roadblocks, moving the goalposts, all this stuff is basically just added insulation from being forced to do what he is scared to do, plain and simple. But okay, let's get back to the stream here. Tiff says Joe wants a debate, the debate to be on Patreon only. He's the Don King of the community. I can see your analogy. I still think that Don King is a way, way worse person than fucking Joe Cronin. Like, Don King's a real piece of shit. Which is why I can't necessarily fully agree. Joe's stupid, but he's not like the vile piece of garbage that fucking Don King is. But regardless, let's go back to the chat here. Or the video.
Agree with that.
The clip.
That's never happened. I haven't said I don't agree with that.
We'll do this debate, JB, to take the stress off of your back.
Right.
I'll do the questions. You just be the sexy host. You just give the questions, you moderate, okay?
This is going to be a clusterfuck of just dick swinging.
Yeah, see, that's the
got
thing.
JB's heart. What the fuck are you doing?
It's a disingenuous thing. That's my...
Dick swinging? See, you'd have to back it up as to why. You know what? I think the reason why he says that, Jesse says that, is because he's still under the mentality that, like, oh, Dave just wants to win. He just wants to, like, you know, strong arm people and tell them they're wrong, and then, you know, just smile smugly and just. It's like, dude, I wish I was wrong. I really wish I was wrong about all these different things that have come to pass politically, economically. But I'm not going to be repentant on when I explain things months or years in advance and people ridicule me. And then when the time comes and I'm proven correct, I'm not going to let you gaslighting me into believing that you always thought that in the first place, because it's on record that you didn't. And I was the one, you know, considered the crazy one, the black sheep. And then everything comes to pass like I said. And being cowards and hypocrites, they don't want to ever admit that. In fact, it reminds them that they are exactly what I think they are, and that they, you know, deserve, I guess, the contempt that I give them, or the disrespect, if they want to view it as disrespect. But regardless, back to the chat though. I see a new name in here, Mos Hayes. Thank you for joining us. Let's see what else. 46 watching. Yeah, I'm not even looking at the numbers. I'm just going point for point. I'm just staying focused here on the topic at hand and what's, you know, what needs to be discussed and what lies need to be dispelled. Because already, and I'll be counting the numbers, but already there's been so many fucking lies, like blatant, straight out lies. And, you know, obviously a lie is you're saying something that's false that you know is false. It's not an untruth, and there's a big difference with an untruth. But we're not talking, you know, grammar today. Mos Hayes says, Joe said yesterday's show was good because he got some donos. That's how he judges a good show. Oof. That's it's tough, but true. That's very true. All right. A little drink of water, and back to this clip.
Point though, it's just disingenuous. Like there's no,
okay.
I've never said these things. Like I've never argued this. Like this is something you'd be better.
Yeah, but is he saying? But you.
Okay, that is another lie, because it's not disingenuous. Because yes, you have said this shit, but that's what the Grand Tribunal is going to be. That is where we're gonna. Me and my team of investigators is going to literally comb your work. And we're going to find these examples that you conveniently forget or overlook, and we're going to present them in a court setting, online, obviously, and you will be tried for your crimes.
When he brought up that statistic, is he saying that you're disagreeing with that specific statistic?
Yeah, see, listen.
All right, yeah, let it play out. I'm sorry. I keep talking.
Listen to my reaction.
It would be, let's discuss crime statistics and what are the causes of these crimes. Then you would be forced to confront, you know, very harsh truths that you don't want to admit. The fact is, whites are 27 times more likely to be attacked by a black than vice versa. Explain that, Joe. No, it's because white people are racist. There we go. See? Just totally laid out. No, see, you just gloss over this stuff, and
he's just talking over me. Like, what is he doing?
Yeah,
like,
see, I will say,
no, I'm not. I'm still fucking speaking.
Look,
I am actually responding to his question.
Put a period.
Why are we all confused? Do we know Dave just wants to win? There are some times when it's just
no, Mr. Psychologist, no, it's and Mr. Spiritual Advisor, whatever title you want to take. No, it's not about winning, okay? For example, hey, we're driving in a car and you're driving and you're falling asleep and we're heading towards that cliff. Wake up. I'm okay. No, wake up. I want to be right there. I want to be right that you were falling asleep. No, I kind of want to make sure that we don't go both over the cliff.
a debate, but other times, sometimes he just isn't in the mood to win.
There's no winning with him. This is not winning or losing. He's just making stuff up.
I know that.
Another lie. Making stuff up. This is disingenuous. This is disingenuous where he says making stuff up, knowing that he's glossing over so many things and just trying to move on. You can hear this. He's moving on from trying to address some of the, because you got JB talking to him, Jesse, and Nerdy was chiming in there as well. Oh, Drew was even saying something. So hold on, let's just go back a bit.
Sometimes he just isn't in the mood to win. There are some times when it's just a debate, but other times, sometimes he just isn't in the mood to win.
There's no winning with him. This is not winning or losing. He's just making stuff up.
I know that. That's what I know.
See,
that
he's
means
just
keep
making
going.
this up and then bulldozing over me. I've never said anything to trigger.
I'm not making it up, and I wasn't bulldozing over him. You can also hear in YR's thing that you can't hear him that well either. So, the call was, I guess not picking stuff up. But there was times where I literally was just muting myself and, letting him talk and stuff. And then when I start to talk, he's doing it over me. And we'll hear this,
Hear this from him.
That's why I asked if he was drinking too, because sometimes when he's drinking,
and the thing is,
no...
I can make jokes about blacks. I can make jokes about Hispanic people. I can make jokes about Asian people. But because I made a joke about white people, I hate white people.
That's so false and disingenuous. That's so. It's just so. It's misconstruing what he said in the past. This is unreal. Okay. Let me go back to the chat here and quickly just address a few things. Okay, if possible, I'd ask if you guys are going to say something about this debate and not just a conversation between you guys, maybe put an asterisk or something in front of it, so I know not to look at it and waste your time reading comments about going to Sam's Club or some shit like that. And I can address anything that's in reference to this clip here. So just trying to stay focused, people. And give me a second.
I can make jokes about Asian people, but because I made a joke about white people, I hate white people. And
see, I'm going to have to give that as a lie. I'm going to have to give that as a lie because it's just so untrue. Okay? And you know what? We're going to hear why it's untrue. Specifically, I'm just going to write this down. Making a joke against one white, because that's what he said. Or making one joke about whites. Making one joke about whites. And I want to get what he said again.
I can make jokes about Asian people, but because I made a joke about white people, I hate white people.
Okay, I hate white people. This is going to play very, very importantly. I'm setting the stage now for what we're going to be hearing in my challenge video. Okay? He's totally aware of this. But this is the narrative that he's going to be pushing now, okay? So, we've got that on record now that we're going to refer to in a little bit.
And let me tell you the statistics of what blacks do. Like, what?
He knows damn well that you got kicked off for the MTV thing on Twitter. Like, he knows that the whole thing's just not true. It's like he's doing it for fodder, like for...
That has that has nothing to do with it, Jesse. And the thing is, though, Twitter is broken and garbage as it is. So there are other things that people have said about white people that hasn't even gotten them in trouble. But if they used, they've actually done experiments where they then say the same thing about black people and instantly gets banned and their account gets terminated. So this one example where he's messing with MTV, which is a big, they've got a lot of pull there with their social media and stuff. If their pull is strong enough, they might, get you off the fucking internet. But there's literally probably hundreds of thousands of people that have said some of the most vile things about white people and about other people. Christians, you've got Arabs talking about blacks and stuff. That's all left up and people report it and they won't remove it. So, okay, so one time you got dinged, but all this other actual racist shit that is on Twitter remains up. Well, you're the one that slipped through the cracks. I mean, everyone else, they continue to use it, so.
Clicks. And I love Dave. I'm just saying, where's the point in it?
He just bulldozes over. He doesn't listen.
No, it's because white people are racist. No, see, you just gloss over this stuff and excuse.
You're just talking over me.
I'm sure that you guys can hear him very well, hear the distortion very well. His connection was bad.
dude.
This is a rare moment where Dave is louder than
You're just saying this stuff and talking over me. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I've never debated these statistics at all.
you are so eating.
He doesn't seem to understand the difference between a debate and established fact. You don't debate facts. It's like water is wet. No, I think it's dry, or I think it's less wet. No, that's not how a debate works. Yeah, well, I've tried to bring them up with you, and you've again dismissed them like that. So.
Oh, he just did a bullfrog.
What do you mean dismiss them? Like, what? I don't ever remember being like, those aren't true. I never said that. I think you got me confused with somebody else.
No. It's not that it's not true. Is that you're basically misassessing the blame. You're ignoring the fact that you're doing certain things that you can hear. I'm getting so tired of having to repeat myself over and fucking over again. And it really is unacceptable. It really is unacceptable that I have to continually repeat myself when this shit has been out for so long. You know what? We're going to do that now. I'm sorry. We have to. I want you to hear the challenge video. It lays it out. And I'll tell you how long how long has this one been up for? Because the other one I guess was posted on the Drama Club channel, and I don't remember if Scott took it down, so there's the second one. But the first one, 11 months ago, 2 minutes and 9 seconds long, December 29th, 2019. Oh, look at that. Almost a full year. Almost a full year. All right, ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Hello, my name is Dave Rose, and you may know me from my work on various YouTube channels, including this one, the Mars Mirror channel. This video is a challenge and is directed at Joe Cronin, professional wrestling commentator and host of the show Monetize This. You continue to push a false narrative that I and other individuals I am associated with, henceforth known as Drama Club, have said you were a racist. This is not true. In fact, we have all explicitly said that, due to our interaction with you in the past, that we do not think you are a racist. What we, and I specifically said, was, quote, Joe Cronin has, multiple times in the past, spoken derisively about white people as a group disproportionately compared towards any other race, showing a clear bias, end quote. We could debate what's on the record, but I propose something more stimulating. Joe Cronin, I challenge you to a debate on race. You and me, one-on-one, here on the Mars Mirror channel, with 2 moderators, each selected by one of us. However you want to do it, whether moderators are asking predetermined questions, or it's more of an open-ended discussion. I'm game. Of course, I could have reached out to you privately, but I feel this was more effective in getting your attention. So now it's officially on the record. The question is, Joe Cronin, do you accept my challenge?
Can you hear me? Just the 2 of us, mano y mano. I have taken off my makeup. Let's see if you can take off yours.
And an absolutely excellent video, I would have to say. Very well put together, well worded, to the point, and undeniable. So, fact is, he's known about this for a long time. And now you start to see what he was saying is totally baseless, and he knows it. So let's go back to the clip. Let's rewind a little bit here, just so we can establish ourselves right back where we were. And here we go. You're ignoring the fact that you're doing certain things that appear very clearly to be pandering to certain groups. And then you essentially just pass it off as if it was like, oh, Dave Rose is just being crazy. Come on, man. Like, look, knowing how intelligent I am, how can you even say that this is ludicrous when I've been saying this for years, been wanting to debate you on this? There's got to be a reason, behind that. What do you think? Do you think maybe I don't even know what you might be thinking.
If we agree on the stats, what are we going to debate on?
Okay, so that's now the fourth time, basically. The fourth time that he's asking the same goddamn question, and I'm forced to literally re-explain what I've been saying for years, what's well established, obviously, in the fucking challenge video. Gotta tell you, it is getting very tiring for me to hear this guy continually use these, like, just lie upon lie upon lie to justify his stance. Or maybe just to cover up more lies, you never know. Reasons.
I'm burping and shit. Like, if we agree on this,
dude,
that
you're so
behind disproportionate crime committed by blacks and Hispanics.
This would have been one of the presidential elections.
Now, I chose Hispanics because, like, initially I started calling, like I said, brown and stuff, because Joe has referred to Indians as brown or Arabs as brown, so I thought that would be easier. But, you know, like, there's also, I did this also because he's got a big Hispanic viewership that he likes to defend as well. And I thought it would be better to just focus him on, that. And obviously, I never said Mexicans. I said, okay, Hispanics. But he has defended in the past, and again, this helps build my case, and sorry to keep saying again, but he has essentially said people of color, or brown, specifically brown people, like liberals do, for anybody that's not white, essentially, or black. So he's used that term and sort of applied it across the board, and sort of virtue signaled for more than just one group of people.
Didn't get a meal in before the debate.
Where to begin on that? I don't know what.
Because you've defended. Okay, before we continue, because it's just going to be the same shit over again, you can hear that I'm just like, I'm tired, because I was tired. It's just like, I got to explain this again. Hold on a second here. Before I continue, I want to refer to somebody in the chat, but also I'm looking at Joe's chat, and you've got people, apparently they're getting frustrated at the fact that I recognize that I am intelligent, so they don't like that. Jacob RP, as always, chasing the fucking dick. He says, DDR just likes to hear himself talk and be right or sound right. See, this is what low IQ losers think. It's like, oh, he just wants to be right, or he likes to hear himself talk. I don't like to hear my voice. I mean, it's just like, these people are so pathetic, so worthless, that they look at someone who's successful, who's intelligent, who's, more skilled than they are, and they can't stand it. It eats them up alive, and they... obviously I live rent-free in their minds, but it literally destroys them. That's why people like shit and stuff just can't stop obsessing over me. And there's that Cameron Mitchell guy, obviously Jacob RP, and there have been many, many other people, but I don't think about these guys at all. So it's always funny when they pop up. It's like, oh, that's right, you're still obsessing over me. You can't get over the fact that I, made you look like an idiot, or just I'm not going to be shamed by your stupid liberal indoctrination. So, but let's go back to our chat, because it's not just me, it's ours. Okay, let's see here. Somebody came in that was new, I saw. Stephen Langenheim, thank you for joining us. And he says, Dave, were you not able to call in last night? Joe did try to get you to call in? Or did... Last night, Joe did try to... It sounds like you're asking, did Joe try to get me in? I wouldn't know. I didn't get contacted by Joe, and I definitely wasn't watching Monetize This. I'm reviewing this like new, as in I've never heard this before and I'm just reviewing it. I heard earlier this morning the first 30 minutes, 40 minutes sort of thing, and then I had to do other stuff, but now we're referring to this. So I'm not gonna be staying up watching fucking monetize this because it's fucking boring. And yeah, so plus you also know that, and I've done this before where I do call in to Joe's show when we're on the outs, and it's like going into the lion's den. And obviously because he can't debate me one-on-one and refuses to do so because he is a coward, he needs his yes man team. He needs his cheerleaders, and especially he needs a mob, because you'll notice this every time, even when I was on there, where if I start to try to, discuss something with Joe, you'll have all these other people pouncing on me, asking me to answer their questions. Like, but I need to finish with Joe first. Well, what about this? What about that? Well, I knew you were this and that. It's like Leah is like the typical, type of bully where they stand on the sidelines and just like goad people on and then come in and, get a sucker shot in and shit. Like, and they're all like that, but that's how they function. Anyways, let's go back to the chat here. Apparently, Bullfrog he dropped the N-bomb on JB's show yesterday. I couldn't care less. In fact, I'm not even sure why you're here, so there you go. Goodbye. Let's see here. Oh, we got Fallen God. What is he saying? Oh, you retracted your message. Alrighty. Talk That Tot says, I'm high. And I'm a little high too, actually. But regardless, let's continue on, because there's so much more. Offended criminals
What did I say
have
to
committed
defend
hate
it?
crimes and said, no,
Where did I
white
defend?
people are literally the worst race ever. You've said this, dude. You've said white.
By the way, I said this after I literally attacked other groups of people, and then.
Nope, that is incorrect. It was literally right after. It was Dave and some people. Your ambiguity only serves to reveal your lies and misdirection. Don't think this is my first day at the rodeo here.
And somebody said, well, Joe, what about what white people did? So then I go, yeah, whites are maybe we're the worst ever. I don't know.
Bullshit. That's another fucking lie. That goes on the fucking lie list. Okay, there we go. We're now basically 20 minutes in, and the lie list is huge.
And then I fucking went on to attack somebody else's race. So
I would love for him to produce that clip, because I know what I've witnessed, and my memory serves me extremely well. The Force is strong with me. And, well, the Grand Tribunal will reveal that.
So he's hung up on that, like, one little joke zinger.
No. It's, there's symptoms all over the place. There's, I'm trying to think of the right word, but essentially there are red flags in that aspect. So, yeah. Hold on. Let's go back here.
Like, that it's real. Like, I've heard him do hour-long stuff on me when I make a joke, and then he does an hour on Joe believes this, and it's like, dude, that was a joke. Do you know that this is a comedy show? Do you know that? Like, it's not.
Well, if it's a comedy show, it's really not a good one. Also, there's certain things that you don't joke about. You know, making Casey cry about his widow, his beloved past wife. That's not something that you should be debating. You should be even joking around about even things like, oh, I'm gonna dig up my dad's corpse and rape it. It's just like, yeah, I know you're trying to be shock jock, but that's like 8-year-olds trying to be shock jock rather than someone who wants to do it professionally and have a professional standard when it comes to how they run their shows and the content that they feature. It's inappropriate. It's not really funny. and it just doesn't really add to anything. So for him to even begin about talking about jokes, I think is comical, but there's so much more, because there's the traits that he has shown. That was the word I was looking for. The traits that he's shown that show this bias, okay? The clear bias, the immediate jump to the, I guess, mentality of being anti-white, or, I don't know, pandering to the minorities. So, but you see it, the conduct that we've seen Joe undertake shows this. And then there's the words that he's used. There's the statements he's made. And he'll try to put it off as if it was, in a joke setting during a joke show. But hold on a second. But you do talk politics on Monetize This too, right? But what is it? Is it joke? Is it not joke? Hey, maybe there could be certain segments that are actually just about that. Wow. Yeah, that's right, Joe. That surprised look that you have right now on the stream, that's the type of look that you should have. Because yes, you can do that. And in fact, that also sort of destroys your argument, doesn't it? Yeah, that's right. That's the look that you need to have, that I destroyed your argument. Exactly. Okay, let's go back to the clip here.
Not everything is, this is what he believes. Like, what the fuck?
Let's go back a bit.
Me when I make a joke, and then he does an hour on Joe believes this, and it's like, dude, that was a joke. Do you know that this is a comedy show? Do you know that? Like, it's not everything is, this is what he believes. Like, what the fuck?
People are the whoa. He almost said not everything here is serious. So realizing, that would destroy my argument. Gotta just quickly change it.
I mean, if you really want to get into it, I kind of know why all this is going on. I just don't know
please
on the show.
share with us.
Yes, please, Jesse, illuminate us.
Well,
you have wait, what?
Is it because I want to win again? Is that it? Because this is a game, like this is like Monopoly or something. I want to win.
I don't know.
Please.
I don't mean
dramatic?
details. I don't have details from anyone. Bullshit drama. It's just psychological analysis. That's all it is.
All right, Dr. Freud, please tell.
Well, I don't know what
all it
it
would have been.
That Joe found a better version of him.
Dude, no. Dave wanted to do some stuff when we were all trying to kick shit around before this shit kind of hit the fan again. And I think he just got pissed about all of that. Like he feels like he was underused, undervalued, and he just got tired of it.
He does this all the time.
Chicken salad.
Okay, there's another live from Joe all the time. Okay, and no, we will not excuse your verbal ambiguity, Joe. It's not acceptable. Because now this is a serious topic, right? So that, as opposed to the jokes previously. So now it's a serious topic. We should get actual facts. So let's rewind just quickly here.
He feels like he was underused, undervalued, and he just got tired of it.
He does this all the time.
Chicken salad out of chicken shit.
See, Jesse does raise a good point. Now, I'm not angry, but I am tired. And I told this to Joe. I'm tired of fucking running around after him, trying to work around his schedule. When he tells me to be available and I end up waiting 2 hours before, he says, we're going to have to do it another day or maybe in a couple of hours. So, I realized that there was no point in doing that. So, but I was still, working on Monetize This. So, and the chat logs that I've downloaded from Facebook already fucking prove it. Where I've asked him multiple times, just be serious with me. Are you? I said like something like, just be honest with me. Are you serious about continuing Final Frontier News or going forward with the plans that you said to make it serious and make it big and all that, or not? Just yes or no. Just let me know. And then you got some fucking stupid, like, oh man, it's been a crazy day. You want to suck my dick or some stupid shit like that, Again, good psychological analysis. I don't know why Jesse's not doing it on Joe. Is that, again, sexual jokes to try to diffuse a situation because he's too cowardly to just confront what he's doing? The repeated patterns that he does?
When we had chicken salad, we didn't have chicken shit. Now he's just trying to make something out of anything. But he wanted to do it then. And I think he just is like, fuck it. I'm going to make anything now. But I think
false. I was actually, if Jesse really wants to get into things, shit hitting the fan and shit. What about the fact that I've been working with Nikki Nines, and Joe didn't like that at all. So maybe you should be focusing your mirror powers on him, Jesse, and focusing on that, on how that soured situations. Could that be the reason why maybe Joe was avoiding me for Final Frontier News and stuff? You never know. But Jesse needs to be paying more attention to his surroundings rather than far off sailboats.
Originally, he really did like Final Frontier, whatever these things. I think he just was. He wanted to be productive. He wanted to do things, and above all, he wanted to do it with you.
Yeah, and I wanted to do it with him.
Not all these other people. But this is because he couldn't do it with you.
But this is the reason why I can't do things with him, because it's like, you're really gonna say all this crazy stuff. Like, I mean, what?
Crazy stuff. Okay, so I don't think that at any point we've established that anything I've said is either insane or untrue. So using the crazy word doesn't advance your argument there, Joe.
Not just do shows with me.
Also, Jesse makes some very good points. It's not the motivation for me to. It's a portion of the motivation of me to sail away, but it's not entirely the whole thing. It's like literally like, okay, I don't break shit, okay? I don't break my own stuff. So I don't go pouting around and fucking have a tantrum. Okay, I just say, you know what? I'm tired. Tired of the situation. I shouldn't have to expose myself to a situation that leaves me unsatisfied, tired, unfulfilled, right? If unhappy. If like I'm not having fun, like why am I staying up 5 hours, on a Friday night when I could be going out, when I could be doing something, I could be, doing a lot more, really. Why am I gonna? People seem to think that everyone should be a glutton for punishment. Why? Why do I have to continue to go into a situation, especially as he's been, even before this, has been adding more and more people to the call and thus making it more difficult to even like have a show. So why is this like a conference call meeting, or is this like an actual show that you're running? I mean, yeah, it's fun when you've got the right number of people, but when there's too many, you can't even communicate. So it's just like, what's the point even, there?
Instead of saying that I'm a racist to whites.
Well,
like what the fuck?
Well, I guess the way I'd answer that is on, I think, the first video he did after he split recently. He was trying. He said multiple times, which I agreed with. He said, "I would have loved to just said this in person," but he's like, "I can never get a hold of the guy." And it's.
But
like,
that's not true, because we were.
Another lie. Jesse raises a good point. It's not a reasoning for it, but he raises a good point that this adds to the situation where you can literally not get in contact with the guy. So that another check mark has gone to the lie list, and we're going to continue.
We're literally back and forth in the DMs on Facebook.
Yeah,
and literally our face never not one message to me ever about like I'm going to do this or that. No message.
Oh wow. Now that's a lie. Because he actually, when I told him, because when I posted the second time, the same video that I just played, which is a video on Mars's Mirror channel, be sure to check him out. It was posted on the Drama Club channel, which I don't know if it's Sonic Boom or Reality Shift or whatever, but it was on that second channel as well. And at that point, I messaged Joe directly on Messenger, and I said, here's the link. Now you have no excuses for for saying that you don't know about this challenge. And what does he tell me? Oh, go debate so-and-so. I've got to look up his name in the chat logs. I can't remember who it was, but he literally says, go debate so-and-so. It's like I don't know who, I think it was somebody who actually appeared on a Drama Club show. I think it was Y Society. I don't know. It was somebody that appeared briefly, I guess, on a Drama Club show. So, and because he was there or something, I guess, and Joe, who never watches, was clearly witness to it, said, oh, go debate him or some shit like that. And I've got the logs to prove it. And I can easily pull them. Well, not easily. I've got to pull them up. But I can pull them up easily. No, it's not easy. It'll take some time and it will distract me from the show. But I can pull them up if you want. But yes, that is what Joe said. Let's continue.
Nothing about
See,
nothing.
then I'm hearing opposite.
I literally our face never not one message to me ever.
Okay, now here's another thing that he's doing is that he's basically, because he knows how I felt after the debate show, Where it's just like, dude, like there's just too many people and shit. Like he just literally thinks that he can just sit back and say, well, I'm such a great person that I give Dave the opportunity to come on to monetize this, and I'm just going to sit back and wait for him to contact me and come back begging for forgiveness and, you know, come crawling back, you know. But the thing is, though, until that point, I was communicating with the guy, and the logs will prove this. I was trying to find out answers about fucking Final Frontiers, even sending him fucking articles like to try to spur him to move. It's like, you know, first of all, he doesn't prepare for his shows, period. And, you know, he relies on me. So I'm like, by at least having the information that's provided there with these articles, at least he can say, oh, okay, well, that's covered. All I got to do is just click live and we can at least, you know, throw out one video or something. You know, basically doing all the work for him. But back to the clip.
Ever about like I'm gonna do this or that. No message. Nothing about nothing.
So he's again thinking that he needs to be able to sit back and somehow I'm gonna come to him. Not that he had that tantrum on that show with, you know, Jesse and all these other people, that I should have been on that show and called in and subjected myself to that insanity of 10 people and stupid political talk that nobody knew what they were fucking talking about and stuff. Like I should have submitted myself to that.
Then I'm hearing opposite.
I have the DMs. I have the DMs. Even and
the DMs that you'll never show, will you? But I will. And Jesse just said something very interesting. So let's go back there.
Back and forth in the DMs on Facebook.
Yeah.
And literally our
face
never not one message to me ever about like I'm gonna do this or that. No message. Nothing about nothing.
Then I'm hearing opposite.
Okay, so yes, he is hearing the opposite because I've even told Jesse and stuff, and he's seen these videos and all that other stuff, so he knows that what Joe is saying is not true. He knows that it's the total opposite.
I have the DMs. I have the DMs. Even and by the way, the last time
I got you.
He has the DMs. What DMs? The ones that you said I didn't send? That's really weird. The ones I did. Come on, you gotta be a little more specific here.
By the last time, by the way, the last time that he left, he went and did this whole debate thing, and I guess.
Oh, interesting. Somebody's memory's coming back.
He made a video about it. I never saw the video, but my DMs are open, and he never DM'd me and said, "Dude, I want to debate you about something," and so here's a DM to tell you. So, and he never did that. I never knew about it.
I'm not talking about debate.
Well, the chat log proves that is a lie. So there goes another notch there to the list of lies.
No, I know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying the guy never DMs me. It's not about that because if it was about that, you would.
Hold on. That's another lie. He never DMs me. Okay.
DM me privately and say, "Hey, here's how I'm feeling," or "Here's what's going on." But no, you didn't.
That's another lie. I have done that.
Do that instead.
I basically said it's really frustrating. Like you're stringing me along. I've said all these things that basically sort of conveyed. I wasn't like yelling at him or using expletives or anything like that. I was just like, dude, like this is tiring. Like, can you tell me the truth? Like,
no, he did. But I think he did.
What's going on? But no, you didn't do that. Instead, you did it live.
No, he did. But
there you go, Jesse. He sees it.
I think he did it.
Yep. You know, right, Jesse? I did.
He didn't wait. Like once you didn't get a hold of him.
We really got to move on. This sucks. Let me play.
Oh, so now that Jesse is bringing up things that are forcing Joe to confront that he's a liar. No, we got to move on. How convenient.
I know. Well, we were moving on. That's kind of why I was doing it because I wanted us to just kind of squash
Let's play a little bit more of this. Let's play a little.
Moving on. That's
now.
We really got to move on.
I think he did it, and he didn't wait. Like once you didn't get a hold of him.
We really got to move on. This sucks. Let me play some more of this.
Well, we were moving on. That's kind of why I was doing it because I wanted us to just kind of squash
Let's play a little bit more of this. Let's play a little bit more of this. See where it goes, and let's move on back to the donos and the wheel.
See where it goes.
And Leah's going to come live in front of JB. It's going to be crazy.
Oh, that's something that many people have been discussing. It's not the topic at hand, but yeah, the little jabs at JB throughout the night. People have been telling me that there's these sort of... I've got the clips that I can play that people sent me, but it's just like some sort of sexual thing. I think Tiff mentioned in the chat. We'll get into it later, but it's not really the point of this video.
A tweet as well.
Okay, go ahead.
That's coming in. No, I'll wait till you're.
Okay,
we're done
well,
with
this is going to be really interesting.
And by the way, can I say real quick?
Yeah.
How funny would it be if we actually did a debate where I moderated, Dave Rose shows up with like a fucking like one of those like those folders that like lawyers roll into the courtroom.
Oh yeah, he would totally do that.
I would totally do that.
To go, but you just sit down with like a Whopper and fries and you just eat the whole time while he's all.
I would say probably no more like Dunkin' Donuts.
Serious about it? How fucking funny would that?
Well, that's
you got a post-it note.
That's about what it would be like. That's about what it would be
walk
like.
into the courtroom with his his entourage of pedophiles and fucking Mongol.
Montourage? You mean entourage there, nerdy? I mean, you couldn't even get the joke out, properly.
Who, Joe?
The funny thing, the weird thing is that.
So basically, nerdy is sort of insinuating that my entourage consists of pedophiles. Interesting.
Like, I basically made a joke like, oh, white people are the worst ever, just kill us all. And he's like, oh, you really mean that? But then he'll like call black people the N-word on the show and be like, that's not racist.
Yet again, he was talking about one instance, but, from the way he's describing it, it doesn't really appear that way. Also, he doesn't want to sort of, and this is what he always does, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, but he knows he can't win a debate against me. But what he does like to do is he likes to see people try to fight against me. So he'll put them on a call, or he'll try to set up a fight between me and, Nerdy or Leah or something. And just sit back and try to just, laugh and add fuel to the fire and all that. And with that, I think it was TJ, the TJ guy. They called in from some part on the East Coast, and he's a black guy. And yet again, with the attitude of those on his show that were basically acting in the mob mentality, he decides to now add in TJ, fired him up, because obviously I've got no problem discussing race without emotionally investing myself. And this individual refused to actually have a proper discussion, refused to even have a debate. As such, and then became belligerent. So now I can't even, and it's like dealing with Joe Cronin. That's probably why I invited him on. But now I'm dealing with an individual who really just wants to yell at me, right? It's like, but you're a nobody, for one. And you can't even argue what I'm talking about. So you resort to actually yelling, speaking over somebody, just being belligerent, not allowing to have a discussion. So you prove me correct in my assessments of you, TJ. So you're not acting like a black man, clearly. So you're acting like you know who, like you know what. And because of that, I know that you're going to act in a certain way, especially if I use certain words that will trigger you, because a real person could be called anything in the world and say, sticks and stones, baby. But a jogger will get easily triggered by a word. And I made this point on the show. Why am I not triggered by cracker, mayo, whatever, all these stupid words? Because it's just a fucking word. And even Scott McKinnon recognizes this about the, giving power to words, and essentially understanding how words can be used, as well as how you can just remove all power from words in the first place if you ever gave them power, which they never really should have. Just a very esoteric and proper discussion with Scott compared to this, which is literally what Joe wanted. Joe wanted Dave to be put in his place. This is always the case. We saw it with Shid, where there was this other guy, and this is that point that I always go back to, refer to, where he was in somebody else's chat, and I've got to put the screenshot up at some point, but some guy tried to debate me, and he failed miserably, and Shid was like, oh, I hope that you have better chances at humbling Dave Rose, because I failed or something. And it was just so funny that I live in these people's minds, and they need to see me defeated. They need to see their loss turn into a win, because they were never able to get one over me. They were not able to debate properly. They can't even recite information. They think that somebody like me needs to read it from a piece of fucking paper. They can't stand it And as such, they need to bring in the big guns. They need to bring in whatever they can to try to get that win. They can't stand it. And I personally love that infuriation that people get when they just can't get something out of me. And especially for not bending the knee to them. They die. So in regards to the TJ discussion, because he doesn't want to have a proper debate, he doesn't want to even discuss things in a cordial manner. And I've had discussions like the other day with Jacob RP where I destroyed him literally, and I didn't have to raise my voice or anything like that. Even with Joe to a certain extent, although this last time recently, it's just like he kept asking the same thing over and over again. I'm tired, and it's just like, dude, like you're doing this on purpose. So, obviously now I'm getting a little bit annoyed. But, yeah, this guy, TJ, wouldn't let me talk. And since I knew how to trigger him, because I knew what he was, well, I was easily able to do so. And Joe, the shock jock, who's more than willing to say nigger in private, and I can confirm that, yes. Because he'll say that fucking when he mutes. And he says other things, obviously. But the shock jock, who can't stand the fact that he's getting shocking content from somebody who's actually going to bring proper discussion and debate and facts against someone who literally is incapable of probably, changing a tire or something. And, he's going to act in this way that, I'm the villain for being shocking and speaking the truth, really, while he has to fucking mute himself just to when he's doing a dig, for example, at somebody, or he's doing a crass joke that he doesn't want people to listen to because then, oh no, the minorities might get offended. More evidence of pandering. More evidence of pandering. So let's go back to the chat here real quick. Behave, people. Nerdy has turned yes man. He always was a yes man. That's the thing, though. That's JR4 the third that says that. But I kind of like the guy when he came out at the beginning, and he was like, I guess on Drew's show and stuff. I thought he said intelligent things. But he instantly came out firing on all cylinders against me because I had, put Joe in his place or I'd walked away or whatever. And he just can't stand that. Just like Leah. They can't, accept that sort of thing. So they're just bitches, both of them literally. And they hold grudges, they don't let go. Their boyfriend there was offended, so therefore they've always got to be on guard for him. And welcome to Pro V69. Be sure to check him out on Twitter. I'm not sure his on Twitch because he plays them video games. But yeah, check him out. Says Jacob was destroyed. He just the sweat of the balls, Dave. Jacob is a wannabe dude. He is, yes, very very questionable in his masculinity. But okay, so yeah, I basically just explained a little bit more further about the TJ thing. And it's funny, though. He refuses to acknowledge what happened that night, or at least in the proper details. More, it's like Dave just came out and he instantly just put on a white hood and just went to town. No.
Right. It's true.
TJ.
Yeah.
Can we listen to that? That's good stuff.
Yeah, well, and also I've defended him too, by the way. Isn't it also funny that I've defended him? I
defended Joe Cronin while I was part of Drama Club. Dude, I just won that hand, okay? You can't bring that sort of, that card to play when I can fucking just trump the entire hand. No. Sorry. I played defense for you when you didn't deserve defense. And in front of fucking the powerhouses that were Drama Club, okay? At the height of its power. I played defense for you.
Defended him against the audience, telling them, like, I don't think he's really racist. That's why he's still on the show. And people are like, get him off the show, get him off the show.
For sure.
Oh, you mean the racist viewers that I've been referring to? Those ones, Joe? The ones you said that don't exist?
And I defend him, but then he goes and says that I'm racist. Imagine that.
There goes another point for the live file. Or the lie list, I should say. Again. Never said you were racist. He still can't. He can't separate racist and anti-white. He probably because he thinks only whites can be racist. Very interesting.
Defending you for saying the N-word, and then you go call me racist to whites.
Do you see how did you realize that none of this, he doesn't believe any of
No,
it,
I know,
what
he doesn't.
saying
He's
about
just
you?
making it up. No, I know he's making it up. I get it.
Making it up. That's going to have to go on the list. I'm not making up that this guy can't debate, that he's refusing to acknowledge certain things, that he's lying. No. Let's go back to the chat real quick since I have that paused. Travis says, Dave, the victim outcry stuff really annoys me. I just wish that the whole thing would stop. So do I. Talking about losing this and that, Leah leaving, kids starving, woe is me. It's just too much. It does get draining. Very draining when someone wants to be the victim all the time.
Like, he knows what he's doing. I get it.
I know what I'm doing. Like, as in I know how to debate, or I'm like purposely trying to entrap you. It's not the latter. I can tell you that.
It's a smart move. I get it.
Oh, that's what he's. Yeah, that is what he's thinking. He's thinking I'm trying to entrap him.
I think it's a desperate or like a last resort move.
Well, it's a dumb move because now it's like I won't work with you again. But it's.
No, see, it's not desperate, Jesse, because the fucking first video is 11 months old, almost a year old. Okay, so no, there's no desperation. The other video was probably published 6 months after that because I think me and Scott went our way about 6 months after that point. So yeah, that's not the case. And he says, "Oh, did he say smart or not smart?" Let's go back. You had black
or like
people
a
or
last
brown
resort
people.
move.
Well, I get it. He's making it up. I get it. Like he knows what he's doing. I get it. It's a smart move. I get it.
I think it's a desperate or like a last resort move.
Well, it's a dumb move because now it's like
a dumb move.
I won't work with you again.
But that's. I mean, what's the catch, Joe? Where's I don't see the downside. So now I don't have to chase after you for Final Frontier News. I don't have to stay up hours for fucking monetize this. I don't have to be bored, basically, unentertained while being on a show trying to even get a word out because there's so many people on the call and because the terrible technology used to run it just prevents any, possible discussion, anything. So I don't see the downside here. I do like to go back to the comments that were in some of your chat, or actually that I saw. Just a little, I scroll up here, but regardless, it was basically saying Dave Rose was the best co-host you had left, and now he's gone, or something like that. And I kind of believe that is true, but hey, I mean, if you think it was a dumb move, okay. I mean, you know that you're not very logical as it is, and don't really see the big picture, but okay.
And that's what he wanted, I think, and that's what sucks. That's all he wanted.
Right. I'm black. That's true.
Fucking, saying things either on calls or on chats, and you're like, you're right, dude.
Okay.
Even in fucking tweets and stuff, you're like, you're right, dude. White people are the worst ever and stuff. And it's just like, dude, like, either you're pandering or you really hate your own fucking race. And I really. Okay, so never once did I say racist. Pandering or hate your own race. I don't know which one it is.
Oh my gosh.
What specific instance did I say this?
Listen to him. What specific instance? Again, he's going back to, give me the proof. When he has been presented with the proof, he dismisses it. He moves the goalpost.
Somebody, white people are the worst ever, to somebody to admit
We're
to them
talking
that.
to a black caller. It wasn't Stacy. This dude, that's the one I really want to find. That was the one where he said it truthfully. That's that, and I'll narrow down. Me and my investigators. Once we go to the Grand Tribunal, all the information will be ready to go, and we're gonna have that particular example as well as many others. It's happened. We've already gone through this. That we know that my memory is really good. Remember, now this is gonna trigger people. Remember, They confuse my confidence for arrogance. Plus, they confuse my skills for hubris. But we already know that I've got a good memory. Am I going to be shamed because I've got a good memory? No, fuck that. If you really want me to dig,
it's so good. I don't.
Why don't he just come up with an example?
It's so good. I don't know what I'm saying, but I will say I did say that. I will say I did say that. I will cover him. But
Stacey,
interesting. So now he's admitting, because he has in the past said I've never said that before. In fact, I actually believe he said that earlier in the show in the clip that I was playing, or that I'm currently playing. That I've never said that before, but okay.
Stacey's only half black because he doesn't have any legs. So
Stacey's looking for a kid.
That's kind of funny from Drew. He's got no legs, so he's half black. Keep it to my files. I can't
have legs.
Nope.
No eyes.
Thing is, though, I know this as a fact. Many other people have witnessed it. Okay, so why do we keep trying to say, oh, well,
oh my God, what the fuck?
Bit of an oversell, Drew.
Yeah, calm down, Drew.
That was great.
I'm actually saying.
I didn't even catch what happened there. I don't think we even need to rewind, but it's just like, you can tell. As a listener, you can't even tell what's being said. Imagine being on that call. Back to the chat here, since we have it video paused. Welcome Will 10, who apparently showed up a little while ago. Okay. Let us continue.
Saying, oh my,
I'm fucking guard guts, faggot.
I'm actually laughing at Drew's laughing. That's what I'm laughing at. That wasn't the joke. It was Drew's laughing.
Yikes.
Like, I'm
Third
set.
comment?
Let's
fuck you, JB.
Never be a fourth mic.
Oh, come on.
To dig deep into my files, I can. But the thing is, though, I'm
going to dig deep into my files, he says.
No, this is a fact. Remember, this is coming from the same guy who also says he's got his files and his clips and his screenshots and shit. So who are you ridiculing here, Joe? Many other people have witnessed it. Okay, so why do we keep trying to say, oh, well, I want you to give me a notified, notarized fucking document that indicates I did it on this date. Dude, you've done it.
By the way, Dave would expect the same.
Me making
also, yes, and that's why the Grand Tribunal will be done just like JB said, with the fucking me coming into court with the fucking lawyer, container basket thing on wheels. He's going to show up with his fucking, his ripped jeans and his backwards hat, his puka shell necklace, and some Dunkin' Donuts.
Joke about the white race.
Yeah.
Everything that he's saying is what, Trump gets accused of being racist, and he says, well, name an example,
right,
and I'll believe it. And you're doing this exact same thing where he's calling you a racist, and he's saying, well, he's making up the stupid defense. I'm sorry, I just wanted to point that out.
Also, that's not a debate. If it was a debate, for example, I would have all this evidence ready to go. This is just excuses here from his yes men. Okay? Remember the time that he's calling at this point at YR's show. First of all, he tries to ridicule me that I'm pulling out stats from my head, but then now is, criticizing me that I don't have all this information ready to go, like all the clips about Joe. Like, I'm not Joe, who leaves his computer running literally 24 hours a day, has a soundboard there with all these clips that are just ready to play, like what happened with Ken the other day, where he didn't want to bring it up, but Jesse brought it up, so he instantly went into it. And magically, all those clips were ready to go. That's called premeditation, Joe.
I know, it's ridiculous. He's just mad that not only whites love me, but blacks and Hispanic and Mexicans and fucking Chinese and Japanese. He's mad that all the races love me. He's mad about this.
Is that a joke? Because it's not really a good one. It doesn't really defend your stance, and I really don't understand the relevancy that it actually has in the points that I actually raised in a properly and serious manner. Let's continue on and go to the chat because there's some more activity here. Let's see here. Jen says, hello, Dave. Hello back to Jen. We have Dave never called Joe racist or racist towards whites. Just saying that that's not Dave's argument. At least that's not what I'm gathering. That's correct. That is not my argument. And the challenge sort of explains it. It's the disproportionate amount of criticism that he lodges specifically against whites compared to all the other groups. And in a proper debate, crime statistics would be brought up to discuss that. So he can't understand the necessity to have a discussion that is wide-ranging to properly have a debate, and how two, according to him, unrelated issues are totally related and need to be, you have to talk about the correlation between the two. Again, logic, scientific study method. This to me, this is normal stuff. Just like I eat and breathe, like to me, this is just normal. It just seems normal to me. It's like, it's not hard. It's not challenging. It's just what it is. But for Joe, it just seems to be that this is beyond his it's obviously beyond his pay grade. He doesn't have comprehension as to what is involved in actually having a proper debate and the necessity to have information to bring forth that allows for that discussion to be had.
Let me throw something out there too real quick. I actually expect more of Dave Rose, because if he does have all these examples of you being anti-white and stuff like that, I would assume if whatever show this is on or whatever you said, I would imagine he would have been prepared with examples to prove, like, here's Joe being anti-white.
See, this is the problem now. Joe sets it up, and that was convenient of him not including that beginning of the clip. But Joe sets it up like this was like, I was waiting around all day, like Travis said, for Joe literally to call in. So, yeah, I would have had all that information if that was the plan, if he had chosen to agree to the debate. No. He now is in the perfect victimhood highlight spotlight. He did everything right. It was Dave Rose that somehow accused him of these things, but didn't have anything to pull out to prove that he, what he was saying. So clearly Dave Rose is talking out of the ass, and Joe Cronin gets another win. Look at this. This is not only just character assassination. This is how you frame a situation. Like, it's like the media where where they film the reporter who's knee deep in water, and somebody takes another shot, and literally they're just kneeling in the water. And if they stand up, it's actually by their ankles. This is this level of duplicity that Joe Cronin is currently running. So of course he's going to easily manipulate people and convince them of things that are totally misconstrued. This is amazingly insane.
Right. Here's the audio. Here's the transcript, whatever it may be. I figured that seems more Dave Rose.
See, I love you, JB. I love you. You smell it. You smell something's up. You smell it. You know something doesn't fucking match.
Then to go, well, you were on the phone with Stacy, but that's not the point.
Right.
Like, that to me, that's just not a Rose move.
Well,
that's right, JB. Another point for fucking JB, man. It wasn't a Rose move. It was a YR move.
Him for being prepared for whatever conversation.
God damn, I love you, JB. Happy Thanksgiving 1,000 times over.
Like, right now, I could already, like, if he was on the call with me, I could have just turned it around on him and said, well, that's fine. You think I'm racist to white people because I said we're...
You keep trying to change the narrative at every point, Joe. I didn't say you were racist. Stop it.
One of the worst races ever. Oh, my God, that's the worst thing. Well, let me talk about you saying Alabama wind chime.
That's a funny joke that I didn't make up, that it's used, and... Okay. Oh, a racist joke. Oh, my God.
And hanging people and how certain people shouldn't be able to vote.
Okay. Now he's misconstruing things. Hanging people. Yeah, I've said that Hillary Clinton needs to hang. I've said pedophiles need to hang. Okay. People who shouldn't vote are. Okay. This Marxist here, who claims to be an independent, seems to think that if the government, big government, somehow declares you mentally ill, no, you should not have a firearm. Who knows what the government thinks is mentally ill? Like, actually not liking big government? Oh, that's mentally ill. No, it's just logic. So he would be under the logic of, oh, well, big government, they're always looking out for the best of us. If they say you shouldn't own a gun, you shouldn't be able to own a gun.
And you calling...
But hold on a second here.
Saying Alabama wind chime.
But you saying that people shouldn't be able to vote, no, like on a meritocracy, as in having a society where you actually have to prove that you're not a fucking idiot like Bullfrog, that you have a civic duty and you understand it. That's not a radical idea at all. And because certain people who haven't been vetted to be mentally fit have been allowed to vote, you get the situation you get in America. So this is another mentally ill statement by Joe, because he cannot see the double standard hypocrisy of, on one hand, banning people from owning firearms because somebody says they're mentally ill, but on the other hand, actually making a statement, like I did, about certain people not being allowed to vote.
And hanging people, and how certain people shouldn't be able to vote.
That was
and
a
you
bad
calling,
one.
and you're going around calling people joggers in place of the N-word.
That's also funny, because there you go. Now you can't fucking shame me with your fucking liberal fucking shit. Is every black person a jogger? No. But I've been clear about this. This is where you, Mr. Butthurt Liberal, try to make it about race. This is where you try, and I've always said it's a mentality. Regardless, let's continue with Joe's tirade, because he clearly doesn't understand basic things. Again, this is coming from the shock jock, okay?
And you're calling black guys the N-word on my show.
That's going to have to go on the lie list, because he said guys. That was just TJ.
And you're saying this and that, and you're talking about people.
This and that. I'm saying this, y'all. I'm saying that, y'all. I'm saying this and that, y'all. Very ambiguous of you.
People being superior. Like, I'm so.
Hold on. That's one of my favorite words. Let's go back.
Calling black guys the N-word on my show. And you're saying this and that, and you're talking about people being superior. Like.
What's people being superior? Of course. There's always a bigger fish. There's always someone who's superior to somebody else. Are you offended at the possibility that somebody might be superior to somebody else? Somebody has skills that somebody else doesn't have, and therefore, by definition, they're superior to them? Somebody might be stronger physically than somebody else. By definition, that's superior. This is what happens when you're a liberal fucking faggot piece of shit that never even bothered to pay attention in school. You don't even have the first idea about language. And actually, Mos Hayes says a great point. Thank you for bringing up that double standard there from Joe Cronin. But let's forget Drew called heist the N-word. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. J.R. Ford III said, and sorry if I haven't been keeping up with the chat here, but anyone who's been around for 2 or more years should have the belief that Joe Cronin, has white guilt shrouded in pandering to his chat full of victims. If not, you're a dono mark. Go buy a championship, Mark. That you got to frame that statement. You definitely got to frame that statement. That's fucking so spot on. So spot on. And just so well said. It's perfect. And you raise a great point, because Joe continues to try to gaslight people to say, where are people saying this? Where are people saying what you're saying is true? Where have people agreed with you? You can take a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink. J.R. Ford III clearly sees this, as have many other people. But now we have a transcript here that will be notarized and presented during the Grand Tribunal. So I do appreciate that, your submission for testimony. And we also will be taking witnesses during the Grand Tribunal via Skype call. It'll be obviously remote, and we'll have the social distancing and the mask use and all that sort of thing. So and if you need to keep your identity secret, we will have black screens and voice changers to ensure that you are not identified when you testify against the crimes against humanity by Joe Cronin. So now let's continue on with the rest of this. We are now at, we are now at 30, just close to the 30-minute mark of Joe speaking about me.
I'm sorry, there's a million reasons of you actually maybe being racist to black people, but my racism to white people is kind of silly, like when you really look at it, and you can't even produce a good example.
Wow. So he's admitting to racism, it sounds like. But he's ignoring his pandering and his white knighting. And let me just...
But my racism to white people is kind of silly. Like when you really...
Well, silly. When you call for the genocide of an entire race, I don't think that's silly. So, that's wrong there.
Really look at it, and you can't even produce a good example.
Now, that's a key point to his argument, an Achilles heel. Why? Oh, because it wasn't the debate that I challenged you on the way you posted it. I was on YR's show, just chilling out, having a nice relaxed stream. I had a fucking relaxed stream earlier. It was like 4 hours long, super chill, fucking relaxed. It triggered Jacob RP. I had some background music that, was kind of cool to use. But totally chill. I was still in that, in that zone. I'm on the call with YR. And I certainly wasn't the one who brought the topic up. So, Joe, no, you're lying throughout this entire thing.
But my racism to white people is kind of silly. Like when you really...
Yeah, genocide, not silly.
Look at it, and you can't even produce a good example.
And he keeps reiterating the not good example because he's trying to convince the people there that this was basically me planning on waiting for him to call in to debate race. We already know that if this was to go down, I would have mountains of information ready to just pull up and start to read. And obviously, during the Grand Tribunal, they will be presented on screen so people can see them. Okay, it's not going to be something like Joe would say, well, I've got screenshots. Well, guess what? I will be showing evidence.
It's like, this guy is supposed to be smarter than me.
See,
I am smarter than you. I'm more intelligent than you. So you're now trying to cast doubt on this. This is a particular logical fallacy where you are, I guess you could call it a red herring. So you are sort of switching things up to redirect the conversation another way, but while using what was previously said as sort of proof of what you're saying being true.
This is the type of thing that would have been great for a debate if you would have returned the volley with that and be like, you say I'm anti-white, but we have literal evidence of you being anti-black, whether you mean it or not. We have that evidence.
And by the way, the other thing about me is you could literally build up a case of my slurs to Asians, Hispanics, blacks, and whites. Nice. And I could paint them all in a different picture because the fact is I hate everybody equally, and that's...
We know that's bullshit, but I'm not going to add that to the list.
It's the fact. You've just decided to cherry pick the white race.
Yeah, you know what? Dave Rose just cherry picks things, It's not like people have been noticing a pattern for many, many years. No, Dave Rose just one day woke up and said, you know what? I'm going to start cherry picking. I'm going to just, sabotage, not sabotage, sort of, what's the word? We just jump in and surprise somebody with the demand for a debate. And I mean, you would think that somebody like me, who's already proven my intellectual superiority to you, Joe, would already come prepared. And I have. In other times, just look at Final Frontier News, okay? When I do things right, I do things right. Okay, I come with the fucking information. So for you to say, oh, you can't come to do the debate, dude, that is so disingenuous. So fucking disingenuous. And let me just see here. Ed Gaines says in the chat, how can someone be so oblivious to what they themselves have said and continue to say? Because he's living a lie, Ed. He's living a lie. And yeah, Mos Hayes is correct. He says, sad thing, Ed, is people continue to defend him. Yes. Let's continue.
For some reason, I don't know, but
you do not hate everybody equally.
I do, man.
Nice one, JB.
The yellows, the blacks, the whites, the fucking.
Here's what it is. I do feel like
Mongoloids.
you poke fun at whites more because we are.
Oh, damn! Let's hear that again.
For some reason, I don't know, but
you do not hate everybody equally.
I do, man. The yellows, the blacks, the whites, the fucking.
Here's what it is. I do feel like
Mongoloids.
you poke fun at whites more because we are white, and it's like
Probably.
okay for us
That
to do
might
that.
be
because we are white. I don't know about that. What you mean by that, JB?
That might be true. I'd agree with that.
But
And
then-
I'm just
but-
like,
Oh, because they are white. I don't know. I mean, okay.
Hypocrisy is that thing, you know. If
you're right.
Like you can't be a white guy.
Well, hold on. Don Rickles had some of the greatest jokes ever. He made fun of everyone, and he was harsh on blacks. He actually wasn't that harsh on Jews, and he was Jewish. But yeah, he had some really. But that's again, if you look at those Dean, goddamn you, bullfrog. I hope again gets removed from the dictionary forever. The Dean Martin roasts of the 1970s were fucking awesome because you had, Sammy Davis Jr., you had Don Rickles, you had, his name, Muhammad Ali, you had all the, Richard Pryor, you had all these people that were master comedians and they were doing massive racist jokes on stage. And everyone was loving it, everyone was having fun, everyone was laughing. And everyone was okay with it. Why? Because they were more mature then and recognized, yeah, oh, that's right. There are differences between races. Oh, big deal. Let's have some fun at that and continue on with our lives. So I just think it's very disingenuous for Joe to ignore these sorts of things. Let's go back to the chat quickly. There's a few things that have been said here. Hello to Big Merc 83 who's just joined. It looks like, or joined a while ago. Actually, a while ago, sorry. Jared Ford III says, what DDR is stating is that the reason JC has 60 to 70 dislikes that don't disappear because of the apparent trolls. It's the 60 to 7 that know he's lying at some point in the show. Views down, dislikes up. Yep. Hey, and a shout out to Enclosure 144, or 1440p. Hi Dave, just had surgery. This streaming is right on time. Well, I hope you have a speedy recovery and Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Hope they all get better. And Tiff says JR is 100%. Oh, it's Gorilla Strong. Hello, Gorilla Strong. Thank you for dropping by. Now, let us continue with the show.
And poke fun at the black community, like the black community can poke fun at the white community. That is the hypocrisy there, because then you're called a racist.
Well, I wouldn't
Yeah, see, he recognized. JB knows.
say that's 100% true, but
shut
yeah, I
the
get what
fuck
you
up.
mean.
Listen.
No, I'm
kidding,
agreeing
I'm
with you,
kidding.
like, in general, dude.
listen, hips, don't lie. Let's tone it down a little bit. No,
Whoa.
I'm just kidding, Jeff.
Yikes, Shakira.
I love you.
Well, I don't care about that, man. I'm fucking man.
Oh, quickly here, Randy Viper, yet again, now it's absolutely confirmed racist viewer of Joe Cronin in the chat, says, hey, corrupted nation, Dave probably thinks it's okay to be okay to black people, but it's not okay to be racist to white people because they are superior. This is what, you know, these are the people that Joe defends. These are the people who have shown anti-white bias and sometimes straight-out racism in the past, and Joe totally defends them. It's not always a donator that he's willing to defend, but you know, being black doesn't hurt. I'll tell you that, and we know that. We know that. All right, let's continue. Oh, Jacob in the chat, I'll just add this. Jacob in the chat says, I don't know why this community gets away with such racism. this is the piece of shit that doesn't seem to understand that Mexicans aren't a race. So, you know, it's that typical low IQ mestizo blood that causes this sort of mental retardation. And that's why they never developed the wheel here in North America. Let's go back to the chat here. Shout out to the Ghost Watchers. I'm not sure what those are, but okay. Back to the clips.
I know. I'm fucking with you, Jesse. I love you. I fuck you, asshole.
Jesse, I really was kidding.
Let's listen to some more of these. This is
I don't
gold.
think he was, Jesse.
I appreciate Dave for the...
It is gold. Exposing your hypocrisies and lies is, very entertaining for both myself and those that are currently watching and those that will watch once this video stops streaming.
Content. I appreciate the content. We have a lot of donations to play. Guys, if you want to donate, Streamlabs down below, drop it in there. We got to see if someone...
Of course you appreciate the content because, you can now have something to discuss. You can, get out your frustrations on somebody who won't acquiesce to your very, very infantile desires.
Someone can take J-Man from KC's King Championship away from him.
I should get it back from that motherfucker.
Right now, JB from JB Sports Radio, he's...
Okay, just give me a second here. Back to the chat. Tiff says, Dave Rose is the only... Sorry, gotta move my face to the mic. Dave Rose is the only person that I know of who can carry on a stream all by himself without any co-hosts or without any, the use of any music breaks. Well, I appreciate that. And I think it is also important to keep a sort of level of professionalism as much as you can, obviously, with something like this. I mean, I'm not doing what Joe does. I'm not doing what JD does. And it was brought to my attention earlier today that Joe continues to try to, I guess, place himself in the same league as JD. But, JD is a douchebag piece of shit. But you do realize that he does take things a lot more seriously. And in the bare minimum, he ensures, at least I'm assuming he ensures, but maybe he's just naturally capable of doing this, which I doubt. But his tweets are spelled properly. That's the first thing. If you're going to be trying to promote yourself as a wrestling commentator or perhaps somebody who can do ring work or something, that's your business card in this stupid social media world now, is your Twitter. And if you're going to allow for your tweets to be misspelled, that doesn't say much about your drive, your professionalism, your intellectual capabilities. It says so much about you. So, and I heard that JD is now streaming and he's getting thousands of viewers watching him. That's not to say that he necessarily has a good product, because a lot of stupid people either watch stupid things or buy stupid things. So it's not really, I guess, reflective of, the content per se, but in the manner that it's presented and the manner that it's produced, it's head and shoulders above what Joe does. And that is a very important factor, as this person mentioned to me, as to why Joe is not having the success that JD is having. When he could, I personally think he could, with the wrestling stuff and with the comedy stuff. But regardless. Hey, shout out to Irish Jave, who just popped up in the chat. And there goes Gorilla Strong. He's got to go. Let's see here. Back to the clip.
Reviewing Dave Rose's tirade on me earlier.
Like, which...
Not really a tirade.
For some reason, only when I joke about the white race do you get angry.
Hey.
I can joke about everything else, but I joke about the white race and you get angry and upset.
I said this before. Look at my challenge video. See, like, you can hear my frustration in the voice, because now he keeps going over the same thing over and over again. He's choosing not to listen, but he knows what I've said. So he's just ignoring more. It's better to say he's ignoring what I'm saying, because he knows, like, it goes in one ear, it computes, And he chooses, no, I'm going to continue on acting like a child. You disproportionately narrow out white people, then do the exact same thing to everybody. I shouldn't have to repeat myself over and over again. This is something I've always said, is that if someone forces you to repeat yourself to them, they never showed you respect in the first place. The dedicated one-on-one, concentration on what they were saying. They were showing no respect to you by basically saying, oh, well, I'll just get them to repeat it again. Whatever. I don't care. Like, fuck them. It's like I was raised in a way back in the day where if you're going to speak to someone, you give them your undivided attention. And you expect the same from somebody else. Now, I always give my undivided attention, but it's not reciprocated. That's not acceptable, and it won't be accepted.
You get really triggered over white people. I think you're a Nazi.
Okay, so you get really triggered. He's the one who's fucking thinking this is a joke and stuff, and I'm not yelling. Remember earlier in the day, Jacob starts to yell and stuff. He did it the day before. I don't get triggered. I don't yell. I don't like to yell. So I'm cool. And go back to the fight that I had with him on Ken's show. He didn't like the fact that I was all nice and calm. Look at the fight that he had literally a couple of weeks ago with Jesse, where Jesse wasn't going to get triggered. Jesse wasn't going to get heated. He laughed at Joe being the fucking bitch that he is. And Joe fucking went off.
White people, I think you're a Nazi.
Do the exact same thing to everybody.
You get really triggered over white people. I think you're a Nazi.
See, if that's supposed to be a joke, it's not really a funny one because you could have done it, I guess, you could have done something else, maybe. Put it in such a way that, I don't know, highlighted some sort of racist thing, but Joe has really no idea about, and I actually talked about this, I think it was yesterday. He has no idea about what National Socialism is, or even the German Democratic Workers' Party I can't remember the exact name, but it's just the full name for the Nazi Party. So it's just hilarious because he's called me KKK before and stuff. And this is what a liberal does. They throw out the Nazi word. They throw out the fucking racist word, right? It's an attempt to actually shut down discussion. This is already proven. There's so much overwhelming evidence, and we see it happening day to day, even with the cancel culture. So he is, throwing this out, semi-joking, okay? Because he's always trying to use comedy to keep things diffused, because he can't take things seriously. And he's also trying to, just put a little jab there, sort of like a little seed to sort of say, well, that's what I do believe you are, sort of thing. But it is a typical liberal tactic to essentially shut down discussion. And we know that because we've seen the memes. Trump is literally Hitler. You're a Nazi. These people are so... Well, we'll go into the synonyms there in a moment. But back to the chat before I continue playing the clip. Yeah, JR4 the third says, funny thing is, TLC, they'll be right back in his chats acting like they were never here. Agreeing with everything DDR says. 35 fakes, ghost watching. Could be. Not really paying too much attention there, but regardless, let's go back and listen more to the lies. So now, obviously, Joe has labeled me a Nazi, and some people can get fired apparently these days for just somebody calling them a Nazi. No proof, necessary. Thankfully, I'm unemployed, so that's not going to work on me. But regardless, now it's like, oh, that's a joke. That's funny. That's how liberals think. No. Okay, fine. If that's see, listen, that's like, okay, whatever. Like, what you want to think of me.
Well, okay, fine.
He would
see what these people don't seem to understand, and what even conservatives, okay, because the majority of people who call themselves Republicans, call themselves conservatives, really are just a bunch of cucks, sellout fucks. Okay. Where was I getting to here? Sorry. Do you want to think of me? Oh, is that that these are the type of people that when they're labeled a racist, they're like, oh, I'm not racist. Here's the proof. Here's the proof. All you're doing is basically acknowledging that these people have some sort of merit to bring it up. I'm not acknowledging that at all. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. You can look at Mr. Consistent's record, and then if you understand math, basic math, and recognition pattern, you'll be able to understand what's going on, and you'll come to your own conclusion fairly easily. But I'm not going to even acknowledge something so inferior, below me. Yes, Joe, I am superior to you. Some people are superior to others. Some cultures are superior to others. Oh my God. I know that hurts your liberal ears, but yes, I don't give a fuck what you want to classify me as, because I won't even acknowledge your mental illness, because I understand how Marxists work, because it's language control and definitions. So I know how to play your game. I am a one-man army, as I said, Joe, and you know, there's no good commie but a dead commie.
Okay, fine.
He was. I know exactly why he did that. He went to get mad, but then he backtracked.
No, I wasn't getting mad.
The reason why he did that was like, oh, this is good. Now I can call Joe a crazy liberal who calls people Nazis. You know?
No, now I can just basically point to Joe and say he's losing an argument. He cannot confront me on what I've raised literally 6 times, although he knows that he's doing that 6 times. So I'm just going to throw out an ad hominem and try to stain him with that definition, and then be able to just fall back and say, oh, well, I was just kidding. Not kidding, just kidding. I mean, it was, I just did it to try to trigger you and stuff. Oh, but you didn't get triggered, so clearly there's a reason why. I mean, like, you... Stop making the excuses, please.
Like, he loved that. He was like, oh, this is going to be good. He liked that.
Would show you're limited... Wouldn't I actually take pride in being a Nazi if I was a Nazi? I mean... Intellectual ability. Actually, since we're doing that, we might as well. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Now we're going to live into the... I should have played this earlier, but whatever. Now we're going to live up to that fantasy that Joe has of me. So there, and plus, hey, I mean, I look good in brown, to be honest. I do, and well-cut suits. So there we go. Now we're going to continue on with the clip, but wearing the right sort of clothing. But again, I'm not offended if someone calls me anything.
Why do you get so triggered over just like saying jokes on the...
Another word used by liberals to try to control the narrative is, why are you getting triggered? Nowhere during the entire conversation was I triggered. I did get eventually frustrated that I had to repeat myself 6 times, but triggered is literally somebody says a word and that person then goes off. Like fucking TJ. That's triggered. He can't handle the fact that he can't do shit about me, and I can say whatever the fuck I want, and I'm not under his mental control, and I'll never feel guilt for what I say or how I feel, and he has no control over that, just like that.
The show, why do you get so triggered?
No, because saying that white people are the worst race in history is not a joke, dude. We've already gone through this. I mean, it's literal calls for genocide. Especially when you're basically trying to justify that when somebody just said, oh, this, like, for example, when those 2 white guys who legally had the right because the cops asked them to pursue anyone in their neighborhood, the fucking jogger decides to run up somebody who has a shotgun because he's a stupid fucking jogger.
Hold on a minute. Pause it.
Yes.
Okay. So, two things. First of all,
also, before we continue, remember the media narrative was that this guy was actually a jogger. That's where this shit started from. Remember, the media started it. The media actually called him a jogger first. The guy technically was, I think it was like 10 to 15 miles away from his house, but in work boots. You don't jog in work boots. But the media called him a jogger first. Remember that, people.
Well, if the worst race should be classified, it's obviously the Native Americans. They had no business being in North America before the whites got here.
If you actually want to talk statistical fact, the Solutrean people arrived from Europe in North America about 13,000 years prior to what would eventually become the what were they called? It was Solutrean and I'm thinking COVID. Sorry. Oh, Clovis. One letter off. The Clovis culture is literally the one that came over from the Bering Strait, and they're the Asiatic race, or what some people call the yellow race, and they got here actually after the white people from Europe. So score ones for the whites, I guess. Let's continue.
But
yeah, right. Goddamn
mongoloids.
Fuckers.
I'm gonna need. Okay, that was just brutal. That was a joke. I've been bombing for 45 minutes. So here's my
still doing a better job than every fucking buddy else on that show.
second point.
I don't have it. Native Americans are red.
No, I forgot it. Fuck.
Dude, they came from
What was the
Asia.
last thing he said? What was the last?
Oh, he said he called the
jogger is his racial slur.
Let me play it right here real
cohort.
quick. Well, also the other thing too is I want to say that what he's talking about here is I've never really given a whole definitive coverage of this situation.
No, because you never do a definitive coverage on anything. It's always speculation and hearsay.
So I don't know what he's specifically referencing. He's referencing a situation.
How convenient.
That happened in the media, but I don't understand what my opinion is not. My opinion's not really very strong on this situation.
Their neighborhood, the fucking jogger decides to run up somebody who has a shotgun because he's a stupid fucking jogger. He gets shot and he dies.
Okay, you can't have this debate anymore.
So he's calling the...
So, did I say anything factually incorrect? No, I didn't. Did I use words that apparently triggered them but got through their little fucking legalese loophole? Yeah, and it's triggering them apparently. But stating facts, and it is a fact that this guy was a criminal stealing from all these houses that were under construction. The cops asked these two guys to fucking patrol their neighborhood, and they had legal right to fucking carry shotguns and other things if they wanted to. They told this guy to stop. He ran away. They confronted him using a truck. And instead of being, intelligent, this guy runs at people with fucking shotguns. The guy lowered the shotgun. He actually never had it pointed at him in the first place. He just came out of the truck on the driver's side. Came out. Shotgun pointing bottom left. This guy runs at him and he tries to grab the gun and he ends up pulling the barrel towards him and it discharges, which do happen when you start to jostle a firearm if you know how it works, and depending on the quality as well and the model, so forth, whatever. Bottom line is, guy got himself killed and he deserved it because he was a criminal. But no, the narrative that Joe pushed out immediately and that he was getting his other co-host sort of to push as well is literally these people were going around the neighborhood looking for black people to lynch. That's what Joe fucking did during that stream. Then there's the Eric Garner. Then there's the George Floyd. Then there was the Eric Garner, I think was the gentle giant that they call him, I think the hands. What's his name? Skittles boy. Trayvon Martin, who essentially was in a neighborhood acting very suspicious, had probably been stealing from that neighborhood before, and was confronted and attacked a guy who had full right to pull a firearm and defend himself while he was literally getting his head smashed into concrete. So Trayvon Martin deserved to die. And I said that on Joe's show. And oh my God, the fucking meltdown that they had because Dave Rose actually told the truth. Oh my God. You know, actually saying these harsh truths, saying something that even a supposed shock jock has difficulty even saying. But yeah, dig up your dad's corpse and fuck it. Yeah, that's real cool.
Black guy a jogger in place of the N-word.
He doesn't like that I got that loophole over him.
And if that's what that is, you can't have the debate because it's no longer from a place of this side.
These people are both ignoring Chris Rock's amazing stand-up skit, The Difference Between Blacks and Niggas. That was a great skit. And the entire audience was black, and they were fucking cheering and loving it because, guess what? It's true. Because it's a mentality, you fucking idiots.
Side or that side or impartialism or anything, because he's straight up like, whether he means that or not, or he's just being over the top.
See, no, I don't give power to words. And I also, like I just said, think that Chris Rock said it perfectly. There's a difference between the two. And if you look at the difference, it's clearly not skin color or genes or ethnicity. It's the mentality. It's the culture.
He's literally using it in context of like anger.
Right.
I'm using it actually to trigger Joe because I know that he hates that and that many other people do. We have to be able to control your language. This Marxists hate it when you don't adhere to their language rules, their language laws. It's the same thing with all these people that say, well, you've got to refer to me as my pronouns. I don't have to do a goddamn thing. You want to live your fantasy life of like thinking that you're a fucking woman when you were born a man or that you're a dog instead of a human. You can live that life all you want, but I'm not going to refer to you as anything other than what you are. And if that triggers you, that's fine. But those suicide statistics aren't because of transphobia or because of fucking hate crimes. They really are because, statistically proven, psychologically, they're damaged. And even after the operations, the transitions, they actually get worse because they realize they'll never be exactly what they thought they would be able to get to once they had that operation. And they can't go back. So more often than not, they commit suicide. 70% of transgenders commit suicide. So, might want to think about that.
Well, I mean, remember what he did when he got in a fight with TJ. He just started screaming the N-word at him.
That's all. That goes on the lie list. That goes on the lie list. If anyone wants to send me that link, we can play that. But just started yelling the N-word. Stop lying, Joe. Stop lying.
Yeah, that was a rough one. Hilarious, but rough.
It was funny, but it was like, why are you getting, what the hell? Like,
I think TJ said it best.
You ridiculous piece of shit.
Exactly.
It's all context, though. Like the way he's trying to make a point, it would be like me trying to make a point that you're anti-white.
Piece of shit.
Oh, sorry. It was a little delayed.
It would be like if I was trying to make a point that you're anti-white, and then I just I start talking about blacks and start dropping N-bombs. It's like, wait, what are we doing here right now?
Right.
The fact he's doing that is a little bit strange. Not surprised, but it's a little strange.
Well, like I said, when he's with you, he defends you to the gills. When he's against you, he comes up with ridiculous stuff and just tries to bury you into this.
People are bad. They were just out hunting joggers. No, hold on. No, let's go back because that's all false. But let's go back. But
to the gills. When he's against you, he comes up with ridiculous stuff and just tries to.
This is not ridiculous, you piece of shit. But the fact is, though, the first challenge was issued over a year ago on video, and we know that I've challenged you on the debate prior. But I came up with that video on Mars's channel when Drama Club was going on because the previous calls to debate me went unchallenged, and you are aware of those times too, as is Drama Club.
Bury you into this.
People are bad. They were just out hunting joggers. No.
I never said anything like this. I don't know where he's coming up with this.
That's another lie. I never said he said that. Let me just add that to the list. This guy died.
The media did and the liberal people did.
And he deserved to fucking die. This guy is ignoring the fact that he made that video. Castillo. There was the guy Castillo that got choked out by the cops because he was selling Lucy's outside of a store. Yeah, he made a fucking video that just immediately came out and just fucking was shitting on the cops and, virtue signaling and white knighting and all this shit. So, yeah. Die. Just like George Floyd, just like all these other people. You instantly, always. Oh my God, did I just refer to all these criminals as people? Oh my God, that's going to destroy Joe's narrative there. Come out and jump out and say, well, this has to be some sort of hate crime, like, oh, black. I sound like a broken record because that's what I've been doing, is continually saying the same thing over and over again. I'm tired. Like I said, having to repeat myself is an indication that the person I'm speaking to is showing a massive show of disrespect. And it's also tiring to have to repeat yourself over and over again. Black Lives Matter, like this poor...
Never said this has to be a hate crime. Never said Black Lives Matter. I don't know why.
Yeah, actually you did with the jogger, with the one that... The one example I just mentioned, the guy that was dumb enough to charge the guy with the shotgun, got shot and stuff. Yeah, and there's one example.
He's saying this.
Person, always, and yet it comes out that they were a fucking thug criminal. Now, Joe was going on about me talking over him. Listen to him right now. He's just talking over me. And he's going to repeat himself, which is, yet again, the Marxist tactic in an attempt to try to take control of the argument.
Hear that, though. You just made that up.
Oh, there goes another. Oh, okay. So we're going to have to add that to the lie list. He said, you just made that up. That's false. We know that.
Made that up. You just made that up, dude.
Okay, that's 3 times.
You just made that up.
4.
You just made that
up. 5. Oh.
Just made that up.
6.
I never
all
said
these things that you say that I make up, that I prove you wrong. I
never said that.
8.
I always crap on Black Lives Matter. Nobody's crap on Black Lives Matter. Nobody's crap on.
Yeah.
Crap.
Look at that. This is what Tommy NC does. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Joe, you're 36 years old? You're an adult. Acting like a child doesn't prove your point. Repeating something over and over again like a bleeding sheep and an idiot doesn't prove your point. So all you're doing right now is exposing yourself for your immaturity, your inability to have a rational discussion, and that you're a liar. Let's continue.
Crap on BLM all the time. Crap on them all the time.
That's a lie. That goes to the lie list. You crap on BLM all the time. That the lie detector has determined is a lie. In fact, he was one of their greatest sort of cheerleaders when they came out. He said they were legit. He even said, well, the majority of people who are in BLM mean well. It's just a few people. It's also said that fucking... what was it? That they weren't involved. Like, he actually sort of believes that it's the Proud Boys and stuff, that it's been starting shit and all this stuff. And it, like, BLM actually attacked all these guys and they defended themselves. And that's another time where Joe said, oh, well, it's just stupid racist Proud Boys because they beat up this black guy. Totally, again, it doesn't serve his narrative to do research. So he's not going to learn about the fact that these black guys were attacking these white guys. And then they got their asses handed to them. Joe doesn't seem to understand that there are tough white people out there and that we can kick any ass that's out there, no matter what the color. So he's just a scared little pussy-ass bitch who, can't handle the possibility that, he would have to fight a black person. Just like this TJ guy who's like, oh, if you said that to me in real life, I'd beat the shit out of you. I'm like, you don't even know me. You act all big like somehow black people are this monolith, that somehow they're all untouchable and super. And like, I could fucking kick your ass. Like, what makes you think that that you could do so? Because the media told you? Because your rap videos told you? Get the flying fuck out of here.
the time.
No, you don't. No, you don't. And in fact, you were the one who was trying to fucking deflect the situation. You're the one who said, "Oh,
my!" So you can't hear it there, but I'm starting to make jokes right now, and I go,
yeah, exactly, because you don't take anything seriously.
I call them all charcoal. Like, and you can't hear that, but it was.
Here's something I'll say real quick. I've actually heard you poke fun at Black Lives Matter. I've heard you call them out on their hypocrisy many, many times. So,
shall we remember how when they initially came out, he said what I just said, where the majority of people that are in Black Lives Matter are good, and it's just a few small apples, that the organization is legitimate and that their gripes are legitimate and that it's got no connection to George Soros or Marxism. You remember that? Do you remember that, Joe? You remember that?
Yeah, this has not been my experience at home.
Get back to the kitchen, Leah. Go raise your kids and, maybe make a second income.
Correct.
Yeah, so
by the way, let's be honest. If Joe was really like anti-white and
he'd be pandering to minorities in his chat and saying things against whites. Oh, wait.
Like, he'd probably be having more sex with Leah.
Right.
Right, I'd be raping her.
He probably voted Biden at that point.
Yeah, I don't know.
Joe doesn't vote, nerdy. Joe's a habitual fence sitter.
No, I think my point is, like, if you know me, it's like I see the good part about the BLM movement, right?
Here we go. Yes, the gift that keeps on giving.
Like, I see the part of it that's the good part, and what?
Yeah, the good part, that it was founded by George Soros and 3 Marxist lesbians. Yeah, the good part. Yeah, Joe. Yeah.
They're trying to do, but then I also see the dangerous side of it that makes it very bad in another way. So
that wasn't you fucking years ago. Oh man, this is hilarious.
It's like I do see both, because it's not just everybody's one.
Breathe, Joe. Formulate a sentence in your mind and then say it.
Way in it, you know what I mean? And I think that the fact that I don't just outright hate it and attack it, like.
Well, that just goes to show that you're an idiot. Because if you couldn't tell this from the very get-go of what it was, just like Antifa, then you're an absolute fucking moron.
Like, he's upset about that.
Right. And I've heard you multiple times. I've heard Drew say it. I've heard, I think I've heard Jesse say it a couple times too, whether it was
When I called Black Lives Matter a domestic terrorist group, it was like the world was coming to an. How dare you, Dave? No, their gripes are legitimate. No, you can't say that. No, they're not a domestic terrorist group. Like, no. Wow, the double think here is incredible. Cognitive dissonance off the charts.
Throwdown or whatever the fuck other show you guys have during the week. I think it was Throwdown. And I've heard you call out BLM for the coverage in the news that they were saying that, like, whether it was churches or family gatherings and stuff had to be less than like 50 people, but acceptable under that same charter on the news were protests. Like, those were okay, but family gatherings of more than 50 wasn't okay. But you called them out on that.
Yeah, he literally brought me pictures.
Oh, you mean what happened literally in the last year? Really? How long has BLM been around for? Oh, yeah, just about 2015. Yeah. Dave Rose has been around since then, hasn't he? And he's very keen on politics and very aware of things. So, yeah, Dave Rose called it out a lot longer than you did, Joe.
Pictures of people celebrating Biden's win.
Yeah.
And
I had a tweet get a ton of likes when I showed that same picture, probably.
Yeah, I don't know what it, but it's a weird attack.
Joe, please just fucking formulate your sentence. Think, come on, don't be a bullfrog.
He could attack me for a lot of different things.
Well, I want to rewind because I don't understand what Leah had said. So let's hold on.
Family gatherings were to be less than other show you guys have during the week. I think it was Throwdown. And I've heard you call out BLM for the coverage in the news that they were saying that, like, whether it was churches or family gatherings and stuff had to be less than like 50 people, but acceptable under that same charter on the news were protests. Like those were okay, but family gatherings of more than 50 wasn't okay. But you called them out on that.
Yeah, he literally brought me pictures of people celebrating Biden's win.
Yeah.
And
I had a tweet
so,
get a ton of likes when I showed that same picture, probably.
Yeah,
probably.
I don't know what it, but it's a weird attack. Like he could.
It's always so weird now, isn't it? It's critical thinking just eludes you, Joe. So yeah, it's magic. You plug that thing in, you turn on the light. There's illumination. It's magic. It's weird.
Attack me for a lot of different things, and probably debate me on a lot of different things where you could probably win or like be more right about things.
Now Joe's admitting, or at least starting to recognize, that the debate isn't about winning.
This is just true. Like I said, this is just it's a weird thing to be.
It's so weird.
I think it's like he already made the accusation a while ago.
So he's got to follow through with it.
And now he's got to follow. Yeah, he can't back down from it.
See, this is false. Well, I'm not making a list on Leah, but this is false because Leah, although she's admitted that I have admitted when I've been wrong in the past, although she's like, oh, Dave Rose never admits when he's wrong. And then one time I did, actually more than one time, but regardless, then she got in some debate with Nerdy and she's like, well, the difference between you and Dave is that at least Dave has admitted that he's been wrong. But she's got this thing in her mentality, just like Jesse does. It's like, I always want to win. I always want to be right. I can't admit that I'm wrong or that I'm human. This is how these people work, though, because, for example, Dave Rose with his excellent memory retention, it's not total recall, okay? Sorry to repeat myself. It's not full total recall. Total recall is actually having photographic memory, able to remember everything. And yeah, some people have this. I don't have that. I have, let's give it 80 to 90% total recall, okay? But it's amazingly fucking good, to the point where it's even surprised me in the past, okay? So she's going off, I guess, this idea that, or this concept that she wants to push, that I can't admit that I'm wrong. And therefore, I want a situation where I can always feel that I'm right.
From it.
Okay. So he's got to be.
I think it's like he already made the accusation a while ago.
So he's got to follow through with it.
And now he's got to follow. Yeah, he can't back down from it.
Okay.
Okay, so that's wrong. We already know that. And no, that's called consistency, Leah. Leah, it's called consistency. And many other people see it too, that it continues to happen. It's still prevalent. And as such, of course, I'm not going to drop it because it's still prevalent. So it's not that I just made a mistake and they're like, oh, I'm wrong. Oh, I can't admit I'm wrong, so I'm just going to keep up with the charade, like Joe keeps up with the charade that he does. But no, yeah, it's got to be Dave. Dave is the one who's wrong here.
Let's see what else he said.
Dave Rose, he says that BLM is a terrorist group, so therefore Dave Rose must like the KKK. I'm getting so tired of repeating myself. I've literally said this to you people. And I was like...
Now he's going back to 5 years ago.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, who are you to start to point fingers? Because you've been fucking doing that. You've been fucking doing that.
Where me and JB called him out because he went...
Called me out on the fact that I would not acquiesce to your mental liberal insanity that, oh, the KKK that literally killed 3,000 people in a span of, 200 years or something. Is like exactly the same. They wanted me to make an equivalency statement on KKK and BLM, and they're totally two different organizations. Ignore the body counts. Their foundings, their support, their funding, they're two totally different organizations, okay? So you can't ignore this. But Joe is choosing to ignore it because he is too limited in his ability to understand differences. And since I'm paused, I'm going to go back to the chat here to see if I've missed anything. Darth Rose says Big Merc 83. That's why I put that graphic there as Darth Devious. Actually, it's Darth Devious. My Jedi name was Dave Rose, but as a Sith Lord, I am Darth Devious. And let's continue on. JR Ford, the source says Black people don't get a dime from BLM, much less support. When a 9-year-old gets a drive-by by a jogger, no marches, no nothing. Exactly. Black lives don't matter, okay? This is what these people don't seem to understand, including Joe Cronin. Black lives don't matter. Why? Because black people don't value those lives. They don't march against the kid that got fucking shot in a drive-by, but they're willing to march with a golden casket for a criminal during COVID, where they're claiming that conservatives can't have marches, but they're literally shoulder to shoulder celebrating a criminal. No, black lives definitely don't matter. When black people start to value black lives will matter. Just like all the black babies that are aborted every year. When that stops, yeah, black lives will matter. When that gets reduced, black lives will matter. Why? Because black people are taking interest in black lives. Oh my God. I literally found the ultimate equation. It's so impossible to come to this conclusion now, isn't it? Oh my God. Let's go back to the chat here. BLM is a danger to black lives. Absolutely, because it's run by a bunch of fucking... bunch of Marxists and a bunch of blues. And some people might know who the blues are. See, I'm skirting the rules here. I'm using keywords that can't get struck and people in the know understand. So, yeah, J.R. Ford III also thinks it's weird. It's bizarre, probably. I think you agree with me that it's bizarre. We got a comment that says BLM is a direct threat to black lives and puts them even more in danger than they may have already been. It's a false name, too, using black people to further the political agenda. Yes, and anybody with half a brain cell would have been able to see that from the fucking get-go. And I have more than half a brain cell, so yes, I saw that a mile away. Continues on to say, I think a call out of Joe's victimhood is more of a sustained and viable argument to make against Joe. Dave may be correct about his bias towards whites, but the victim play is much more prevalent. Well, that is a good point, and that does come into play here. We're gonna tie this all together in a beautiful fucking bow and leave this under the tree for the kiddies on Christmas Day. But that has much prevalency here, good sir, and we will be bringing it up. So please remind me in a little bit. J.R. Ford III says N will be an NDDR. Oh, okay, I get it now. Yeah, I get it. Joggers be joggers, you can say. So, yeah, I noticed this way before Joe. I called it out way before Joe. I got ridiculed by Joe and the crew, and eventually I got proven correct. And Joe got to be shown the hypocrite that he is, because now he's like, oh, my God, yeah, of course I've always called them out. We know that's a lie.
On a rant about how they need to end BLM, and he says very violent things about them.
We need to rewind here so that we really highlight this. This is really important now. And I was like...
Now he's going back to 5 years ago where me and JB called him out because he went on a rant about how they need to end BLM, and he says very violent things about...
Okay, now Joe... I think Joe hates America because clearly Joe has no understanding of civics. If you have any understanding, just what he explained earlier, that Black Lives Matter is a domestic terrorist group. Okay, what are they doing in America? They are committing sedition, subversion, and treason. They are enemy combatants, and if you understand your the oath, the American oath, you understand that you are supposed to defend the country against both enemies, both foreign and domestic. We also know that their funding is international. It's foreign. It's coming from George Soros and some very powerful people on this planet. So, yeah, Joe. Domestic terrorist groups need to be stopped. And if they are committing sedition, treason, or subversion, lethal force not only is authorized, it's required. Don't you understand your own fucking rules, your laws, your constitution, your Bill of Rights? Why is it that an Argentinian that immigrated to Canada knows more about America than you do? Very weird, Joe. Very weird.
About them. But then in a few minutes earlier,
Turns out he was right, though. Let's be honest.
well, he was right about that, about like how bad they were going to be. But my
how they were going to be. So, is that called vision, Joe? Is it called maybe knowledge? Not being ignorant? Pattern recognition? Could it be any of those, Joe? Because when Dave says it, yeah, you ridicule him then, but years later, Dave gets proven right, and yeah, you can, in passing, sort of say, well, yeah, he was right, but, still, he shouldn't have gone against us.
My point was he was sort of like giving a pass to the KKK. He was like, oh.
No. That's why he got triggered, because he thought I was giving a pass. All I said was that they weren't the same organization. You could not equate the two. This is, okay, whether this be a debate or, for example, a court case, you cannot equivocate two things that aren't the same. Is this concept so difficult to fucking understand? My God. Let's go back to the chat here. I've seen a few people write a few things. Okay, so Travis says, I can attest that Dave did call out BLM long ago. He continues and says, and I'll admit at the point that I didn't agree with him and didn't see what was actually going on. And once more, I would like to state for the record that I do not hate Joe and don't wish to see him any harm. I just wish he would stop the victim play, and it's so uncomfortable to listen to. Yes, that plays a lot into this. And I can discuss a little bit of that right now, because as I've been, prattling on about, is the desire to see Dave Rose fail, the desire to see him take the L, because he got one up on so many different people. People are incensed. They can't stand the fact that this arrogant bastard continues to be an arrogant bastard, won't believe their liberal lies, and calls them out for it. So they need to see me fall. They need to see, somebody fight on their behalf. And it's like that scene from fucking Game of Thrones where the mountain goes up against the Spanish guy. And he wasn't really, not Spanish in the show, but whatever. He looks Spanish. And, he thinks he's got the mountain defeated, and then the mountain grabs his head and literally crushes it in. Like, because his daughter, or not, it wasn't daughter, it was Tyrion, the dwarf, got the mountain to fight on his behalf. And got the Spanish guy to fight on his behalf, and the mountain destroyed him. So yeah, there's that victimhood mentality that requires Joe to get other people to fight for him, because he's been so incensed that he hasn't been able to get one up on Dave, just like so many other people. They can't, like Shit said, I wasn't able to humble Dave. It's that mentality that they need to see me fail, because they can't stand that somebody actually not only is superior to them, but actually not only recognizes it in themselves, but has no problem fucking advertising it to everyone. Shaming actually works. So this is what you get. You get the visceral emotional response from Joe and from Nerdy and from Leah, and from Jesse to say no. Dave's gotta fail. We've gotta break that ego, and it's not ego. It's just confidence in my abilities. I mean, is it my fault that I can remember so much? Is it my fault that I have this ability to think critically that's superior to others? Is it my fault that math is easy for me? That it's something actually that's enjoyable? Is it my fault that I like to read? Okay, let's continue.
Oh, the KKK, whatever, but BLM, we need to end that.
Which is utterly ridiculous.
But
No, actually, when your country is basically facing a coup, which it currently is in America, battling domestic terrorists who are waging actual war, economic and physical war in your cities, taking out that enemy actually should be priority number one, as anybody that understands the art of war would know. Also, Lee, I told you to get back in the kitchen.
But you could make the point that the more violent group right now is that side. So I understand that.
Oh, right now? No, stupid. The left has always been the more violent side. Like I said earlier, many on the right are actually cuck-servatives because they won't fight. After what happened with the fraud in America, the streets should be filled with conservatives burning cities down for the fraud that occurred. But no, the majority of people on the right are cuck-servatives.
Okay, well, listen to this argument. Let's talk about this.
I said get back in the kitchen, Leah.
So when you become part of the KKK, their whole focus is white supremacy, right?
Of course you would know. She's a Democrat.
Well, yes. You tell me about...
Actually, the KKK's purpose was really to disenfranchise black people so that they couldn't vote. So they couldn't vote for Republicans that would actually favor them in political policies. Oh my God, a Canadian yet again knows more than an American. Let's continue.
Your experience,
but Black Lives Matter, you've got a handful of people that are shitheads, but
a handful of people. Look, Leah, if I had the ability, I would take away your ability to vote, your ability to drive, and potentially limit how much time you'd use on the internet, because this is beyond fucking ridiculous now. Beyond fucking ridiculous.
But you've also got people that are joining because...
Again, it wasn't a handful of people that caused $3 billion of damage with the riots that ensued during the summer, Leah.
They just want equality.
Yeah, only a handful. I personally think you can't get more than a dozen in a handful. Usually it's less, but let's just say a dozen, a handful, dozen. A dozen people caused $3 billion damage across the entire country, huh?
Okay, but the point isn't the whole point of the group isn't to just be shitty to people.
Actually, if you read into their founding documents, if you understand George Soros, and you understand the individuals that founded the movement and their backgrounds, yes, you would see that it is a shitty group and that you're wrong.
All KKK members are bad as to where all BLM members are not bad. I understand.
No. If you've allowed yourself to go into a group that was founded by Marxists who want to see the destruction of America, yes, everyone who's in there is bad. Whether they're aware of it or not, there's something called a useful idiot. And the Marxists themselves have this in their own documentation. These are the individuals, and I'd recommend you look up Yuri Bezmenov, who talks about the demoralization tactic of the Soviet Union on America. It's featured in this new, I think it's Call of Duty Cold War, but that's actually based on reality. And the guy that's featured in that video, that's totally true. He defected in Canada, 1983. That's all displayed there, and it basically shows that anybody that supports a movement, like BLM, which is a Marxist movement, and it's in their symbols with the fucking fist, because that's a communist symbol, that essentially anybody that's supporting the group that really doesn't understand its purpose really is just a useful idiot. That's what they call them. And these useful idiots, eventually, when they've reached the end of their shelf life, they get put up against the wall and shot. That is how it works.
Exactly, no, I'm not saying that they're not all bad.
No. He's agreeing with you. He's agreeing with you.
I'm saying that all KKK members are...
It sounds like Leah's always looking to fight.
Bad as to where all BLM members are not bad.
So
again, that's a fallacy, JB. And since we have the ability to do research unprecedentedly in this age of information, if you're not willing to do the research on a group that you support, then you are a useful idiot and you are bad.
I agree with that
are.
too. So we agree with that too. So what Dave's pointing out is that fight from 5 years ago. He's literally bringing up that fight from 5 years ago.
This is Mr. Joe Cronin jumping back and forth. We talked about this the other day. He asked Jesse, who have you, talked to recently? And he just slipped it in there at the last moment. But he has no problems saying Dave does this all the time. Essentially saying Dave has been doing this since he's been around. So who's going back to the past now? But more importantly, Joe, this is how you actually establish intent. You look at the past and we look at motive. We look at habits and statements. And with you, if we look back 5 years and continue on today, we have a well-established case against you, Joe. A case that clearly lays out your anti-white bias.
Yeah, I've never looked at some sort of like guy that wants to join the KKK, and I'm like, I bet he has good intentions. I've never thought that.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
There are tons of people who are a part of the Black Lives Matter movement that do just want, well, as silly as it is, like, I want them to have just as much rights as us when they do, if not more, by the way, in this day and age.
JB is correct there, and he's referring to affirmative action.
But
it's the idea that they don't think that they do, though.
The point is
like maybe it's not that you don't have so many rights, but maybe it's like maybe we have equal rights or whatever. Like, but they feel like they're profiled more, as far.
Oh, you mean like Joe, because he feels like the eternal victim, which is the title of this video.
Is like when they get pulled over or something like that, within just like an automatic assumption that they're doing something bad or a criminal simply because of the color of their skin.
One more thing is depending on where you live, it also becomes more viable. Like there are some places where this really doesn't happen, but then there's other places where it badly happens. So like depending on where you live in the country, you can have a different perspective of it.
Differ.
So, but my point again is that this is disingenuous. That me and JB were just.
That's going to go on the lie list. It's not disingenuous.
Just simply making the point 5 years ago that basically all the KKK is easily bad, throw them away. But when it comes to BLM, it's a gray area because there's some people that are horrific, but he would make the argument that
let's go back here. This is what I'm referring to. This is Joe Cronin pandering, too scared to take a stance, too stupid to do the research to actually know what the organization stands for, what it's about, and who's the one funding it. But no, Black Lives. Well, the concept's valid. So yeah, I'm gonna say that I can't really I'm just gonna sit on this fence.
It's all bad because you're supporting whatever the fuck. But that's all we were saying years.
Yeah, you know what? Some people that claim to be communists also thought they were doing good things.
Ago, and he's going back.
It's called context, Joe. It's called this didn't come out of the blue. This isn't something that you're portraying, which is just random, which is what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it look like this just randomly happened out of the blue. It's so weird. But we know that's not the fact. And you do point to the past. And if we're going to try to establish intent, as is appropriate, because you're complaining, Dave Rhodes doesn't come, prepared and stuff. If we're going to establish intent, then clearly we're going to have to look at more than just the last year. I mean, that's logical. No, you lack that, but that is what needs to be done. The same thing would be done in a court case. So we got to look back at patterns.
Back to 5 years ago.
A long time ago, man. That was back in
he's going back because this is the only example he can think of.
Well, that's false, though. Okay, that goes back on the list there, or I should say that gets added to the list, but that is false. The only example that I can think of, that is a blatant fucking lie. But this is going on. This is under the supposition that he called into a show that I was prepped and ready to go to debate him on race. So that's why he can get away with this lie. By the way, we are now at literally 40 minutes discussing Dave Rose. Lying about Dave Rose.
Yeah, because he's made an accusation now, and now he's got a.
And why isn't JB?
No, finish your sentence, Leah.
He racist to whites then. Why isn't he saying JB's racist to white?
Because JB doesn't try to pander to a fucking minority that watches him, makes bad jokes, and actually, believes some of the shit that he fucking spews. Remember, Joe is... Okay, this really comes, in my opinion, it stems from that situation where Joe had, where after his dad passed away, his mom hooked up with this guy who apparently was really racist, and Joe would be listening to rap or hip hop in his room and stuff. This guy would bust in and just start to fucking ridicule and berate Joe for listening to the music and start to, talk poorly about black people and all this sort of shit. Joe has had black girlfriends in the past. So I think primarily this whole, his whole desire for defense to play White Knight comes from this fact that, he was made to feel so poorly by his mother's boyfriend that I guess he felt some desire or maybe white guilt. That's a lot of the times that's where how it comes from. It's for family members that either act in a certain way, this guy sounded kind of extreme, so Joe wants to act in the opposite extreme. The guy is in Boston, and I think it was New Hampshire he was born in, and then he moved to Massachusetts. But regardless, this is East Coast liberal, heartland. Of course, somebody is going to grow up indoctrinated with the liberal lies that they push there. So, the whole idea that blacks are always victims and they never can be racist, his experience with this guy probably pushed him to be more, I guess, sympathetic to black people and just overlook certain things or just make up sort of justification and say, well, since I witnessed my mom's boyfriend actually be so racist, then clearly white people have a lot to pay for, or, we should be guilty or something like that. So I suspect that some of that does come from that too. So, I can't obviously say for certain, but it's clear, it's so clear that this is a long time coming, and that him trying to say, oh, Dave Rose's point to the past, but while ignoring the fact that his record stands clear and his motive is established throughout all those years of looking at that fact, that it becomes clear as day. And that's why the other day when he was fighting with Jesse and really treating him like shit, he was like, well, when does that happen? Recently. Because only recently apparently matters to him when it needs to, but he can easily go look back into the past to make sure that, oh, well, I've got all my bases covered. So before we continue, let's go back to the chat here. Very, very full activity. Thank you for all the viewers that are currently here right now. We got about 34. That's not bad. We went up to close to 49 at one point, which I thought was quite cool. Let's see here. Back to the chat. So Travis says, Dave, thanks for making my work day so much easier. Well, you're welcome, and I hope that, it goes well. He also says, over 900 cops killed. Yes, that's something that Joe totally ignores. And it was because of BLM where you had this guy who went into Houston and started shooting up the cops and shit. I think he shot 6 of them before he was finally put down. And he was a Democrat, he was BLM, and he was anti-police. And it was BLM's rhetoric that basically made him go out and shoot cops. This is the group that Joe's defending. And Leah.
Right,
no, that's nothing to do with it. But you don't know crime.
That's not what I said.
You know stats, which means
pause.
you don't know
That's
all the.
not what
Listen now that he's trying to talk over me, but he was saying previously, "Oh, Dave Rose trying to talk over me." That BLM is actually caused.
That's not what I said. Actually,
it is what you said. That's another lie to the lie list. Well, when we fucking get done with this, we're gonna have to calculate how many lies per minute.
Dave, what I said.
That's actually going to be the new standard. So just like we've established the 85% as a standard, as one standard of the community, this is going to be another standard of the community. Lies per minute. LPM. So people, you have now witnessed the creation of something new, something deliciously beautiful here on the Devious Dave Rose channel. Lies per minute. LPM.
was you said that you were happy. This was like 5 years ago. You're talking about. You said you were happy. You were okay with whatever KKK does.
Okay, whatever. Please be specific, Joe.
Whatever, and BLM does this, and I said they're at least both very similar. But
well, yeah, that would be what an ignorant piece of shit would say. But as I, detailed earlier, they're nothing the same.
Like they're not fucking different.
No, they're not.
Like,
They're not. See, do you hear the incredulity in my voice? I can't even believe who I'm fucking like what I'm hearing, who I'm talking to.
You were getting more
See, again,
upset.
you don't even have a historical context to understand that they're two totally different fucking organizations. See, like when I'm exposed to retarded, I have an allergic reaction, and that reaction is anger.
Dude, you're just making up hate for me. It's
making up hate. Another point to the lie list. Hold on.
It's hilarious. My wife.
I just
my
think
wife thinks I hate
you're an
BLM.
idiot.
My wife thinks I hate BLM, but you think I love them.
We've already established your wife is an idiot who has no idea about what happens in politics, and you are a habitual fence sitter, so that is probably why people have this skewed view of you. Actually, I'm not sure if it's skewed. I think you're just skewing yourself, but okay.
Like somebody's got to be wrong here.
Somebody's got to be wrong. Okay, let's examine that. How many co-hosts have left you, Joe? Yeah, I thought so. A habitual fence sitter who can't even make a fucking decision. Why don't you God, this Dave Rose guy, he sounds like a genius. You can stand up for once in your life and fucking say, this is wrong, huh?
You can't tell the difference.
You gotta be... See, he just doesn't want to let me talk, so he's bulldozing over me. But hey, he's the turd calling the rainbow ugly. Fucking sucking liberal cock all the time. You got to be playing the field. That's why I think you probably are more pandering to the POCs than you are fucking white guilt. Because it's more profitable. Also, racist still never said anywhere in this fucking conversation.
You just speculate.
By me, at least. In accusation of Joe.
About stuff and you bulldoze over things.
Look at this beautiful, beautiful example of liberal projection. Bulldozing over me. I'm answering. He's talking over me. The only one right now on this call of 5 people who's actually speaking. Again, Dave Rose makes a good point. He calls on to a show where there's 5 people on there, and yet it's only him and me talking. Could he not accomplish the same thing with me on a show like this right now? Oh, of course he could. Why doesn't he do that? Oh, well, that just reveals his disingenuity. Now, but
he's the only one speaking on this call because he's the only one allowed to get a word in.
That is false, Drew. Several times. If you actually look at YR stream, you'll actually see my icon mute itself multiple times when Joe's talking. With me in the past.
You can be a bunch of people wrong all in one group.
Listen to this stupidity. I fucking had this was funny last night. And also, let's listen to how Joe is now getting frustrated because you can hear his verbiage breaking down. But who's actually speaking out? But
he's the only one speaking on this call because he's the only one allowed to get a word in.
With me in the past.
You can be a bunch of people wrong all in one.
You can be a bunch of people wrong all the time. Let me write this down because this is good. You can be a bunch of people wrong. I want to hear that once more just because these are quotes that are going to be enshrined.
Allowed to get a word
with me in the past.
You can be a bunch of people wrong all in one.
You can be a bunch of people wrong all the time. Even Ricky from South Park sounds smarter than that. Let me go back to the chat since I have it paused. Let's see here. Anybody? We have Joe Cronin. Says, wouldn't he have ended up with a black girl, Dave? Well, he dated multiple black girls. But no, I mean, that's not necessarily, sort of the end result. Richie Dollars, I like that name, says, Dave Rose is destroying begging Cronin right now. Well, yeah, we're grinding him into a fine paste. JR Ford III says 1.3 LPM on the JCS. I can't wait till we finally figure that out, because once it's done off me, then I think that would be a good, just a good indicator. And, we'll take that as the average, because technically, lives per show would be different. And that obviously would vary. But I think this is a good sort of marker, at least, for how many, what the 0 to 60 would be if it was a car. Like, what can we get the LPMs to be here? Like, what are the LPMs on something that Joe Cronin clearly feels strong about? So, yeah. Good eye there, JR for the third, and we'll check in that number. I think it's going to be more, to be honest, but we'll figure that out once we're done. Let's continue.
Group, that's fine, but you're totally fucking ridiculous.
Hold on.
You can
speaking on this call because he's the only one allowed to get a word in.
He's beat with me in the past.
You can be a bunch of people wrong all in one group. That's fine, but you're totally fucking ridiculous right now.
Yeah, so ridiculous. I'm just proving you wrong. So okay. Basically, all the different co-hosts that left you, it's all their fault, not yours. Just a reminder, guys, Mr. Consistent. Literally everything I'm saying, I don't remember word for word what I said last night on this conversation, but it's Mr. Consistent. There's no deviation in what I'm saying. If this was a court case where I made a deposition prior, and then I'm called to the case, and I asked to make a statement, and then they roll in the audio recording and say that you recorded this statement 2 weeks ago, and they play, and it's literally word for fucking word of what I'm saying. That is Mr. Consistent. Right? So when you have literally...
What's that got to do with the argument?
He completely brings up something that...
what did that have to do with anything?
That had nothing to do with it.
Isn't he the king of...
Hold on. These people are clearly easily distracted by shiny objects, so let's rewind a bit and explain their mental fragility.
That's right.
Yeah, so basically, all the different co-hosts that left you, it's all their fault, not... Hold on.
Ridiculous. You can be a bunch of people wrong all in one group. That's fine. But you're...
Okay, so here it is. You can get a bunch of people wrong, fine, whatever he fucking said. What he's saying is, what he's trying to say is that, yeah, there could be a bunch of people that are wrong, and it doesn't change the fact. Well, what I'm trying to do here is to use a very simple analogy for someone who's so mentally retarded is, okay, yeah, a bunch of people have a certain opinion, but they're wrong. Okay, yeah, it happens. Absolutely. Let's look at his co-hosts, his previous co-hosts, the former co-hosts, the ones who left, who sailed away, who absolutely quit, or fucking started wars with him, like Tommy C. and Dead on Dave. Let's look at them. Okay, so now this is where pattern recognition comes in, Joe. So, yeah, a lot of people can be wrong. A bunch of people can be wrong. But what happens when a bunch of people think the same thing about Joe Cronin, work with Joe Cronin, and then eventually do the same thing and leave? Is, by your words, that mean you can be a bunch of people wrong all the time? Or is it possible, using actual English now, that perhaps those people weren't the one with the problem, but you were the one with the problem? Could it possibly enter your mind that, in fact, that bunch of people may have been right and you're the one who's incorrect? Of course not, because you are Joe Cronin, the eternal victim. You could never be wrong. Clearly, it's everyone else's fault but mine, as Homer Simpson would say. So, I mean, that to me seems very clear that you are you're basically unable to draw the simple correlation between the examples that I try to make for you, simple examples, to show your hypocrisy on the matter. So you can't acknowledge the fact that other people share the same belief, same knowledge, same opinion, same facts, because clearly it's a bunch of people wrong. Oh, hold on. There we go.
You're totally fucking ridiculous right now.
Yeah, so basically, all the different co-hosts that left you, it's all their fault, not yours, right? So when you have, like, literally...
Wait, what's that got to do with the argument?
He completely brings up something that's...
It has a lot to do with the argument. See, this is the type of lack of intelligence that I'm dealing with every single fucking day. I dumb myself down. I give you fucking examples, and you still can't add one and one together.
Have to do with anything.
That had nothing to do with it.
Isn't he the king of calling out deflecting?
Yeah, by the way, Dave told me he would never ever be on a call again with Scott, ever. Take it to the bank. So
still not letting that go, Joe, eh? I also, according to Joe, me and Scott, we're best friends. We hold hands, we frolic through the daisy fields, you know, we share lunch together and we go antiquing. Delusional. But because apparently I was on a show that Scott called in, now we're best friends, and I went out of my way to call Scott and to speak to him, which is obviously not true. That's false. Actually, that's going to have to go on because, yeah, he is lying. So that's going to have to go on the lie list. So let's continue.
Oh, just saying that.
Pattern recognition like I did, and you see multiple people doing the same thing because they keep going in the same situation. No, it's their fault, not yours, right, Joe? Is that it?
What does this have to do with stats on race? I don't really understand.
So now we got the deflection. The deflection Drew's talking about. He's going back and forth. He can't stay on one topic. This is also part of the moving the goalpost fallacy, is that he can't stay focused, and he needs to continue to fucking change and adapt that. Well, sorry, JB. I mean, that's what I'm calling it out as it is. I'm not fucking putting any filters on myself today. I have no hate for you. I like you, actually, to be quite honest. But, like, I'm just calling it out for what it is, and, yeah, I'm not pulling any punches on anybody here. But let's continue. Because I'm making an exact point of what you're fucking talking about. Is the fact that
that's not an exact point of, I don't think, what we were talking about at all. But
you don't think? Okay, when you throw in you don't think, you're definitely not certain, and that casts everything into doubt.
But, okay.
You're trying to say, well, all these people might have this opinion, but it's wrong. Well, guess what? When all these people have a certain opinion, say, of Joe Cronin, see, this is now the second time that I'm having to explain this. I should not have to explain this. I should not have to explain the correlation between the two. And all of them who are working very well with him as a host, you can hear this in my voice. I'm fucking tired. I'm tired of repeating myself. Honestly, like I said earlier, forcing someone to repeat themselves is the ultimate form of disrespect. The ultimate form of disrespect. I'd rather you fart on me than you fucking force me to repeat myself. End up leaving.
They weren't working well with me as a host.
I think it's fucking them that's the problem.
Not you.
Joe. Hold on. Let's just see here. Let's hear what Joe wants to little jab there. These people might have this opinion, but it's wrong. Well, guess what? When all these people have a certain opinion, say, of Joe Cronin, and all of them who are working very well with him as a host end up leaving. Okay, so the host working well with him prior to leaving. Well, Dead on Dave, Tommy C, me, Jesse, who else was there? Well, JB still is, he's recognized as the gold standard. Ken, yeah, you were working really good with them. You were working really good with them, and people were liking it. So, Joe, this is sad at this point, but let's continue.
They weren't working well with me as a host.
I think it's actually, now that's actually going to happen. He knows, I can hear it in his voice. He knows he's wrong. That goes on the lie list. Because he also, if we look back at the videos that he's done afterwards, like, remember when JB left? Like, there was videos that were made when JB left that were more, okay, how can I put this? I'm not thinking smartly. Okay. Joe made a few videos soon after JB left. they were very kind worded, you know, not regretful, but sort of like tearful in the sense that like he wanted him back. He was hoping well for him, all this stuff. But eventually it started to degrade into this whole like, you know, cheap jabs and shots at JB, and then sort of like claiming that he was a liar and, you know, just making things up and all that stuff. So, hold on. Let's go back here. Rewind a bit. Very well with him as a host. So he's talking about working well together. JB. I've got a list of things in my head that I'm going through. I'm not reading the list or statistics, Joe. I'm actually going through in my head. I can actually do that. Working well together. Yeah, he's lying about the fact that until the point that people left him, they were working great. Obviously, things sort of degrade sometimes. And especially when Joe doesn't want to have maintain communication with you. But regardless, up to those points, people are still wanting to see those people. So that as soon as they leave, regardless if there was a little bit of turbulence prior, they're like, where the fuck is JB, man? That guy made the show. Where's Ken? That guy's hilarious. Where's Dave Rose? I love to hear this. Okay? So let's actually be honest with ourselves, Joe. Leaving, I don't.
They weren't working well with me as a host.
I think it's fucking them that's the problem.
Well, not you.
Problem, Joe.
You're also here right now.
Excuse me as well, motherfucker.
Well, not you either, you dildo. You're here too. I mean, listen, and Jake and Drew and.
Yeah, but I think he was trying to make the point that even we had to take a, you know.
Yeah, he's just trying to say, listen, people don't like you. That's all he's trying to.
No, I'm not saying that at all. You'd have to be a very big idiot to actually believe that is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. You do this very often, Joe. Again, you even said, as further displayed on this stream, is that you said that I was calling you a racist, and that word did not come one time out of my mouth now, did it?
Say.
No, he's not trying to say that, you fuck.
What's he trying to say?
Well, at least Jesse is smarter than Joe.
I would disagree.
I mean, it kind of.
Well, Drew apparently is not.
Well, I feel like the way he put it, he made it sound like people like myself, JB, whoever. I don't think it didn't sound like he was talking about like just whoever the fuck, like people that didn't even really.
What are you saying?
Even co-host.
No, I'm just saying he's sort of like people. This is why people leave you or something. And I was like, what? Like, what does that have to do with this?
We already went through this, but this again should be a highlight because he keeps bringing it up, right? He keeps bringing it up. It's like, well, what does it have to do with this? I can't draw the correlation. Can somebody draw the correlation for me? I know I asked Dave Rose 6 times on the fucking thing to draw the correlation for me, and he literally did 6 times, but I still don't get it, guys. It's weird. It's bizarre. I don't get it. Can somebody explain to me? If nobody can explain it, clearly Dave Rose is wrong because we're too, we're so smart that we would clearly understand what Dave Rose is saying. My God. My God. Unreal. Let's go back to the chat. Joe Cronin Show says, Joe took a shot at that Karen who tried to debate you, Rose. Looks she left his Patreon and went to Drew. That's funny. The audience actually took a shit on her. So, yeah. And, yeah, you can go bye-bye. In the chat there, if you don't want to be smart, you can be arrested. Trust me, the wheel is turning and the noose is tightening. But we shan't speak any more of that. Back to the chat. Travis says, clear shot at Ken, by the way. Interesting. Oh, damn it. I swallowed when I shouldn't have. Yes, that does appear to be a dig at Ken and not working well together thing. Yes, very good point. Because that seems to be the one person that he really has sort of a stick in his ass about. Yeah, there's definitely something real deep there. Really deep there. Probably as deep as a disgusting deep dish pizza like is the Costanza's referring to in the chat. But he's making a good point. The community has turned into a deep dish pizza. Absolutely. We all know that deep dish pizza isn't pizza, it's shit. And that seems to be what a big portion of the community has turned into. Travis says, it's also almost like it was traumatic. And absolutely, that's exactly why. That's exactly why. There's something that really got to him that I didn't do, that JB didn't do, that other co-hosts didn't do. Like, Tommy C ended up putting dicks on fucking Cronin's kid's face and tweeting that shit publicly. So, and this guy still, you know, chats with them and this and that, although he shits on me because Scott was on the same show as me, even though it was YR's channel. But, you know, he still talks to Tommy C, and yet he still has that butt hurt about Ken. There is something there, very deep. And Smix85 says no one is loyal in this community. No, that's not true, because the thing is, though, this is the and God, I don't want to get too straight off, but this is the mentality of some people who think, like as I explained earlier, is that you should just put yourself into a torturous position, in the sense that you pay loyalty to somebody, but then they're disloyal to you, but you have to. But everyone says you have to continue to pay that loyalty. No, you're not. Any right mind would not continue to expose themselves to a toxic situation where they will continue to have to deal with an unpleasant situation. Yeah, we have free will. We have our choice to be part of a situation or not. So let's see here. Smix85 says, who are the three pillars in this community? Well, first and foremost, that pillars of the community garbage was started by YR, the same guy who can't name his own shows properly. So fuck that shit. Fuck that saying. It's fucking retarded. Okay? The pillar of the community. Oh, he's a godsend. Fuck off with that fucking millennial fucking language shit. Here we be adults. And pirates. Now, back to the clip.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's making a point on that. Whatever, yeah, that shit. I was just like, when you said that,
yeah,
like,
I'm gonna have to rewind because Jesse's all over the place. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about, and I'm sort of misplaced in regards to what they're trying to maintain the topic on. Because notice that how quick they are to sort of jump around, to sort of sprinkle their narrative powder on everything they can.
Myself, JB, whoever. I don't think it didn't sound like he was talking about like just whoever the fuck, like people that didn't even really.
What are you saying?
Even co-host.
No, I'm just saying he's sort of like people. This is why people leave you or something. And I was like, what? Like, what does that have to do?
What? Really? Oh my god.
With this.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's making a point on that. Whatever, yeah, that shit. I was just like, when you said that,
yeah,
it didn't work well. I'm like, well. Okay.
I've lost just as many co-hosts in a shorter amount of time. So what does that make me?
Nobody asked.
Right.
Well, you got like 10 of them.
I must be a real piece of shit.
Yeah, Drew will go too far. Like Drew will suck a cock in my
always going to the sexual shit.
Best interest. I mean, like
nice.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's true. Very true.
There was no
dick. You follow it.
Take a dick.
Damn mine.
If you want to continue to try to say that, that's great. But guess what? First of all, I've never broken anything of mine in a rage. Okay, so if you want to talk, before we continue, many people contacted me, both Sparrows and others, who reaffirmed their appreciation for my actions with what's going to follow. And I can't wait to hear Joe's spin on the whole situation. Leah's there, so I'm sure we'll get something a little spicy from her. But yeah, a lot of people lauded me for being so honest, so blunt, and so factual in these statements that are about to come up. Not crazy. There you go, bro.
Now he's bringing up like when I flip out on the shows.
Quick question.
Hold on, let's rewind. Guess what? First of all, I've never broken anything of mine in a rage. Okay, so if you want to talk crazy, there you go, bro.
Now he's bringing up like when I.
he called me crazy. I responded.
Flip
Can I
out
ask
on the
a real
shows.
quick question? How old is this?
This morning.
I think it's funny that he wants to look to the past, but he doesn't want people to look to the past for what he's done that prove what they're saying is true. He's always saying, I hate it when people lie about me. Well, now this truth is being exposed, and you literally are being disingenuous and overlooking it or dismissing it, as I did say in this clip, and you're like, I'm not dismissing anything.
Yeah, a couple hours.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this was this morning, brother.
Still going on.
I actually believe it was at some point. It was definitely prior to Monetize This starting. I believe Monetize This started at 11:30. I think that's what it usually starts at. But I always assume that it starts later. And I was on YR show for a while. Even after the show ended, YR didn't even tell us. I was on the call with SE Steve, with Bullfrog and Keith, and I destroyed fucking Bullfrog. Thankfully, Steve actually took a recording of that, so hopefully that'll be published soon. It was very juicy, but fucking, I made Bullfrog rage quit. It was great. And also, I keep learning a lot of things that would probably allow me to take legal action. So, Bullfrog can continue to say that he can act sexual with whoever he wants in the community, as that message was forwarded to me, quote for quote, by somebody. Almost snitched there. And Bullfrog, keep it up, and you'll have your own tribunal for your own. You'll be the star of that. Let's continue.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like it.
Isn't it fun?
I've heard this point made.
This is just
same point
today.
he just made. I've heard in the last 2 weeks. I thought this was 2 weeks ago.
Before we continue, I'm just going to say that this again disproves Joe. He reveals things that sort of disprove his argument, but he's sort of saying that this is a recent thing, and then reveals that no, there's a lot more that had come in the past, and then sort of just flips to like, oh, well, this was today. It's such a surprise. It's so weird. It's this. He's got a quick way of trying to jump, forward and back to sort of justify his position, but he doesn't see the. I think he knows what he's doing, so he does see the hypocrisy in what he's doing, but he can't be wrong, because then it would disprove that he was a victim and that he is the cause of his problems and he is incorrect. So he can't have that.
Video.
No, this is just this morning.
Diagnostic.
Here's the real question: did you bring food for the kids and Leah, or did you just eat in your car like an asshole?
No,
because I do that all the time.
I was downstairs having it.
I had specifically asked for food. I had already gotten it at that point.
I was gonna say you probably fell asleep on the couch in the basement. You're laying on the couch. Still.
I definitely want to clip that thing of Leah saying I just got it or whatever you just said. I don't know. It was kind of sexy.
You're really reaching now.
I am, and I'm not even drunk yet. I'm coming up for vodka in a second, and then we're gonna play donos. But let's play a little bit more of this. We're almost done. We're almost done, everybody. We're almost done. The agony's almost over.
Okay, bro.
Maybe crazy genius, like evil genius, like fucking Dr. Evil. I'll take that. But fucking actually losing it as an adult and smashing shit, dude, that's fucking pathetic.
Dude, yeah, wow, it was crazy. You loved it when it happened too, didn't you?
No, but that's the thing though.
How
That
much
is
money
crazy.
did you make
What
doing
I'm
that?
doing is not crazy, but you breaking shit in a fit, dude, that is mental illness, and that is the other word for crazy.
You
Crazy
haven't given me any example. You just say things. You just say things, dude. You just
I say things that are
are
true, and it bothers you. See, that's everything I just said there is factually correct. There's nothing that could be argued.
No, it doesn't, because you didn't say anything that was true.
No. See, Joe continually thinks like the 8-year-old child that he's mentally stunted as. At the sandbox there in the elementary school. Oh, if I say this, then it's going to be true. No, it doesn't make it true. Oh,
No,
of course
it didn't.
I'm saying
It
these
didn't.
things, and you're saying, oh, you just say these things. But I'm saying things that are factually correct. So by saying
No,
things
you
that are
didn't say
factually
anything
correct,
that was correct. You
where is-
literally-
Bulldozer Joe at it again. Trying to provide an explanation. We all know that I don't like to yell, so I'm not going to start yelling like Joe does, yell over people to try to get my point across. I'm just going to continue to talk. That annoys people like Joe and actually infuriates them. But I'm not going to allow someone to bulldoze over me, to fucking just disrespect me in that way. And I'm gonna conduct myself in the appropriate way, which is I will speak, then you respond, then I respond, and so forth and so on. Well, if it's my turn to respond and you want to continue to talk over me, I'm not going to stop talking. I'm going to continue with my turn.
Really just made stuff up.
I'm not going to include that. Well, actually, no, we have to, because I know he's repeated it multiple times, but it is another lie. So make stuff up. There we go. Another.
Can
I
jump
didn't make
in?
any
You agree on stats, so how can we disagree?
Should I bring up? Okay, you said the same thing I made up about your fight with me and Jesse. You just won't let me talk. And I proved you wrong by showing. I'm also highlighting how he treated Jesse in those graphics. So
how are we gonna have an argument? We agree on it.
He's repeated himself multiple times.
We agree on it. How are we gonna have an argument?
Not exactly, Leah. I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but when the Grand Tribunal happens, there will be one.
Agree on it.
It's like that.
You want Dave Rose to come fully loaded? You'll get the fucking fully loaded Dave Rose. It's simple as that.
Howard Stern presentation where he was telling all the employees.
It would actually be more helpful if he had a PowerPoint presentation, I feel like.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, look forward to it, Leah. It might ensure that your divorce plans are finalized.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like when he brought up Joe being anti-white, maybe have a couple of quotes or a couple of sound clips or something to go off of. That way Joe can respond to just accusations.
Yeah, but you know what? I've heard him do a thing on that. I hope people that I have a psychotic side of me that wants to see people hurt.
This is actually true. We've seen him multiple times. Actually, it's funny because when I played that clip at the beginning of the show where, what was it that he was basically saying this is a white people video, whatever, with the Logan Paul rap video and shit. Right before that clip was playing, so that's prior to, let me look at my notes here. That is prior to 3547 of Monetize This 293 of, airing Friday, December 4th, 2020, is that right prior to that, he played the clip like 5-6 times where this referee in it's a high school game or college game, ends up penalizing a player because of their moves. So another player from this team ends up running up to this referee and just tackling the guy. And it's, a jogger mentality. I think it was an Hispanic that did it. But they were laughing at it over and fucking over again. They were making light of it. There's I remember, and this revolted me. This revolted my stomach. There was a clip, I believe, on Corrupted that I heard where they're reviewing a video where apparently this guy got raped by a pig. And both, Ken, JB, and Joe are laughing at this maniacally. And it is literally the most evil thing fucking ever. It's disgusting. First of all, rape is fucking disgusting. Okay? Can you make rape jokes? Yes. Some of them can be funny, but this is something different. This is something beyond acceptable, where you're actually reviewing a video where this happens and you think it's funny. It's gross. It's disgusting. And it really goes to show that dirty evilness inside you. Just fucking unreal.
And then he plays the clip, and then
let me just rewind a bit.
On to just accusations.
Yeah, but you know what? I've heard him do a thing on that. I hope people that I have a psychotic side of me that wants to see people hurt.
Well, we've already proven that is correct, and you have a fucking record of seeing this, of just displaying this attitude.
And then he plays the clip, and then he played the clip of me saying that I hope I basically just said, I wasn't talking about anybody specific, but I said out of nowhere, I said something about I want to see a van of the whole family blow up on the freeway or whatever. and he played that. So he would just do this about anything. And it's
What the fuck is he talking about? I didn't play no clip on YR's show. I'm gonna have to rewind that, but that looks like that's going on the list of lies, and it deserves to be 2, but I'm not gonna count it as I'm gonna give it a 1. But we gotta listen to that again because this is now a straight out fucking lie.
about anybody specific, but I said, like, out of nowhere, I said something about, like, I want to see a van of the whole family blow up.
Let's go back a bit.
You know, quotes or a couple of sound clips or something to go off of. That way Joe can respond to just accusations.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what? I've heard him do a thing on that I hope people, like, that I have a psychotic side of me that wants to see people hurt. And then he plays the clip. And then he played the clip of me saying that I hope I basically just said I would.
And then he played the clip. He said it multiple times. And listen how he's stumbling now. This is a lie. That definitely goes on the list. He may be referring to a previous show. He may be, like, not, I'm not sure if it was, maybe it was on YR's show. Maybe it was even back in Drama Club. So potentially, again, he's being a hypocrite going, like, oh, look at all these years ago and stuff. And, oh, I can, Dave can't do that sort of thing. That sort of level of hypocrisy. But the way that he's framing it, remember that he framed it from the get-go that Dave, from the get-go, was the one that, when Joe called in, demanded to debate on race. Strangely enough, didn't have anything prepared, although Dave is always prepared. And, now this. Should be clear as day, but let's continue.
Wasn't talking about anybody specific, but I said, like, out of nowhere, I said something about, like, I want to see a van of the whole family blow up on the freeway or whatever. And he played that. So he would just do this about anything. And it's like, well, that's...
But you have a history.
He would just do this about anything. That's another lie. Another lie. This is getting unreal at this point. Just do this about anything? Can you even point to these examples? Can you? I mean, I've got all my videos public now. You can point to one of these, I guess. Maybe a show of yours.
Of saying really ridiculous shit like that.
Yeah, it's like
not that it gives you the pass because I think it's fucking deplorable. But
oh, come on! But you wait a minute. But you listen to Opie and Anthony.
No. I'm making a joke that like it.
But yeah, but I mean, like Opie and Anthony, like Louis C.K. I mean, like that's my type of humor. So like, obviously, I'm going to say this
Joe.
stuff.
I think I worded it wrong. That is my type of humor. I agree with you, but it's like. It is deplorable behavior, but that's the funny part about it because it's like, Jesus, it's so over the top, it's ridiculous.
Yes.
And I think if people take that shit serious, it just makes you look like a fool.
Are you saying that flipping people out of context is bad, Joe?
Right.
I think it's great.
It is kind of fun. It is fun. Yeah. I mean, listen, absolutely. I hope when you say you hope a family blows up on the interstate, I mean.
Okay.
I hope the interstate battery like blows up in the car.
Depends on which family it is, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I was.
I hope the baby dies first.
How are we gonna have
yourself and actually move on and become better?
What are you talking about, dude? What are you saying?
What are you saying, man? It's weird. It's so bizarre. Oh, shout out to Bam6956, who in Joe's chat I'm seeing just said, well, Dave is more entertaining than most on the call besides Joe and JB. You're a good man, Bam6956. A good man.
He's just trying to trigger me here. It's funny.
No, see, that's the thing, though. I'm not a pussy-ass bitch, and I'm certainly not a liberal. So I don't even feel a desire to trigger people. I'm just trying to get my point across that you continually decide to ignore and then try to flip the rules.
Call with these guys for an hour earlier, everything was fine. You're the only one acting crazy.
Remember, those that throw insults have no basis for an argument to stand on. No, but see, trying to say that I'm crazy, again, the liberal, this Dave Rose guy is always one step ahead of me. Or I'm always one step ahead of him because everything, Mr. Consistent, everything I'm fucking saying is coming out. Mantra doesn't make it true.
$100 donation. Let the money adds up. It can be 5, 15.
Also, YR was acting very gay at this point because he was doing these donation shticks or whatever and talking over us and distracting from the conversation.
20.
This is
Are you on YR show?
This is now YR trying to be like, drop $100.
YR show again. Good Lord.
Well, no,
you know where to find it.
Actually,
funny. very funny is because Nerdy brought this up earlier. They were talking about Bullfrog. Oh, no, where was it? No, somebody sent me the clip. Okay, so apparently Bullfrog called in to monetize this last night under the Todd moniker. And the guy apparently started to bitch about me. He's like, oh, I want to complain about Dave Rose. He's bullying me, blah, blah, blah. And, oh, man, I'm getting distracted so easily. So what was it about Bullfrog? Calls in, Todd. Oh, my God. I'm sorry, guys.
$100.
YR.
Yes.
Okay, so what was it? YR. Oh fuck! Sorry, guys.
This is now YR trying to be like, drop $100.
YR show again.
Oh, it was basically it's about the fact that Nerdy and Joe had told Bullfrog if he doesn't want to experience what he gets when he goes to YR's channel, and I'm there. It's not harassment. It's basically getting put in your place and called out for your bullshit. That he should stay away. Well, that's very interesting because Joe's not staying away. Wise it is. Wise it is to approach an enemy. So, rules for thee, not for me. And then when you get someone as impressionable and stupid as Bullfrog, he'll be like, well, if Joe goes over there, then I'll go over there too. I'm a freak. I'm a star. Everyone's going to love me. They're going to love you in jail. I can assure you that if you keep up your ways there, Bullfrog. But let's continue.
And good Lord.
Well, no.
You know where to find it.
Actually, what happened was they called me.
He pulled you in, right?
Well, no, but they called me when Scott was doing something, and we were on a side Skype call, and then he just went on. You know what I mean? But yeah, I knew I was on there though. Absolutely.
Doesn't mean that I don't believe it.
Hold on, I was distracted by the chat. That might have been another lie. Let's just hear it again.
Are you on YR
yes,
show?
This is now YR trying to be like, drop $100.
YR show again. Good Lord.
Well, no.
You know where to find it.
Actually, no.
That's a lie. That's going on the lie. He called in.
Actually, what happened was they called
he
me.
He pulled you in, right?
Well, no, but they called me when Scott was doing something, and we were on a side Skype call, and then he just went on. You know what I mean? But yeah, I knew I was on there though. Absolutely.
Doesn't mean that I don't believe
not
it.
Reading stats. These are coming off my head. Plus, there's calls.
Why are you reading stats?
Okay, you know what? Because that's debatable. I can't 100% confirm it. Okay, and this is where I'm being honest with myself. I honestly believe that Joe called into that. I can't prove that 100% because I do know that YR literally pulls everyone in, and he is the type of individual to want to try to create conflict and drama. That's just who YR is. So there we go. Backspace. We take away one, because I can't 100% prove that. I have my suspicions, just like, well, we won't go to that. But regardless, I'm going to give Joe the benefit of that on this one to show that I am being fair in this entire stream. I'm not reading stats. What? But this is where he gets triggered at the fact that I can just pull this information out of my head. I don't have to read fucking papers. I don't have to look this up on the internet. It's fucking ingrained in my head. Some people are actually intelligent, Joe. That's right. Some people don't spend hours playing video games and then wonder why they don't have much memory retention. Oh. But you just brought
so he
up,
says
he's just reading stats.
He says stat numbers and then says I'm not reading stats, and then I say, well, I agree with the stats then.
Stats. Look at this guy. Well, then I agree with stats. No, that's not how it works. It's just you don't go from one side to the other. No, and he still doesn't seem to understand is that it's not agreeing about the stats. It's okay. Well, here are the stats. These are both agreed upon. These are agreed upon facts by both parties. Now, the debate obviously will be, well, what are the cause of these stats? This is logic, basic logic. It also could be just him being disingenuous, knowing what I'm getting at and refusing to acknowledge it. Because again, he is scared to debate race, to debate the reasons why we see the crimes that we do. And more importantly, it would force him to confront his hypocritical, virtue signaling manner. And force him to admit whether it in fact is pandering or if somehow he's so mentally damaged that he actually hates white people. That would be the ultimate result of the debate. Not, oh, Dave Rose won. No, this is why he doesn't want to do it. Because he knows the eventuality of it. He's not that stupid. He knows what the eventuality is. What is the eventuality? Joe Cronin is forced to admit that he panders to members of the audience because of their race, because he can make money off them, and because he also has some level of white guilt. That's not, again, I haven't used the R word, white guilt, and as such feels the need to virtue signal, prove that he is good, that he's a defender of the weak by being a white knight and essentially excusing all these actions that he knows the cause is for. Before we continue, let's go back to the chat here. I want to just see who else is around. We got 47 viewers. Thank you for joining us here on this Saturday evening. We got Sam Khan says, that impression of Bullfrog was good, Dave. Bullfrog says, YR, I'm done with your community. I didn't realize it belonged to YR, Bullfrog. J.R. Ford comes with a beautiful response to Bullfrog with a nice emoji middle finger, a frog, and a gun pointing to the frog. Sam Khan says, JB is scared of Dave, will never confront him one-on-one. I've talked to JB, I believe, on air. And there's nothing to really confront either. Bullfrog says, Dave, you're banned from my community. Oh my. Oh no. What will ever I do? Oh, that's right. Made an expose video and collect the testimony of multiple people and confront your local police department and potentially have you charged. Or at least perhaps put on a list. And Bullfrog says, why are you banned from my community? And it's the Costanza says, Bullfrog, your community is Joe's community. You don't have your own. LOL. That's hilarious. JR4 the third says, fake Bullfrog. Let it be. I still think that's funny. Okay, so apparently Travis TLC says, wow, I can't even see Bullfrog in the chat. LOL must be blocked. That could be the real Bullfrog then. You never know. And JR4 the third says, there's no misspelled words. Fake Bullfrog. Maybe someone helped them out. You never know. All right, let's go back to the continuation here. We are now at, so if we started at 20, we are now at we're just about to breach 50 minutes of talking about Dave Rose. And specifically how incensed he was for being exposed.
You are a psychopath, bro. I'll see you guys later.
Again, when a liberal has no legs to stand on and no ability to debate, they throw out insults, they throw out classifications. I saw a Wandy in the chat of Joe saying, oh, Dave Rose making fun of mentally ill people? Oh, that's so great, sarcastically. What do you think this is, a Wandy? What do you think this is? I'm a psychopath, yet 7 of your co-hosts left you. Yeah. This is the guy, again, that, breaks his own shit out of frustration. That's a mental illness, psychopathic, psychotic, and, yeah, you could call that crazy if you want to use the old school term. But I'm the one who's being labeled that. When Dave Rose doesn't like to yell, doesn't need to yell, embarrasses people by staying calm, and not really staying calm, but just being Dave Rose, being cool and collected. Dave Rose doesn't get triggered, but he does get annoyed because repeating oneself is unnecessary if someone is giving you the same respect that you give them. And I was raised in the manner that you show people the same respect you want to get. So if they don't show that respect, then they get the contempt. And it's fully justified. Let's continue. Yeah, I'm the psychopath.
He was right, brother.
And here the psychopath actually starts to yell. While I continue to ask if that is actually, if I'm truly the psychotic one. I never put dicks on your kid's face to try to make his point. Okay, so now I'm referring to how Tommy C put dicks on Joe Cronin's face and posted this publicly on Twitter to get back at Joe. I never did that, therefore I'm definitely not psychotic like Tommy C. And as always, he's like, I don't like it when people say things that are false about me. We know that for a fact because every time somebody makes a video about Joe, not every time, but I'm pulling the Joe there. Okay, very often we have seen that Joe has made a retort video about somebody who has said something about him where he just can't stand the fact that what was said somehow doesn't fit his narrative. And he is desperate to retake control. So he has to get it in. And we've seen this. And the way that he acts in these videos is what has been so perfectly highlighted earlier in this chat is that he needs to be a victim. He needs to be a victim. So it's just evident in, not only in the wording, but in the tone and, well, the intonation and the mannerisms that are being used. But before we continue, let's go back to the chat here. We've got Bullfrog, the supposed Bullfrog show says, go ahead, Dave. I'll tell my police my story, my side of the story. Well, that's fine, but you've got multiple witnesses that outnumber you, dummy. So you can do whatever you want. This is how a court case works. I'd suggest you contact your lawyer. Oh, that's right. You lied about that, too. You don't have a team of lawyers going after SC Steve. Oh, I'm going to get to you soon enough, Bullfrog. Here's the thing, though. Just like a regular frog, when you're cooking frog legs, as one does who is cultured, like myself, you never put the frog into boiling water. You put it into cold water and slowly increase the heat. The frog eventually will not realize it's being boiled alive. So that's the strategy that's being used here. Patience, Bullfrog, patience. Your time will come soon enough. First, we have to have all the grand trials and tribunals. Yeah, then we're going to get to you. So what else here? We've got Bullfrog says, please leave alone Dave Rose. Leave me alone, he says. First of all, why are you here if you want to be left alone? So, second of all, you said that you can be as sexual as you want with whoever you want in the community. That's fine. I told you that's fine. But I also told you you're going to be held accountable for your actions. So, either you stop, like I said before, and this is a sign of disrespect from you that you're forcing me to repeat myself, but either you stop being sexual with anyone who you want in the community, because it's not acceptable and you are legally liable for it, or you're going to get what's coming to you. And it's as simple as that. Okay, so the discussion's over. Okay, wait your turn because your tribunal is coming. Unless you decide to finally shut the fuck up and do what you're told. But since you're not going to do that, because I know, again, Dave Rose, Mr. Consistent, smartest man in the community, I know what you're going to do. I already know it before you do. So just sit back, get your fucking... your poison food and, microwave it, do whatever it is that you do, and just prep yourself for that tribunal that's coming. Let's go back to the chat. JB Sports Radio says, scared to confront Dave. Dave and myself confronted each other one-on-one for over a year. I'll monetize this when we worked. Exactly, JB. Like, it was totally stupid for them to even say that. It's just fucking retarded. And, we had our spats with the blog and all that shit. But again, it's just total bullshit. It's just total bullshit. And trying to paint JB falsely, which is not very cool. But let's continue here. I think they're just about done, but hopefully we'll see. Because this is dragging on. But every time he gets I do have to say I am honored for... we've had at least 50 minutes on Dave Rose, so that is appreciated. Wrong that what was said was true and the facts get presented. Oh, well, but what about this?
But what facts were presented?
See, he's ignoring how I'm trying to describe how he is moving the goalpost. So, you know, conveniently pausing whenever he needs to sort of get in there and, you know, maintain control of the narrative.
That's the thing, is like, what is he talking about?
What is he talking about? So either he's feigning knowledge or he's an idiot. It's ridiculous.
Who does like to have shit told about them that's not true? Like, especially, let's just use the getting clipped out of context type of thing. That would drive anybody crazy if you don't hear the full fucking context of something. Yeah, it makes you sound like a creepy person.
Right.
How many times has all of us been clipped out of context?
Nobody's been clipped more than me.
No, but out of context, you dumb cunt. We're talking about how, for example, this clip at the beginning cut out the fact that it was YR that started the whole debate.
Yeah. In the pussy.
Except Tommy.
More sexual comedy?
But the thing is, it's like we've all been clipped out of context to make us sound worse. And yeah, I get the fun in it, but sometimes it's really detrimental.
And by the way, he's literally fought with like people like Scott 70 times and like been friends with them and then doxed them and then been friends with.
Okay, I'd never dox Scott. We already know that. It's just so tiring to have to continue to repeat myself. These people, millennials mostly, are very stupid, don't understand the definition of doxing. So fucking stupid. You are a fucking idiot, Joe Cronin. Or this could be an attempt for character assassination, purposely lying, because you know that it's false. You know the definition of doxing, don't you?
For them, it's like, dude. So you know, go.
Dave's just going through his twice yearly weird show period or something where he like shits all over you, but he'll be back.
Okay. Here's my.
That's where you're wrong, Leah. I finally woke up.
Here's my question with that,
what did I call it before? I had a word for it. Now I can't remember it. The last time this happened.
DMS. Come on.
I forget. No, I had something.
But like,
hold on.
He's almost done.
With Scott, or is he just on a show where he has? It's like you, Joe. You're not friends with Rose or Scott right now, but you're on a show.
No, but he's on. Yeah, but I don't say that. I don't tell people they can't be on, or I don't.
Oh, really? What about Jesse a couple of weeks ago? What about that? Okay, that actually goes on the lie list. I gotta keep. Oh my God, this thing is growing huge. That's gotta go on the lie list because you know it's a lie, Joe. You know it's a fucking lie.
Say that I'm not going to be on. I go wherever I want to go now because
Who did he tell you that you couldn't be on with? Because I really don't.
This might be a lie coming up.
No.
What?
Like, get me up to speed. Is he telling you can't be on with certain people?
Who?
Rose.
Oh my God, dude, stay fucking focused.
Rose.
No, I.
Oh. Okay.
Well, no. Yeah, I mean he's.
Oh no. Oh yeah.
Sort of hinted at like.
Sort of hinted. Well, that's not really telling somebody, but okay, sort of hinted.
So we had conversations where like he was criticizing me and getting angry at me for.
I wasn't getting angry, dude. You don't seem to be able to read through fucking text.
Talking with Scott. This was just a couple months ago. And I said, but dude, I don't care because everybody will just be friends with him again.
This is the guy who approaches me about this sort of shit.
Again, anyway, so who gives a fuck? And I don't have any, like, I don't have.
He's trying to make this out to look like, oh well, I'm working with Scott or I'm dealing with Scott and you criticize me. And it's just like, but you're the one who's fucking constantly shitting on like why Scott, like you have to deal with Scott, all this stuff. It's just. It all came about from the fact that he keeps like messaging me, complaining, oh, Scott this, Scott that. It's like, well, then don't deal with him. Oh, well, you're telling me not to do this. I'm not telling you a goddamn thing because he's ignoring this as well. And the logs will prove this during the tribunal. But it's basically said I'm not telling. I would say, for example, I'm not telling you what to do because it'd be hypocritical of me to tell you something like that and not adhere to it myself or this and that. And I know you're still going to associate with whoever you want, and you know that I know I'm going to associate whoever I want, so I'm not going to even tell you who to associate with. I'm just telling you that if you're going to keep bitching, well, the source of your problems might be the guy that you're bitching about. And if you don't want to bitch about him, well, maybe you don't want to associate with him. It's the exact same thing that both Joe and Nerdy were talking about with Bullfrog in regards to associating with YR and the people that he associates with, who include myself, who destroyed Bullfrog the other day and thus, caused Bullfrog to call into Joe's show and that reaction. So this is so-fucking-loot hypocrisy.
Have any close friends with me now that we're like all agreeing not to talk to someone, so I don't give a shit. I'll go where I want. I'm a big boy, and I'll do whatever.
Yeah, we are. This is in fact the typical response of an 8-year-old. I'm a big boy. I'll do whatever I want. When we review the chat logs, it will be seen that was already acknowledged from the get-go. Just like you said, oh, I agree with those stats with you, Dave. Well, I agreed with the fact that, yes, I'll go where I'll go, you'll go with your go, and I'm not going to be a hypocrite like you are and say, oh, you shouldn't go here, because I know you're going to go anywhere. However, if you bitch to me about something, personally, I don't like hearing from bitches or their bitching. So, at one point, it gets tiring. I say, okay, fine. You want to keep that up? Here's your fucking solution. You don't want to follow it? Shut your fucking mouth, because I'm not interested in hearing you bitch. You don't want to deal with the situation? Remove yourself from it. This is logical stuff. I mean, Leah's going on about like, oh, this is Dave's like biannual period time. It sounds like Joe literally has a period every single fucking week.
Whatever the fuck I want, because nobody gives a fuck about me, so I don't give a fuck about...
This now goes back to what Travis was saying, the eternal victim. Oh, it's about me. It's about me. It's about me. I'm the eternal victim.
I don't give a fuck about anybody. I'll go where I want to go, because everybody does. And here's the other thing, because listen, all these people that were trying to tell me, like, or even doing shows saying Joe's a scumbag for talking to him, they all talked to him today, yesterday, the other day.
Oh, recently. Oh, yeah, but when that was happening, it wasn't. Also, it's funny because Joe continues to ignore the fact that, oh, look, all these people are on a call. YR adds a bunch of other people on there. Oh, look at that. People that were on fights are on the same call. Well, like I mentioned earlier on previous shows, many people aren't like Joe. They don't rage quit because somebody is on a show that they've had fights with in the past. They try to, that's right, Joe, act mature and be cordial, even if they don't like each other, because they have respect for the greater number of people. You know, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. You're a big Star Trek fan. You should be able to get that. You're a big boy. You can go wherever you want. You can watch the Star Trek movies and understand that yourself.
And he said, take it to the bank. We'll never talk to him again. Everybody does. So listen, it doesn't matter.
Obsession. This is now obsession. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. He can't let go. And I'm glad that this is a brain bug that's just eaten into his brain.
Everybody's a fake. Like, so, but
I don't go. Everybody's a fake. That's a very convenient way of saying, well, you know, I had 7 co-hosts that literally walked away. They all said the same thing about me, but no, it's all their fault. But hey, what is that? What's the correlation between that and my show sucking? Well, I don't understand. It's weird. It's bizarre. It must be somebody else's fault. It can't be my fault.
Go anywhere, by the way, on your last statement, you fuck.
Right. So the point is,
what if you wanted to go to Ken's show for 10 minutes?
The point. Oh, fuck it.
There we go. JB on the fucking ball.
Oh no!
Calling me crazy.
Come on.
So back to the point. Back to the clip. There's still some more of this. Almost done. Then we'll play the donos.
Literally is like a turd calling a rainbow ugly. Okay.
What?
This is literally.
Great analogy.
That was funny.
I mean,
like
that
gay beef going on.
Let's clip that. That should be a T-shirt on the front of the T-shirt, the rainbow. On the back of the T-shirt, a turd. The back of the T-shirt's a turd.
Planet calling me crazy literally is like a turd calling a rainbow ugly. Okay, this is literally your mentality.
I like
Say
that.
whatever you want.
That's really good.
I love the fact that
Leah Cronin
is, and I'll just wrap it up right now.
What the fuck?
Oh, Leah Cronin donated.
Leah,
What
thank you for the
yeah, but why
$15
did they just
donation, Leah.
He
bulldoze
can't
him
even
like
control
that?
his own emotions. B,
Leah, did you donate?
I will say it's terrible for the development. This has already been proven. Very professional. Very professional. I mean, I'm personally interested in listening to, what he and potentially what other people have to say here. But like now everyone's just fucking going over each other, and I don't even know what the fuck's going on. Number 2, little exposure to tablet, I will say, is a bad parent. Oh, there we go. He's fast forwarding. You can hear it. He's skipping. Now he's getting to the point where I talk about his fathering.
Well, he's going with that I'm a bad dad too.
Oh,
Wait, who is Roses?
This is going to be funny. His engagement with his audience, people are seeing more and more who he is. And when exposed with the possibility to have a proper discussion with me, he just devolves into the typical Cronin, the one that A, can't even control his own emotions, B, I will say is a bad parent. I don't know why. Like, giving kids...
You know what?
Now, yeah, exactly, people. Talk over Dave Rose. Don't listen to what he says. Like, what's this crazy guy, Dave Rose? What's his reasoning? How could he say these off things, these weird and bizarre things? Let's not examine the actual argument that he will present, because Dave Rose does come to an argument prepared, but... No, let's just talk over this whole matter and make it look like Dave Rose is just this big scumbag, despite the fact that he has the guts to say certain things that other people are scared to do.
You're not a parent, neither am I. How can anyone like calling someone a bad parent when you don't?
Well, if, for example, I'm shopping one day and I see a child that is having a tantrum, being allowed to throw things onto the floor and... have their tantrum on the ground and kick shit and attack people. Well, I can tell that that is a bad parent. Especially since I was a child and I had a parent. So I know what good parenting is. This is logic. This is so funny. This is the appeal to authority fallacy that we see displayed here. It's like, well, if you don't have kids... you don't know what it is to be a good parent. Well, I know the effects of seeing what a good parent is when I see the effects on the child, on how they conduct themselves. Breaking 4 televisions? That's not necessarily the kid's fault. The kid's being influenced by something. There's something happening there. So, well, where's the influence coming from? Why does the child think that throwing things, especially at 4 years old, that's old, for not knowing that throwing things is bad, especially since you got the record of breaking things, making hopefully mommy and daddy mad. You'd think that this message sort of would have been, relayed by this point. Now, before we continue, it looks like the chat has filled up with some more comments. I'm just going to read them out here. Apparently, JB soaks something in buttermilk for 2 hours. I'd like to know what that is. It sounds delicious. Little black pepper with some chili flakes fried to a golden brown. I actually bought some buttermilk the other day because I'll be making some delicious chicken tendies. You know it. Awesome. Check out my Instagram if you want, Devious Dave Rose. I actually made something way superior to the Popeye's chicken sandwich. It was fucking sublime. JR4 the Third said, very dismissive, referring to Joe. Yes, correct. Sonic Boom says, Ken's title for Insomniac tonight. I had to look it up. Crazy stuff. I'll have to look at that when I'm done here, and whenever that's done, I'm still going. Bird2393 says, still going strong, Dave. I love it. I haven't even started yet. I mean, I'm just fucking, this is just the stretch. This is cardio. We're getting into deadlifts very soon. Sonic Boom says, Russian YouTuber forced his, I want to read stuff about what we're talking about. Stop distracting me with shit that doesn't fucking have anything to do with this. Costanza says, try being surrounded by 50-year-old children. Embarrassing. Tiff says, this is what happens when parents don't spank their kids. Absolutely, Tiff. You notice the lack of discipline. And when the father tries to be the friend, that's where this entitled attitude basically gets emboldened. It's, and I've seen it. I've seen it with friends. I mean, this is the lack of logic here. It's like, oh, you literally did not breed a child. Therefore, you cannot even speak about what is a good parent or bad parent. So literally everybody else I've met in my life never had a parent, right? So I can't judge their conduct by the way that they were raised. Really? These people are so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. To even have to like verbalize this shit makes me feel dirty. It makes me feel dirty. Because this is logic. It was never supposed to be like this, people. We were never supposed to get to this point where literally 85% of the population is too dumb to even be reasoned with. And yet I'm being criticized when I say when I say that certain people should not be allowed to vote. Really? Had to spark up another joint. Gotta make sure that burn is even. Let's continue with the chat. Sonic Boom says, Trump is holding a victory rally right now. His plane has just landed in Georgia. Tiff says, I used to get the belt when I got in trouble. Yeah, I got the belt. I got the fucking wooden spoon. I got the hand. I got what's called the sopapo, which is a face slap. And people might say, oh, you got slapped in the face as a kid. It's like, well, it's more on the mouth. But still, you know, when you're a bad boy, you know, you got to be disciplined. It's as simple as that. So, yeah. Regardless, let's just go here in the chat here. Sam Khan says, lol, that's rubbish. You don't need to be a parent to notice bad parenting. Well, that's logical insight, Sam. That's logical insight. And it's funny because people would criticize you to say that because they have kids and are raising shitty kids at that. So it's just funny how hypocritical some people can be. All right, back to this clip here. This should be good. Oh, before we do, a nice big comment here from Travis. I'm not a parent, and I don't think he's a bad dad. Everything he does is for them, but, big but. I love big buts. Cannot lie. When you display your entire life, you're open for critique, and there are some apparent flaws indeed. Now, if Joe covers it properly, doesn't speak over it, you're going to hear my reasoning why. But the thing is, though, there's a lot to this. This isn't just like, oh, this is just one thing or blah, blah, blah. So, you know, I don't speak lightly. Everyone should know that. I don't speak lightly when I say certain things like this. And I don't like saying certain things like this that can be a little hurtful, especially on something so important. Yeah, absolutely, family's important. And, yeah, I can't be denied that the guy does work, for his kids. He does work for his family. But there are things that need to be discussed in that sort of reveal certain truths. But let's go back to the chat here. Future Antifa, no punishment as children. It says it's the Costanza. Well, that's how a lot of Antifa kids got to their position, is that they're spoiled rich kids. Most of them Jewish, most of them coming from affluent families in the suburbs. And, of course, they're going to promote rioting and destruction in the inner cities. It's not going to affect them at all. Travis says, I get what you're getting at, Dave, and many other people do as well. So let's continue. Thank you to the 42 viewers that are watching.
Yeah, but what's the basis for saying you're a bad parent? What do you
Well, he doesn't have.
Well, if he had played the clip, which we can, I can go right to the YR stream and play that clip if we want. But when everyone's talking over each other, when Joe's deciding to selectively choose at what part he's playing the clip, of course you're never going to know. And then Dave Rose, character assassinated, looks like the victim. Or looks like the villain. It's Joe that looks like the victim.
One either. He fucking knows that, or he would have been trying to work with Joe 4 months ago. He's just doing this for nothing.
that's a lie. We're not counting your lies, Jesse, but that is a lie. And I was trying to work with Joe 4 months ago.
I'm telling you, he doesn't believe that.
We shouldn't give him.
Let's listen to more of it.
Exposure to tablet machines is terrible for development. This has already been proven. Number 2, little Finn has broken. Okay, so the first point that I'm referring to here, or at least the point that was first placed by Cronin here, is that each kid there has a tablet. Okay, and they get exposed to it extremely early in life. I remember seeing photos, I guess, I think it was Brenna at 2, like in front of a tablet, and 3, 4, and stuff. And that is bad. It's bad for the development of a child. This is already proven. In fact, you can see videos online where, look, the kid will be like, actually, I've seen this with, like, they must have been 18 months old. No, probably less. They may have been less than a year old. But the kid's holding this baby, can't even fucking, like, sit up, holding a fucking cell phone, watching whatever it is that they put on there. They take the phone away, and the kid literally starts to fucking have a Cronin-level tantrum. And then, like, they can't calm it down, nothing. They give the phone back, already serene, zombie-like again. The studies are countless, okay? And they even said this back when TV was becoming prevalent, is don't expose your kids to especially young kids, to long-term viewage of TV. It's bad for their development. But no, there's no basis to what I'm saying, right? There's no basis at all to what I'm saying. Dave Rose just, he reads things off papers. He can't remember shit. And he makes things up, right? That seems to be the prevalent lie. And it is a lie that is floating through this disgusting excuse for a show. So let's go back to the chat to address a few things here. See, Travis says, take Ken, for example. We never ever seen his kids, and no one talks about his parenting skills. He doesn't allow that part of his life to be open to people that it doesn't need to be. Very true. Also, Ken isn't shoving the camera into kids' faces or actually letting them just swarm him while he's doing a fucking show live and let them go on camera and change the show so that it's entirely on them, right? Or it just enabling their behavior. And you've seen this with Brenna, for example, where she's desperate for attention. And that's beautiful for a kid. Like, that's great. The kids need attention. Especially the ones that have like this bug to perform and to be outgoing and stuff. Especially for an extrovert, you need to encourage that as early as possible. But it's not. I mean, Joe can't complain about not making money if he's letting his kids come on the show to interrupt the fucking wrestling review. But if he set up maybe a camera for them where they could technically film shows for themselves, do a puppet show. Make crafts and then do a review and stuff like. And by the way, this is stuff that I used to do as a kid, as in I would allow my creativity to guide me. And I didn't really need much. I didn't have much, to be honest. But with just a few little crafts here and there and things that you throw in the recycling, nowadays, back then it was just thrown in the garbage, you can have great adventures. So exposure to devices, electronic devices at an extremely young age very much damages the development of a child. This is fact, okay? And in this day and age where we have access to the internet at our fingertips, there's no fucking excuse for ignorance. So I'm sorry. I am absolutely sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm just being honest. Fact is, if you are willfully ignorant, that's not my problem, but you choose to be ignorant. So if you choose to do something that's unhealthy for your child, you're doing so knowing that you could know more, but you choose not to. Thus, you're a bad parent. That's just this is how the equation works. We're dealing with absolute numbers here, okay? We're not dealing with feelings and all this and that. 1 + 1 is 2, okay? Willful ignorance, exposure to the world through internet, having kids staying ignorant, not learning equals bad parent. Sounds bad. Definitely sounds bad. Sounds harsh. You know, I'm sure it makes him mad. I'm sure it does. But is anything that I said factually incorrect? No. Is that to say that there's nothing that he does else that isn't good? No, not at all. Not at all. Does it compensate for this? I don't know. That's debatable, but I'm willing to discuss it. I'm willing to at least examine it in more detail. But that already does substantial damage to the child in development form. So I don't know how you're going to be able to compensate that damage later on. If you feed your kid crack, not knowing that crack is bad, although you have a pamphlet on your table that says the effects of crack, well, you had the option, you had the choice, you had that information, and you, I guess, chose not to. I don't know. Okay. So let's do this. Let us continue with the clip here. I want to just check the chat to see if anybody else has mentioned anything here. Okay, Travis says, I agree with that, Dave. If I have kids, I'll never allow those screens at least 12. That's very smart. Costanza says, it's most parents my age go out, do drugs, and party while the kids are at home. And that's kind of sad, because that's the time that you should be with the kids, you know, hanging out with them and doing all that sort of thing. So let's go back to the video. Oh, hold on.
Number 2.
TVs. Why? Because he's thrown. Oh, now we're talking. Now we've moved on to the bad parenting. We're continuing with the bad parenting, but the now Finn has broken 4 TVs is what I'm referring to. Okay. Things. I wonder who he's looking at. Who's doing that? Oh, that's.
So Dave assumes that my child is in the room when I throw things.
Well, we've already witnessed that being true, but now also Joe's admitting that he throws things, that he actually has these tantrums, and he reacts in a very immature manner.
Unmonetize this.
A guy that doesn't have children is trying to explain why a child might break something.
Yes. By the way, I wasn't born in this form. I actually was a child at one point, and considering my memory retention, I remember what it was to be a kid. I remember my thought pattern and reasoning for doing certain things as a kid. I remember trying to push shit when I was a kid. I remember that shit. Don't come to me and try to tell me, oh, you don't have a biological child, ergo, you can't even comment on this topic because somehow you don't know human psychology or you never even experienced something like this. The fuck out of here, train man.
Incidentally.
Right. Hey, Bam, just leave the show, bro. You're done.
Oh, that's awesome. Let me check this. What's going on in the chat? There must be something because Bam I saw was defending me earlier. Oh, cool. Somebody says the Dave Rose Book Club is in Joe's chat, and they've got their fucking images, the cover of Mein Kampf. I love it. All right. Oh, he says, okay, well, this is boring. You have JB on. This is what we are talking about. I'd rather listen to Welsh bullshit about anything. I don't know, I guess he's just criticizing how boring the show is and such. But it's funny. Joe, as always, and I think it was Scott, actually. I think Scott and or potentially Ken have played this clip in the past where it's like, I don't ban anybody. Hey, you're banned. I don't ban anybody. Hey, you're banned. And that was fucking great. It was just, again, exposed his hypocrisy.
Just go watch something else, dude. It's okay.
Ooh. Right, his father, Daniel Cronin. Yeah. And you don't think that that could be taking effect on your child? So basically, yes, Joe, you are a bad dad. You are showing your kids that anything that they want to deal with in regards to frustration, they can throw something at it and break it. Because after all, the audience is always going to buy something to replace it.
Yeah, this is like the funniest thing I've ever heard in my.
Please illuminate us, Leah. You've been so educational throughout this entire stream.
My life, coming from somebody that doesn't have kids and doesn't understand kids and like.
I understand kids well better than you do, apparently, because guess what? I'm an outdoor educator. Kids fucking love me. I actually treat them with respect, but I also know how to apply discipline, and I don't even need to even threaten any discipline. It's just tone of voice. It's a show of respect, and it's actually reasoning. Yes, you can reason with a child. I'm not even a parent, and apparently I know how to do that better than you do. But how is it that I can deal with a 5-year-old? There's one beautiful case. This 5-year-old was part of a summer camp. This summer camp, all the kids were deaf, right? And they all have these special, they're called cochlear devices in their heads. Like, it's just over their ear and stuff, but it's sort of like sticks onto the side of their head because on the inside of their skull, they've got this receiver. So it actually lets them hear. It's really cool. And this kid had never been there and stuff. And, you know, the cochlear thing was new to him. So it was, you know, it was throwing him off and stuff. And he was really, really nervous and stuff. And his, you know, obviously the parents were leaving and like he wanted to stay with them. And I had to calm him down from like a crying fit to the point where literally within 5 minutes, I had this guy, this little kid, he's like 5 years old, just laughing and just, you know, totally like uninterested that his parents had left. Like, I find it very comical, that that certain parents are so blind and ignorant, and maybe it's just because they're millennials, but they can't realize that someone who doesn't have kids might actually relate better to them, might be able to communicate better with them, might be able to get, for example, teach a 5-year-old how to do archery for the first time and look way better than a 15-year-old who's had, you know, archery since 10. Okay, better posture, better form, better target, what's it called, distribution, accuracy. Okay, I know what I'm fucking doing. Okay, I'm not just that good, I'm better. And I've got 2 settings, on and moron. So let's continue.
Like temper tantrums accidents.
Let's rewind a bit just to go back to the feel of the conversation and break it, because after all, the audience is always going to buy something to replace it.
Yeah, this is like the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life, coming from somebody that doesn't have kids and doesn't understand kids and like temper tantrums accidents, because guess what? Accidents do happen when you've got multiple children.
True. Now, I do see somewhat of a point that he's trying to make that, yeah, I mean, parents, you do have to, you know, lead by example. I understand that.
I love you, JB.
But I also don't know that Joe is doing that in front of the kids, though, either.
Exactly.
Well, also, if when he's referencing the...
We're not fucking stupid. Like, we know that.
When he's referencing Corrupted 49, I don't even think Finn was born then. Or he was like... he was
great
like
episode, by the way.
Right.
There's breaking equipment and windows, and then there's the fact that your 4-year-old has killed 4 different screens. Okay? There's 2 different topics. Stop trying to fucking merge them together.
Yeah, he was really low.
I think he...
Notice how Joe cannot literally have more than one thing on the mind at the same time, or be able to understand that another situation has direct connection to the situation that you're currently discussing.
He's just piggybacking off of other people saying that I'm a bad dad.
I'm just piggybacking off that. No, I haven't wanted to set it for a long time, but I've noticed it for a long time, and I've always been very apprehensive about it. I never like to see anybody expose their kids to any sort of form of technology before they're bodies are physically capable of dealing with it. Always. And yeah, I mean, just because I kept silent, you know, that was because I was working with you. But now that I'm not working with you and you want to come out and literally lie, and we're going to go through the lies per minute once we end all this, it had to be exposed for what it was. And I got to get your face off the fucking screen here because it's actually grossing me out here. It really is. Let's go to St. Dave. St. Dave is both benevolent, kind, and unmerciless. So let's go back to the chat here. Okay, so Travis apparently has a master's in child psychology. Wow. So I would think that you would know substantially about what you're talking about. J.R. Ford says, fish lips. I love fish lips. Oh, no, I mean fish sticks. That's what I mean. By the way, I believe it was Scott that started that saying, the fish lips thing. And I was like, I don't think his lips look that big. But apparently everyone else saw it and I didn't. So there you go, Leah. Another time where Dave Rose admits that he's wrong, even though you don't like that. Sam Khan says, sometimes outsiders are better judges of a child, of how a child is being raised properly, since they are not blinded by maternal love. Beautifully said. That's a great point. Because, yeah, there is some bias. There definitely is some bias. And actually, there is that whole meme. It's like, oh, my child's perfect. It's every other child that's a fucking brat. But no, my child's an angel. So fucking spot on, Sam Khan. Spot on. Travis TLC says, wait till he throws that Ken clip in here. Ooh, spicy. J.R. the Third says, bam. Maybe another mind freed or an alt account. And Travis confirms, yep, the cochlear implant. Stanza says, the real parents of millennial kids are police. If cops babysit your child, you are not a parent. Interesting. Travis says, also the multiple children thing was our fault. Just saying. It wasn't our fault. Yeah, like, that's not really our doing. You guys had the kids, and that's your deal. Not that having kids is a bad thing at all. I mean, I think it's cool. But yeah, you can't blame your hardships with raising a child or like, oh, the sacrifice you have to do. It's like, no, that's what parents do. Like, don't. And I've heard parents say that. It's like, oh, even to their kids, it's like, oh, the sacrifices I had to do. It's like, you had the option. You could have either aborted me or fucking left me to fucking orphanage. Don't make this fucking bullshit excuse that, oh, I had to sacrifice. I'm your father or I'm your mother and, you know, you owe me. It's like, no, I don't owe you a goddamn thing. I never asked to be in this world. And therefore, it's up to you to fucking, you know, make peace with that. But regardless, let's see here. Travis TLC says, so can we conclude that if he says other people, he means Ken? Well, maybe we should start actually assuming that, because very often it actually does mean that. So yeah, that could be. I mean, well, the other day it was Dave and those other people. So there could be that possibility that is what he's primarily referring to. Can't remember who it was that did say that. I think it was Ken that said it was a traumatic, however you want to pronounce it. I can pronounce it in any language you want, mostly, except for just, you know, whatever. Bottom line is that traumatic event. It's because the word is trauma. It's the root word. That's why I go there. I do like to pronounce things properly. Regardless, I do think that perhaps we should keep that in mind every time we do hear that phrase. So let's continue back to monetize this.
Well, as far as Corrupted 49.
Who the fuck else is saying you're a bad dad? Good Lord.
Oh, who knows? Who knows who else could be saying that?
Well, a lot of people say that, but he
Who knows? Who knows? I think Travis said there might be a clip coming up. Let's tune in.
Actually knows it's not true. That's what drives me nuts with this. Like,
Well, But
he knows it's not true.
The guy in the chat that says everyone's bored because of COVID. Well, he's been doing this for 3 or 4 years, so it's not because of COVID. Jack Sullivan.
As far as Corrupted 49 goes, though, I mean, he tries to say that that's a reference for you not having control of yourself and breaking shit. Does he not realize? Sorry to break kayfabe, but you made quite a bit of money doing that, and you knew what you were doing.
I don't know about that. That's a little too much. Wipe the fucking shit off your nose.
Now this is getting gay and retarded. I didn't expect this sort of orgy of homosexuality, but at least JB seems to be on the ball here.
I think Dave listened to this.
Fucking horrible friend, horrible father.
I think that must have been.
Well, we already have confirmed that yes, Joe is a terrible friend. Confirmed. That put it in the fucking bank. Take it to the bank, Joe. Hey, Joe, take it to the bank, Joe. I'm going to play the Seth Rollins now since he gets so annoyed. At least I've seen him annoyed about that fucking phrase. But whatever, I like that phrase. Take it to the bank, Joe. But, yeah, let's...
Yeah, I mean, but...
I think that must have been...
So, yeah, basically bad friend and, well, exposure to the screens. As I laid out my argument prior in regards to understanding the information that is available out there and choosing not to learn it, well, the equation comes out in the end. The computer says, absolute fact, bad father.
JB,
listen. People do want to move off this, so let's move off this now. We had fun.
What?
It was a fun review.
Fuck a family member, and I don't know how to go about fucking another one.
JB, what do you think, JB, about that? Do you think it was mostly my fault, his fault? Who do you think? Was there a winner? Was there any not winner? What do you feel about that overall? Let's get the reaction from JB.
All right.
The decision by Judge JB.
Okay, so now Joe yet again is positing it as if it was a debate. We know that it wasn't. He's trying to make it look like I came to court like Lionel Hutz from The Simpsons. Didn't have anything positive information, just accused all these things and, just was totally disorganized. And that it was always the intention that there was going to be a winner in this. Daniel Cronin, you are one pathetic individual.
Is
stole that music from JB.
Yes. Yes.
It's
pretty sure you stole that from People's Court.
Well, I'm just playing into.
Good job.
All right, so this is kind of a weird. Just because
jerks off to that.
Even like it's kind of hard to pick a victor out of that.
Just say I hate. Just go. I hate both of them.
Yeah, it's not even that. Like, it's not to say that Dave didn't have any sort of point in what he was trying to say, at least in regards to like the race and stuff like that.
This wasn't his best one.
If I had to pick a winner, I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't think anybody won except for this restaurant you bought the food from.
Yeah.
And the guy running the stream who got like a bunch of money.
Well, I feel bad that I didn't win that, because if I can't win that debate with him, I'm never going to win one.
Yeah, but no.
That wasn't a good one.
You're also calling from a fucking 1984 CB radio, it sounds like. And so it's kind of hard to even have a debate with somebody.
That's good. That's good.
When they can just bulldoze over top of you like that. So.
Yeah, I mean, that did happen. It was a
Dave was on the other side.
JB Scott.
It's JD Venom.
I'm fucking Bobby Roode. Triple H wants to fuck me. Glorious.
Well, it looks like that's the end of the clip. I think he might say something after this, so this was just a donation that came in. Let me just go back to the chat here quickly since I got it paused. But it points to JB because he was noticing a lot of weirdness in the way that Joe was presenting things. So I think he was picking on missing information and realizing that he wasn't getting the full story. So let's see here. We have Richie Dollars say, Joe and Leah are terrible parents and need to have their kids taken from them by family services. I don't agree with that. I think they can easily improve if they grow up a bit. But more importantly, it's just the discipline. That's all it is. It's the discipline that they're not enforcing, and it's just clearly evident. And, they can claim that somebody's not a parent, can't, judge it all. But yeah, if your kid's going to have a tantrum in the fucking aisle of the supermarket, I'm going to judge all I want because I'm justified and I'm right because your kid's on the floor and I'm there being inconvenienced. So, and I remember in a situation like that as a kid, a simple smack on the ass will definitely get you back in line. And oh, that's right. You've now established discipline and they know that there's going to be repercussions for their actions in the future. And that attitude quickly disappears. Oh, okay. Wow. Surprised that not being a parent, I know so much about it. Wow. Surprising also that, being a son and having parents and experiencing discipline, I still remember that. And I remember why it was applied and how it was applied and the purpose for its application. Oh my God. I'm coming to conclusions here I don't want. Oh my God. Discipline. I can't discipline my kids. I want to be their friends. Oh no. Let's continue. So, no, I guess that's the end of that. So let's continue just to see if there's anything else that he wants to add.
What the fuck does Nerdy know about masculinity?
I've also got a few more clips to play, actually separate from this, but we'll get to that.
You sound more like a bitch than your girlfriend, I'm sure. Ain't no way anyone takes you seriously about talk about being masculine. Little tiny dick ass.
Funny.
You grabbed your tit while
you saw that.
Thing you can do with it and rub.
Dude, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Was
it was my nipples.
Dog.
It sounds like.
Oh,
I don't. Who wants to answer this?
Maybe.
Was it right around the time I was talking about it, Nerdy, on the show?
All right. Well, I think that's the end of that. Thank God. Unfortunately, I just closed the video and I didn't record the final time. God damn it. You fucking idiot, Dave. I know exactly where we left off. Because we're going to do our LPMs. Fucking... I'm a fucking idiot.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Right. I'm black. That's true.
Fucking,
Can I jump in?
Can you agree on stats?
Oh
my God, damn dog!
I've driven by 5 different playgrounds this week.
Calling someone a bad parent when you don't.
Yeah, but what's the basis for saying you're a bad parent? What do you
shit? Does he not realize? Sorry to break kayfabe, but you made quite a bit of money doing that, and you knew what you were doing.
Nerdy know about masculinity.
Can just it sounds like, and so it's kind of hard to even have a debate with somebody when they can just bulldoze over top of you like that. So
yeah, I mean that did happen. It was a
Okay, people, here it is. Here it is. Back to the thing. So 325 59. Okay, he started at 228. We actually have to upgrade that. Okay, it's gonna have to be this way. Hold on. I'm rounding up the numbers because it's just like literally 4 minutes off. I'm just for calculation purposes. Let's see here. He's talked for about just a little over an hour. This is, I think I'm calculating that correctly. It was 228. Right, about 228 to 328. Okay, so close enough, like 325, 459. So, so essentially 1 hour on Joe Cronin. Well, he had a whole team helping him, so I don't know if that's that impressive, because technically I did 10 hours mostly on my own. So, hey, still got to get into the big leagues there, Joe. I mean, but he had all these people. He was pandering to an audience. He was actually, and I was reviewing something a lot longer than this was. I think in total it might have been 10 minutes, maybe. But when I reviewed it, it was like I literally reviewed a whole segment of his. It was a whole show, but it was a huge segment, and obviously took a lot longer to go through. So that 10-hour is quite respective of that. Regardless, though, we have now determined. Actually, before we go on there, I will have to tell you this. I find this very intriguing, and I think that every single one of you that are listening right now will find it extremely intriguing and very delicious. The chat of that video that I was just reviewing, the one of Monetize This, has been disabled. Wow. So, my little work here today, identifying particular individuals, adding them to a list and checking it twice, knowing who is a fucking piece of shit. David Claus is doing God's work. And yeah, so now that chat is disabled, and very coincidental. Or is it? I wonder what Mr. Cronin is up to right now. Regardless, let's go back to the chat and see what people are saying. Let's see here. Somebody thinks that maybe Joe is a troll in the chat. I don't care. As the stanza says, lack of discipline in children is what 2020 is all about. Certainly seems that way for all the riots and all the cities burning. And, okay, so let's play some clips that were actually sent to me. Let's see here. Apparently, Bullfrog is saying, somebody's just sent this to me, but Bullfrog is saying that he contacted lawyers and cops on you. He's yelling mad at you. Just like he did to SE Steve. I'm so certain of that, aren't I? Oh, this is the clip. Here's the clip of Bullfrog calling into Joe's show apparently last night and complaining about me.
COVID? Is that what you're coming on to talk about? Is your sickness?
No, something else.
Oh boy! What if it's about somebody else? Don't do it here.
He's not on the food group, so
if it's about some kind of shit with somebody, don't bring it here.
Yeah, please. We don't need.
Todd, you can wipe your ass with that drama.
Is it about Dave?
Yeah, because I'm tired of him harassing.
Oh my god!
What do you mean him harassing you?
You want to kill him?
He keeps saying he's going to file sexual harassment charges on me if I keep being sexual to the community.
Good. I hope he. Well, okay. I mean, well, listen.
Well, unless other people file that charge, unless he's the one being harassed, he can't really do anything.
Well, I actually was, so fuck you, Jesse. And other people have been, and they would be more than willing to send that information to me. So fuck you, Jesse, again, 2 times.
You'll be all right, Bullfrog. You're going to be okay, okay?
Bullfrog, you need to just... Why didn't you listen to what we told you when we said don't associate with them anymore?
Yeah, we told you this, stupid.
Yeah. Or, don't come on the show, but,
I'm a free agent until you guys...
Yeah, exactly. Rules for thee, not for me. So please, just Just stop right there, please. Now let's play some of these other clips here. Very, very intriguing. Sent to me by a particular Sparrow this morn at first light.
His mouth so my fucking fist can avoid the chin that isn't there. It'll go straight through it.
Well.
Oh God, I want to choke somebody. I want to choke somebody.
Well, I mean,
listen, I'm doxxed all the time. I'm doxxed all the time, and then people are still friends with those people and stuff like that. It doesn't matter.
Doxxed all the time? That doesn't seem factual. That's the whole Joe Cronin. Oh, it happens all the time. He does it all the time. It's always all the time. The exaggeration and ambiguity is disgusting because it's so excessive.
So I get it. I can forgive people.
And like Travis was talking about, which we're going to dwell further into, this attitude comes from a victimhood mentality.
Too. Nobody cares. Everybody doxes me. Or nobody cares. Other people get doxed and they become friends with the people. It's the weirdest thing. I've seen people dox. Literally, people dox people and then they become friends. It's the weirdest. It is a weird place. But so it can be done. But Froggy, I guess Bullfrog, you have 100%. Reason to be fucking furious and to be angry.
Oh, I am. And the reason I haven't...
Pathetic, Bullfrog. Pathetic.
It is what that is. 100 points to Carl.
Mark Calloway ran away.
Carl Martz, or whatever, Martz, Carl, that guy shits on me all the time.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that guy.
Shit on him for having 2 first names or whatever the fuck. No.
Would shit on him for having a crooked face. But no,
he wanted to name you Oops, and they fucking so they wouldn't with 2 names.
Well, he's one of those people that obviously found me and then eventually moved to someone else's chat and then shits on me.
That's fine.
But then it's like, hey, what's up, Joe? When I'm there, But he used to shit on me. I don't know. Who knows what the guy thinks? He's a guy who shits on me.
Yeah, it's weird, bizarre, right?
When I'm not there, but when I'm there, he's
I think people don't know where the line is. Like I was about to bring it a minute ago, where it's like, we say some fucked up shit on here.
It's not.
We're not trying to bring. Yeah. We're not bringing danger to anybody, but we do go overboard a bit. But there's I think people don't know when they go to do it, where that line is.
No, it's not a line. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't watch him anymore. He's a scumbag.
Well, I meant, yeah, but then they cool to you 1 minute, not cool enough. It's like they don't know,
Have you seen that
how
new
to really
co-host?
be? It's weird.
Have you seen his new co-host, that fucking loser, fat ass, foul mouth, and JB? Those guys are a bunch of retards.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm just talking about what people said. I don't know 2 years ago,
okay.
And then they start clamoring for them.
Yeah, exactly.
A year later.
That actually is a great point.
That was people 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and now they're the ultimate.
Yeah, it's people. No, you're right. No, people flip flop and they say things about one person, then they say they love that person, then they say they hate somebody, then they say they love that somebody. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, people flip on people. It's weird, and you just got to go with it. You got to ride it. You got to be like, all right, whatever. This guy's whatever, and you just ignore it because eventually they come back to whoever it is that they're talking shit about. They'll come back and they'll like the person. They're just looking for attention. They're bored in their lives. They did it to JD too. People used to do it to JD. They should be like, Joe, he's the biggest scumbag ever. And I'd be like, okay, dude, listen, I make fun of JD a little bit. We had a little thing, and I make fun of him. But you don't got to send me DMs about how he's the evil scumbag. I don't think he's an evil scumbag like you do.
And the funny thing was when you guys got together, everyone started out by going, "Oh, you two should really work together." Fucking
yeah, but then the thing is, then that same person will be in his chat like 3 months later, like, "You're the best." It's like. It's something to do with the wrestling mentality where everybody wants to have this kayfabe fight with people who whatever. And listen, it's funny and it's kind of funny and it's fun, I suppose. But
can he even get one idea that he supports out of his mouth?
I definitely see it, and it's just you got to roll with it, man. You got to accept it. When people love you, accept it. When they hate you, accept it, and just roll with it. Or fuck with them if you want to fuck with them too. That's fun too to fuck around with people. God knows I love that shit. Bring it on,
shit bomb.
Let's do it.
Okay, one more clip.
Well, I do know that when Bird was on, everybody bashed Bird. Everybody shit on Bird. He sucked.
More victimhood, fake victimhood ahead.
blah blah blah. Now everybody shits on Nerdy, so it's like it depends. So whoever I put on like just gets bashed. Like so if Bird is on, he gets shit on, and if Nerdy's on, he gets shit on. You know, and it's just kind of the role. You know what I mean?
No, actually, there's some co-hosts that are praised, and the majority of people like them. So you don't see that prevalence of disgust when somebody like Bullfrog is allowed to be on shows. Let's continue with this clip.
His apartment on fire and his cat's burning in his face.
Jesus,
that's what I want to see.
Hey, I was Team JD through that whole Alexa Bliss bullshit.
I made a video on it. I mean, I was too. I fucking defended him. In fact,
I thought that was ridiculous, but I still think Alexa Bliss is hot as fuck.
Listen, I know that you're trying to sabotage my wrestling channel right now by doing this, but the bottom line is,
wait, what?
But
No.
He got 20.
That's another one of these many jabs that everyone has been telling me about that happened throughout the night, where he was making these little jabs at JB, wanted to be with Leah, and Leah moving away, all that shit.
25.
I'm trying to sabotage your wrestling channel with my retro review, which you can catch on JB Sport. I'm just kidding.
I got 25,000. Well, I mean, I know your goal is to put us homeless, but that's okay. Leah will smile at you the whole way as it goes down. JD, I got 25,000 views on defending JD. 25,000 on defending him. I got more views defending JD than I did on any wrestling content for like 6 months.
Yes. Then if you could just get that to translate to your Patreon, we wouldn't have to hear you bitch all the time.
Well, I know exactly.
Oh, baby,
it's going down, baby.
You came at me first. I'm just giving it back.
Hey, man, it's all going down soon. It's going down. You'll see.
Well,
and then Leah can fly out there and live with you. Then she can fly out there and live with you.
What? What?
Nothing.
He loves making this shit awkward, and I love it. I
love it
like
too.
It when it gets uncomfortable.
Bring on the uncomfortability.
Yeah. Until we talk about Wandy's shitty green hairy ass, then you fucking get weird.
I want to see.
I gotta be honest, that's too much.
I want to see a foot inside a Wandy's shitting asshole.
Very, very enlightening of you, Joe. So, there we go. That, I think, was a very good summary of basically the lies that Joe Cronin had. And now it's time to figure out the lies per minute of Joe Cronin. Excuse me. So I've got to count these all up here. They're all notches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. We have to do the math right. That's 46 lies per hour. Okay, because we basically figured out that it was essentially 60 minutes. Now, yes, we are rounding up by 3 minutes. Okay. Just because the math is simpler. But if you want to do the calculation, I just want to get you guys just a number out here. But if you want to do the absolute calculations right now, go ahead and do them, and I'll adjust them accordingly. But it's 46 lies per hour, and 46. Hold on, just doing the math here. Per hour. I am quite stoned too, and it's just going to take me some time to get my math mode on here. I guess it's divided by 60, right? Times 100. Oops. 60. Yeah, I guess that's going to have to be it then. So That doesn't make. Doesn't make sense. I did the calculation wrong. Hold on. I guess I had to flip that. Let me just quickly go back to the chat here. Maybe somebody is more on par than I am. Oh, we got Minnesota Vikings fan on here. Hey, what's up, DDR? And I say salute to you, good sir. Lucci Dollars says, not me. I'll be screaming at my 100-inch TV watching the Spence Jr. versus Garcia fight with a beer and a bowl of popcorn. Sounds good. 33 lies a minute. Is that it? Probably not. 0.76 lies per minute, says Mr. Q-Ball. So, yeah, almost 1 lie per minute. That's not, I mean, that's impressive, to be quite honest. Because, I mean, a minute's not that long. Especially when one topic might take more than a minute. So, to be able to, that's true, Tiff, numbers don't lie. In fact, because they don't lie, they're actually considered racist by a lot of people. Did you see that? A lot of these reports are coming out from these liberal universities and stuff, is that math is racist. So I think it relates quite well to the whole thing. But okay, so we'll go on that. But once I'm unstoned tomorrow morning, I'll just and I'll do the proper calculation so that it's not exactly because it wasn't exactly 1 hour. It wasn't 60 minutes. It was it was 50. Was it 50? I gotta go back. 57 or 58 minutes. It was. No, hold on. I'll go back and I'll get the proper number, but it wasn't a full round 60. I wanted a nice round number, at least for calculation purposes. But regardless, we're getting at least a roundabout idea as to how often it happens. So, but here's the thing: I've destroyed Joe Cronin. I've destroyed Joe Cronin on this fucking on this expose. All these things that he brought up, I exposed as absolute lies. All these lies. So he can't just say, oh, I hate it when people lie about me, when, guess what? You're just trying to cover your tracks for lying yourself. It's sad that this guy is so desperate to try to keep control of the narrative. And something as simple as just answering the debate he doesn't want to do, and yet refuses to acknowledge it when it serves him during his conversation, but that later admits that, yeah, he was aware of that fucking video. Unreal. Unreal. Mr. Q-Ball is correct, says GoldenEye Productions. So Mr. Q-Ball apparently has done the appropriate math. I do appreciate that. And my stone self appreciates that as well. My body, honestly, is still hurting so bad from all the snow that I shoveled the other day. I've been slacking and not working out, and I was stiff when I fucking decided to go do the snow. It was, heavy and wet. And, yeah. I'm dealing with the repercussions, but that's the way it is. Anyways, back to the chat. So, RJ5328 says, Joe has always been childish and immature, but now it's reached a whole new level. I have to agree with you. It just seems that due to the stress that Joe is facing in regards to the collapsing YouTube universe, and how it's becoming more and more difficult to maintain an audience, to make a profit through the monetization, to reach an audience, to grow and so forth. And with his main staple being so shitty, that is to say that the state of wrestling, apart from AEW, is just in very terrible condition. It's not going to be easy to grow. So he is seeing that it's very difficult, and he's been going on and on, weeks like, this show is going to end soon, blah, blah, blah. Partly playing victim, but also probably alluding to the fact that it's getting more and more difficult for him to be able to run the show and make money to be able to pay all the bills. So, yeah, I mean, I do believe that that has been affecting his conduct for the last little while, and I think it's quite evident. Okay, hold on a second here. Dave Rose, the new calculation is 0.82. Okay, thank you. If it's 57 instead of 60 minutes. Okay, thank you for that. So we're looking at a 0.82 average. That's from Jeebus. Thank you very much. You know, do appreciate that people hold my hand while I'm stoned. Let's see here. Travis makes a good point, because I did notice this. I wasn't going to dwell on it too much, but yes, Travis makes a good point. It's much worse. That number is much worse because it's much higher now. It's Travis, that's actually what I thought when I saw the original numbers. I thought, well, it probably, if I'm really sloppy in calculation, it'll probably end up being 1 a minute. But I knew there'd be a fractional difference. So I didn't know exactly to what extent where, potentially, wouldn't reach that amount. But regardless, I kind of did suspect that. And yeah, it is basically 1 lie per minute. And as I alluded earlier, is that it's 1 minute isn't that long. You can technically say a lot in 1 minute, or you can say just one thing and go over a minute. Sorry, that booger was bothering me. But yes, 1 lie a minute is impressive, because you got to be constantly speaking and constantly adding, sort of new topics to the mix. Because yeah, you can have 1 lie for 30 minutes because you're talking about the 1 lie. But all the stuff that he was constantly adding one after the other, yeah, it literally comes out to almost 1 a minute. Insane. It's the Costanza says WWE won't hire Joe probably because of what happens in his show. That's exactly why. And he could have, when they showed interest in him, I said this the other day, he should have instantly just cleaned everything up, gone straight PG, and made it, and just convinced WWE that he was the man that they should hire, because he could keep it, legit and clean and not go overboard to do the show. And they saw his stuff and probably said, well, because even this, what's his name, Road Dogg, I've seen some of his tweets to Joe and stuff. It's like, look, like this is too much, or this and that. And like the guy was trying to help him out, getting them tickets, getting the, the possibility of being, interviewed or hired. So this guy did try to help him out and stuff. And Joe kind of ruined that opportunity because he didn't take it seriously enough. Just like Tommy NC. Like once Tommy NC broke that fucking 100,000, he should have gone straight legit. He shouldn't have fucking continued to go on to monetize this or anything that had any cursing or swearing. Because this whole thing was he never wanted to curse and shit. He wanted to be the clean boy that fucking was always helping and stay positive. And he corrupted his own fucking brand. He could have, if he had, and he originally had also said he wanted to have his own studio separate from his house and stuff. And if he had, trustable people around him, they could have guided him through this. And, basically guided him to just associate with those that aren't going to curse, aren't going to conduct themselves in a manner that would besmirch his brand that he's trying to build, which is, stay positive and good living and so forth. So, yeah, very, very disappointing. Give me a second here because this booger's fucking bothering me. I'm going to just mute myself here. Next time I'm not going to mute myself because it literally sounds like a elephant. And I think you guys might actually find that funny. Most people in real life do not find that comical. But what can I say? I've got stubborn boogs. Well, see, that's the thing. You also have to know that, I can make a loon call using my hands, but I can make a elephant call with my nose. After all, mate, I've hunted them all over the world. That's right. It's crikey. All right, back to the chat here. Let's see here. Jeeves the God says, correct, I do math. No one is better. I'm superior. Excellent. I'm always appreciative coming into contact with someone who is confident in their abilities, and thus I know I can rely on them when I require something that is beyond my reach. See, I don't get triggered by knowing that someone is better at something than I am. And hey, if they can teach me something new, I'm all ears. No ego involved. Costanza says, because WWE does watch all podcasts on YouTube. Well, I do believe that they did steal some stuff from him. And I'm well aware that, yes, there were people from WWE, if not currently, that were, and if not now, are watching him. He had insiders call in. That's a fact. I was there for that. There's no doubt whatsoever that these people actually were involved with the company. So, yeah. And there's actually people that contact Jake that are insiders. And, yeah, so they do get legit info. Let's see here. Travis TLC says, if he would put all the victim energy into making his show's quality better, he would grow a lot more and not have this issue to begin with. Absolutely. But another thing that's very much important is the fact that he refuses to trust other people. And we've gone over this where JB and I tried to help him, Extreme Wrestling Podcast. He wouldn't give us access to the channel because he was too short-sighted to actually make it separate from his main one. So if we logged into that, we'd be logging into the main control panel and thus be able to control all these things. And he was too stupid to realize that. So we had to wait and filter through him, and he would get so delayed that there would be no point to continuing because we literally had 4 videos that were backlogged that were now out of date and fucking irrelevant. So, yeah, basically, if Joe would stop trying to want to be a victim as well as control other people and just trust, then things would go better for him. But he's not going to do that, so they won't. Mose Hayes says, Travis asked Costanza why he blocked me. He's still mad. Why you even mention that? Pitbull Bowling says, when is next time, next Too Many Chefs? At some point next week. I try to make one weekly. I believe I did make one this week, didn't I? It's been a long week, obviously, since I don't remember. And there we go. Dave Rose doesn't remember always everything. You know, it could be because I'm stoned, because I'm having some nice cold beers. It could be because I'm tired. I don't make this excuse of, I was reading. What'd you say, Wire? Huh? No, it's just that sometimes I do forget things, or I just don't recollect them as quickly because you've heard me on times like, give me a second, hold on. And you can almost visualize the wheels turning, like those old fucking tape computers, the machine, like the whole walls of fucking computers with lights blinking and shit. And they got the tapes and they're fucking like spinning and shit. That's like my computer. It's a little older, but it works and it's fucking awesome. So I just, you give the technology a little bit of time and eventually it finally pulls that information up on the magnetic spool and it gets regurgitated ad hominem, not ad hominem, ad nauseum. And everything is perfectly savvy. So there you go. Now, what else was I going to discuss? Because I do believe I had a few other things that I wanted to bring to everyone's mention. But let's just quickly go back to the chat here. just to acknowledge. Tiff says, most people speak at average a speed of 4 to 5 syllables per second. Most words are 2 to 3 syllables long, giving you the answer that the average person speaks approximately 100 to 130 words per minute. A very interesting stat. So to be able to get a lie out that I guess is sufficient enough for your audience just to swallow hook, line, and sinker without questioning, and do that, once per minute, I think that's impressive, to be honest. I actually do think that's very impressive. Because you got to keep it up. It's a new one every fucking minute. So, yeah. So basically, let's see here. Just got to check a few things. Well, I do believe that I've covered everything that needed to be covered. I don't think there's anything else that needs to be covered. JB Sports Radio says EWP, which is Extreme Wrestling Podcast, could have been great. Absolutely could have been great. I was actually having a lot of fun. Really trying to formulate the podcast into something that would sound great as a downloadable podcast that you would listen on, your radio or whatever through your phone. And it really could have been great. We really did put our best into that. And it was really Joe that prevented us from really reaching, success. And it's because of his issues. It's definitely not because JB and I weren't producing, that we weren't on time or even fucking proactive in providing multiple episodes ready to go. Understanding that Joe being busy, it would be more convenient for him to provide multiple episodes, and then he can post them so that he could schedule them to air later, or at least upload them closer to the newer date. So, yeah, very disappointing. And that's just one of many examples of so many times we try to work with Cronin and make things magic. So, Travis says, I remember that, referring to Extreme Wrestling Podcast. And he also says, round of applause for Dave. Thank you. Well, now I'm just going to take myself off Do Not Disturb on Skype. If anyone wants to call in, feel free to do so. Anything you want to either dispute me about. Joe Cronin obviously isn't banned or muted. He can call in if he wants to address this. He can call in with his merry men if he wishes. But I doubt he will. And if you viewers wish to share your thoughts, please feel free to do so. But we've been going for just about 6 hours, just minus a minute or so, 50 seconds now. But I think I've laid it out very well. Joe Cronin could say whatever he wants about, Dave Rose is obsessed and all this and stuff, but really all I did was just expose the lies that he stated and really just reveal it as it is. So it's unfortunate, it's sad on how he's acting, and many people recognize this too. Many people recognize it, mention it to me, tell me constantly, I wish you were still on Monetize This, or I wish Monetize This was like it was when you were on there with JB or whoever. And, Joe is stubborn in his ways and thinks for some reason that his new crew is somehow better, only because they're all yes men. But I'm sure that as soon as one of them walks away, he'll use the same sort of argument that he's used in the past against others, and they're just a flip-flopper, or this and that, and just like he did with me. So, or Ken, or JB, or Tommy C, or Dead on Dave. So, even still speaks somewhat ill of Tosevich. So, well, not Tosevich, sorry, Troy. Soy Boy Troy. So, Travis says, is Dave supposed to ignore everything that was said on Monetize This? Come on. Actually, that's a great point as well. I did that basically, ninth time sail away. That was when I went away for a year and didn't say a goddamn thing. And people were constantly telling me that things were being said about me. And, sometimes I'd tune in once in a while. I'd just be like, oh, what's going on? See if anything's changed. And I would always encounter that. Always these little jabs at Dave. So, yeah, that is something that has happened consistently. But it's funny because it's like Joe thinks that only he can defend himself. But how dare anyone ever even attempt to do the same, to do what he's doing. So I do find it a little comical. We've got Ken in the chat saying, and again, Ken, and again, Ken. Sonic Boom says, EWP could have been great, but was it not JB who could not handle Dave's racism in the commentary or something? No, that was way, way, way later. What was that about? That was after one fight with some fucking idiot, and that was the Cronin Wrestling, it wasn't Federation or whatever, but it was like, we would do the voices for the commentary on some sort of wrestling game that Joe would play, and we were doing that. We restarted doing that. And then there was, I guess, some sort of argument. It could have been the one with TJ. I don't remember. I don't think it was, but I could be wrong. And then because of that, JB did go to Joe and did say that. And I do have screenshots of that. But, yeah. Let's see here. As I mentioned earlier to our 41 viewers, I don't know who's a ghost. But yeah, if you want to call in, let me know. Devious Dave Rose on Skype. And yeah, we can hear from the voiceless and hear what they think on the matter. But yeah, I'm not going to bother to listen unless somebody tells me, oh, there's more stuff about you after that 1 hour of him discussing me. Because it doesn't sound like it from what I was just playing. There's no point in continuing to play it. It's just going to be boring and, yeah, not worth my time. But, yeah, I think it was a productive day. And at least we are getting the preliminaries set for the Grand Tribunal. That will take some time to put together. As always, everything that's going to be done right must be done properly. And as such, I'm going to take my time. I do find it very, very comical that the chat was taken away while I was reviewing that video today, indicating that Joe is listening. Probably not wanting me to out some of his racist viewers. So, as we proved earlier, as I was calling them out one by one. So that is a bitch move. That is a fucking real bitch move. So, but Joe won't, sort of account for that. He'll probably make an excuse or then make it public again and then say, oh, well, it wasn't private at all. So, comical, to say the least. Now, there was one clip I did want to play. What was it? This might be something some people might want to listen to. But there was something related to this. I think Wire was involved. Oh, no, you know what it was? Okay. It's up to you, people. I mean, I've really covered everything that happened on Monetize This last night, so this is an open shut case. Joe Cronin clearly guilty, fucking disproven as the massive liar he is, one lie a minute. But I do have a little bit more time left, and I do enjoy hanging out with you people. So, and yes, I did say you people. But if you want, we can go to the to the Foul Mouse show, Foul Mouse Network show, where Joe fought with me. So if you want to hear that, since we're already hanging out here already, press 1 in the chat. If you don't want to hear that, press 2. And then we'll see what your responses are. And we'll see if we'll just end off the show with just reviewing that fight. Because I've never actually done an analysis on that fight either. Perhaps, actually, you know what? Maybe I should just hold off and do that, just like sort of like a throwback. Like maybe do like Throwback Thursday. And just like do an episode reviewing that. Because that would, I could definitely pull that off. But I did speak too soon because now we're already getting votes in the chat. We got Most Hayes says, gotta clean my screen there. 1, Bird says 1, Travis says 1.5. I think it probably, because this is already a very long show, heady, and everything is just chock full of information, and it stays to the topic and doesn't stray too much. So you know what, I'm going to have to actually do that. We're going to do that as a sort of a throwback Thursday or something like that, and just review that, and people would probably get a little kick out of that, I think. But Ken has actually asked me to be on Insomniac tonight. So I may be on there. I do have things to do. I don't know if I'm going to be around, but I might be. And if I am, I might even just be on the show, from the get-go, or I might end up calling in. But that's going down tonight at, let me just go back to my little conversation here so I can get the exact time. 9:45 or 10 p.m. is when Insomniac is supposed to be starting tonight, Eastern Standard Time, on YouTube. So, yeah, if I'm around and, yeah, I'm feeling up for it, you'll hear me on the Foul Mouse Network Insomniac show. And, I do have to give you a graphic warning. Mellow Yellow will be there. I have also been warned. But, I don't know. Maybe I'll pull a Bullfrog special on him and put him in his place as well. So, we'll see. Regardless, feel free to check that out tonight, because that's happening tonight at 10. Or 9:45, 10. And I don't know of anything else that's going on tonight. It seems to be a very light night when it comes to the streams. So yeah, I do appreciate you joining me tonight. I am the one, the only, Devious Dave Rose. I'd like to thank everyone that's joined us throughout this entire night. And yes, Chelsea Castillo, Mello is so annoying. I'm very glad that somebody else also sees that, and I feel your pain. I do. Elias Ademi says, I don't know if it's saved to chat, but that was a good show, Dave. Well, thank you very much. Moshe says, beyond. Later, chat, good show. Well, thank you again, everyone. All right, so very much appreciate everyone joining us here tonight. Hope you guys have a great Saturday night, a great week coming ahead. If I don't speak to you later, Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and festive holidays. Share that cheer. And, yeah, we'll talk soon. I am Devious Dave Rose.